Very good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage of Lancashire against Somerset from the glorious Trafalgar Road. Live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. I'm Scott Reed, and Anthony Gibson, wearing a magnificent hat, is sat to my right-hand side. Good morning, Anthony. Are you well?
I'm very well indeed, Scott, and it's great to be here. First time I've been to Trafalgar Road, and it's a lovely looking ground. Good crowd as well. Beautiful day. Somerset win the toss and bat. Should be a great game of cricket.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a massive surprise, would it? Win the toss and bat first. You look at the two teams and you look at the amount of spinners on both sides. Batting first might have been a relatively routine decision, do you think, for Peter Siddle?
Yeah, I don't think Peter Siddle, who is captaining Somerset, it almost goes without saying, for the first time in the absence of Tom Abel, who's captaining the England Lions in 2 one-day internationals against South Africa A this week. Somerset without Abel, Banton, Tom Banton also with the Lions, Craig Overton, who's with the England one-day international squad, and Josh Davey, who picked up an injury in the T20 quarter-final against Derbyshire on Saturday. So it's a weakened Somerset side, and two interesting points to make. One is that James Hildreth has not been included, which suggests to me that that's probably the end of James Hildreth as a Somerset cricketer, which is very, very sad for their third highest scorer of all time. And the other, more positive note, is that James Rue, very promising young wicketkeeper batsman from Taunton, he comes into the side. He's down to bat at number 8. I think he'll come in rather earlier than that, but very, very promising. I assume that Stephen Davis is still going to keep wicket despite the presence of James Rue. But, you know, it's not the strongest Somerset batting lineup that's ever gone into the field, although Matt Renshaw, their Australian, does play and will open the batting with Tom Lallenby. Just on Hildreth,
is he out of contract at the end of this season, do you know?
He is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he didn't play in the last game either,
right,
against Surrey, and they said then that he was ill, but not sure about that. And you know, the fact that Somerset are missing 2 middle order first choice batsmen in Banton and Abel, and yet Hildreth still can't get back in the side. He has been playing second 11 cricket, so he's not injured.
Right.
So it does, I'm afraid, signal that this may be the end for James Hildreth.
Blimey, well, that will bring to an end a real legacy at Taunton. Lancashire are also affected by call-ups elsewhere, perhaps not quite as badly as affected as Somerset, but for example, Matt Parkinson would have played this week and isn't because he's with England. Phil Salt would have played this week and he isn't because he's with England as the players head out. So they've had to make a couple of changes as well. They've got a young spinner called Jack Morley playing in this fixture. Will Williams now signed as a local player. He holds a British passport. He's a New Zealander and he's played the last couple of championship matches, so he plays for Lancashire as well. Before we press on, we're just going to mark a sad moment which occurred over the course of the weekend. We'll just see if we can dip into this and hear what Mike on the public address is saying. It's regarding the death of John Gwynn.
1991, the great John Gwynn. John was a hugely popular commentator, renowned for his work in many sports, particularly darts and cricket, along with his ebullient football reports on Soccer Saturday on Sky. We please share a moment's applause for the great John Gwynn.
Yeah, a moment's applause in tribute to the late John Gwynn, who died over the weekend. As Mike was saying there on the public address, he fulfilled that role for a season with Lancashire, former cricket correspondent for BBC Radio Lancashire, following the Red Rose through some vintage years. So he got to quite a few Lord's finals, did Gwynny, and called the big moments in classical Gwynny style. And as well as his contributions to cricket, his reporting on football for Sky Sports, and indeed darts, a real iconic voice covering darts for Sky Sports, John Gwynn, who died over the course of the of the weekend. So players are just gathering at the edge of the outfield. It is an absolutely baking day.
It is, isn't it? And I've just noticed, this will interest Somerset listeners, that Stephen Davis is going to open the batting.
Ooh, okay.
With Matt Renshaw, which suggests to me that possibly James Rew will keep wicket. We will have to wait and see about that. But he's obviously a very experienced opening bat, is Stephen Davis. And he has been batting down at number 6 this season for Somerset, and he hasn't yet really fulfilled his very considerable potential. Only 220 runs in 12 innings, averaging 18. When he came to Somerset from Surrey, he was averaging over 40 in first-class cricket, so it's a bit of a case of how are the mighty fallen as the 2 umpires and the Lancashire fielding side take the field. Scott makes sure. Well, we are still on. I'm just going to say the umpires are Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook, and Scott will say which is Peter and which is James. They're both about the same.
They're pretty much identical as they walk out with their backs to us.
Is it Peter Hartley on the left and at the Grosvenor Road end of the ground?
Could be. Could be.
It's just carrying a little bit more
steady
ballast around the waistline. It's a lovely, it's a sort of suburban setting, this, isn't it? It reminds me a bit of the ground in North London where Surrey plays sometimes. I can't think of the name of the
Guildford.
Not
Guildford.
No.
Not Guildford.
Tom Bailey.
No, not Guildford. No.
Not the school. They played there at the school before.
No, it's Southfields, is it?
Okay. No, I've not been there. We're going to see Tom Bailey to open up the bowling, and he's smeared across some sun cream across his nose and just below his cheeks. It's quite a vivid look, is that? But sensible move from Mr. Bailey to get the sun cream on. He's got the ice cream van behind him as well. There it is. 2
left-hand opening batters for Somerset. Here comes Bailey then to Renshaw. Renshaw defends out into the onside, and we are underway. It's a decent crowd here. How many reckon are here? Are we measuring in hundreds or over 1,000?
Perhaps over 1,000. I think they would be disappointed by the end of the day if there wasn't in excess of maybe even a couple of thousand. They do tend to get really good crowds here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're
no
pushing
stands as such. All the spectators sitting on seats on the grass around the boundary as Bailey is in and bowls outside the off stump to Renshaw, who lets it go through to Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, who's keeping wicket here in this game in the absence of Phil Salt.
That's right. Yep.
Who is he with the England one day?
He is. Yeah.
So he's done the T20 and now he's straight on to the one day internationals.
Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few players missing from both sides.
Tom Bailey, tall in bowls, and Renshaw's beaten by a good one outside the off stump. We're not really in an ideal position to be able to tell you what the ball is doing, but we do have a monitor in front of us, so if I watch that. But the trouble is that it's quite hard to see the monitor because the sun is absolutely blazing down here at Southport. Lots of people in the town last night having a good time, enjoying the sunshine.
Very nice.
Hotel I was staying was completely full. Bailey in bowls to Renshaw, who defends. Renshaw missed the last Somerset County Championship game against Surrey because he was with Australia A in a mini-series against Sri Lanka A, which I don't think made huge impression in the world of international cricket.
No.
But these games have to be played.
They do, yeah.
And international cricket obviously takes precedence. Bailey to Renshaw, who I think plays inside the line of that. Another good delivery from Tom Bailey. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, and they are Scott Reed. They're in echelon.
In no particular order. there's 2 tall left-handers there. So there's Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. I'm not quite sure who's at first and second. I think Rob Jones is at third, and maybe Stephen Croft.
Here comes Bailey again in bowls. And this is turned away nicely through the onside by Renshaw for 4 runs. Somerset are underway. That's just over pitch from Rob Bailey. Nice juicy leg stump half volley, and nicely dealt with by Renshaw. So end of the first over. Somerset 4 without loss. Those 4 to Matt Renshaw.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? A clip away for 4. Get that great view of the ball crossing the boundary rope and rattling around in between the ankles of the spectators that are only a yard or 2 the other side of the rope. And their little foldable chairs.
He's having a good season, Renshaw, averaging 46.37 for Somerset.
Has he played all year, pretty much?
Pretty much, apart from the game. He missed the first game down at the Ageas Bowl, and he missed the Surrey game. Other than that, he's been ever present. But he will be going back to Australia to, in inverted commas, prepare for the new domestic season before the run-in in September. So, which is why Somerset have signed the Pakistan international opening batsman to replace him.
It's going to be Will Williams for Lancashire. He's running in and bowling. It's off the back foot and nudged away behind square on the leg side for a single. And we're underway in glorious sunshine with Somerset batting first. They are 5 without loss in their first innings. Somerset winning the toss and opting to have a bat first here. Lancashire are forced into making quite a few changes to their side because of international call-ups. But they do start with Tom Bailey and Will Williams with the ball. Lancashire are 3rd in the county championship and take on a Somerset side who are 2nd from bottom. Somerset batting first, gloriously warm conditions here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and Somerset are 5 without loss. There's Williams again. Renshaw on strike. He goes off the back foot and gets another single. Maybe even think about the idea of 2. No, just the one. He'll flick off the back foot behind square on the leg side, and Jack Morley comes from in front of the square leg umpire to behind him to field the ball, and they are through for 1. So Renshaw moves on to 5, and Somerset are 6 without loss.
And the slips, you can identify them now. We can see them much more clearly.
Yes, that curveball you threw me early on. It's definitely Luke Wells at first slip. As Williams is in and bowling. And Davis off the back foot, just nudging away towards square leg, but for no run. With Rob Jones and then Keaton Jennings at 2nd and 3rd slip. And Stephen Croft is either at 4th slip or gully from this angle. It's quite difficult to judge. I think he's more gully there, isn't he, Croft? 3 slips and a gully. So yeah, Wells, Jones and Jennings are 3 slips, and Croft at gully. There's Will Williams around the wicket and bowling and left by Davis and taken by Dane Velas, and there's no run. Yeah, first game this for Will Williams as a fully fledged Lancashire player. He had a short-term deal for the match at Edgbaston against Warwickshire and in Bristol against Gloucestershire, and they've turned a 2-game short-term deal into a 3.5-year contract. And signing as a local player, Williams. He holds a British passport. His mum's from Kent. And he's in and bowling again to Davis. That's left and through to the keeper. And there's a few oohs and ahs from behind, which would suggest that maybe the ball was a million miles away from the off-stump of Stephen Davis.
Have you been out and had a look at the pitch?
I haven't, no.
From this distance, it's got a little hint of green about it. I was talking to Paul Edwards, who knows this ground well. And of course, and he said this pitch does have a reputation for taking spin.
Yes.
Hence Somerset's signing of Amar Verdi for just this one game.
Williams around the wicket and bowls, and Davis thinks about playing and leaves, and taken by Velas, and that's the end of the 2nd over of the morning. At 6 without loss, Renshaw and Davis are batting for Somerset. Lancashire have signed Washington Sundar
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And with the intention of him playing in this fixture, but unfortunately he's got a bit of a shoulder injury, I'm told, so he's not quite fit enough to play.
So is he going to play on finals day on Saturday?
That's a very good question. That's a very good question.
Well, he does. He is
absolutely
star
yeah.
player, isn't he?
But
T20 cricket.
Is he allowed to if he's not featured in the group
No,
stage?
I don't think he is.
Oh,
No.
Right, okay. That was short-lived.
Here comes Tom Bailey to bowl the third over. 6 without loss, Somerset, as that goes through outside Matt Renshaw's off stump.
But he will be playing in the Royal London One-Day Cup, so he's going to play across all the One-Day Cup fixtures for Lancashire, and at least a championship match as well. But the idea was he would play here because of the reputation that Somerset, Southport has for producing turning pitches. But unfortunately, unable to play.
Tom Bailey, tall, angular. He's in and bowls, and Renshaw again leaves the ball outside the off stump. And presumably Lancashire will be losing quite a lot of first-choice players to the 100.
Yes.
Somerset, I know, will be. I think we'll be without 8. Right. It's either 8 or 9.
Goodness. It's a completely new look team then.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it gives the youngsters a chance.
Yeah. Yeah. We had that last year, didn't we? Actually, I really enjoyed the competition for that reason last year.
6 without loss here at Trafalgar Road, as Bailey's in from the Grosvenor Road end to Renshaw, who thinks about a single, but good piece of fielding from Josh Bohannon, who is patrolling the covers for Lancashire. We've got 3 slips. Yeah, three slips in a gully. Yeah. Backward point, sort of cross between mid-off and extra cover. Who's Bohannon? Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. That's the field. As Bailey bowls to Renshaw, who punches it into the offside, and will just take the single as Bohannon again quickly onto it. It's a fast outfield here by the look of it. Already showing signs of the hot sunshine that we've had over the last few days. Patches of brown amongst the green. But the ground does look a picture. 2 big trees on the far side of the ground. Not sure what sort of trees they are. Lime trees, I suspect. And surrounded by suburban villas, I suppose you'd call them. As Bailey bowls to Davis, who just pushes that into the offside. A nice murmur of conversation all the way around the ground. People sitting out on the grass in their chairs. Shirt sleeves and shorts and sun hats and sun cream, all very definitely in order today.
Without doubt. Got the old factor 30 there, Anthony. Help yourself.
We're sitting outside on the terrace outside the tennis club, or the tennis club house, on the ground as Bailey bowls to Davis, who gets in behind a defensive shot, and that concludes the third over of the innings. Steady start by Somerset. 7 on the board, 6 of those to Renshaw, 1 to Stephen Davis.
Yeah, Lancashire played 45 times here at Southport, and a decent record of winning matches. Tends to be a result pitch. You get that quite a lot of outgrounds, don't you? Where you don't often get a draw, for example, across a 4-day match at a club ground, and probably going to get a win for one of these two sides at the end of days 3 or 4. We have 4-year absence since Lancashire last played here. Williams is in and bowling, and that's squirted down towards the gully region where Stephen Croft fields the ball. Renshaw just playing it softly into the ground, and Croft low down to his left to stop it, and there's no run.
Yeah, Somerset have played here 4 times. They won in 1966 thanks to Ken Palmer, who I'm very glad to say is still very much with us, who took 7 for 56 and scored 118.
Tremendous.
Ken Palmer's match, that was.
There's Williams around the wicket. That's driven and into the offside. It's a good stop at extra cover by Bohannon, low down to his left.
Then there was a draw in 1970. 1977, Lancashire won by 7 wickets, despite an innings of 189 by Viv Richards, which must have been something to watch. And then last time these two sides played here was in '94, when John Crawley scored 281.
Wow.
And Mushtaq Ahmed was bowling leg spin for Somerset and took some tap.
Williams to Renshaw, just hops back into his crease and defends back down the pitch, and gathered by Williams off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So some quite eventful games here. There may not have been many, but certainly 3 of them very memorable.
I wonder if there were people in the ground today who were here for that match where
Paul Edwards was.
I can well imagine Paul Edwards was, yeah. I bet there's a few hours there that day. Williams to Renshaw, going back and defending away into the onside. There's no run. Picked up by Williams, just shaping down to his left-hand side. Score remains on 7 without loss.
Paul Edwards, the sage of Lancashire cricket, isn't he?
Indeed, yes. Oh, and he's a Birkdale man. He lives just a couple of 100 yards away from the ground.
This ground's been here since the middle of the 19th century, Paul told me, when the 2 clubs combined.
Williams to Renshaw, to that front foot, and doesn't offer a shot. Ball through to the keeper, no run.
There was a Southport cricket club and a Birkdale cricket club, and they decided they'd join forces. And a very impressive ground it is too. It's quite a big ground for a club ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to be back. 4 years on since Lancashire last played here. Williams to Renshaw, going back into his crease and defending, and he wasn't sure where the ball was rolling to. For a second he was kind of hopping around looking for it in fear that it might roll back onto his stumps. It didn't in the end. He does keep it out, but there was a moment of concern there for Renshaw, who remains on 6 with Davis on 1, and Somerset are 7 without loss. We are 4 overs into the Somerset first innings.
Yeah, important opening partnership for this one. Makeshift opening pair, Renshaw and Stephen Davis. Not that they're not both very experienced opening batters, but it's the first time they've opened the innings together, and it's an inexperienced Somerset batting lineup, really. We've got George Bartlett coming in at 3, young Lewis Goldsworthy at 4, James Rue possibly at 5 as Bailey bowls to Davis, who drives nicely down the ground. Bohannon is in hot pursuit and will just about pull the ball in a yard inside the long off boundary, and they've come back for 2 runs. 9 without loss, Somerset. Nice shot from Stephen Davis, and well retrieved by speeding Bohannon. Yes, and then so Lewis Gregory will probably come in at 6, possibly 7. Is Bailey in and bowls, and Davis is caught at first slip. He was turned round by that delivery from Tom Bailey, and a good low catch at first slip, and that's the first Somerset wicket to go down. And no sooner had I said that that opening partnership was important for Somerset, and it comes to an end with a good sharp catch at, I think it was first slip.
If it was, then that's Luke Wells at first slip with the catch. I suspect, we'll look back on the replay in a minute, I suspect that could be a kind of classic Tom Bailey type dismissal, this.
Rob Jones it was.
Second slip to Jones then. But we'll see the wicket of Bailey. Oh, it was a good catch, wasn't it, from Jones? And let me break through for Lancashire. If there's going to be a bit of movement for the seam bowlers, you'd expect it to be probably first thing this morning.
Well, it was obvious. He turned Steve Davis round as he tried to react to the away movement from that delivery, and couldn't get his bat out of the way, and flew low to second slip. So Tom Lallenby is the new Somerset batsman, another left-hander. Hit a spectacular 31 off, I think, 8 deliveries in the crushing of Derbyshire.
Oh, yes. That was a monster win, wasn't it?
It was. It's Bailey in and bowls to Lammerby, lets that go through outside the off stump. Yes, it was. I felt no one in Somerset will sympathise with me on this, but I did feel sorry for Derbyshire, you know, because they've done so well this season.
Yeah.
Because they're so often bottom of the pile, and to get through to a quarter-final in the blast, and then they really didn't do themselves justice.
No.
Apart from George Scrimshaw, who was outstanding, conceded 2 for 16 in 4 overs. As Bailey is in and bowls, and Lammonby lets that go through outside the odd stump, but the other bowling was not very good.
Right.
And Paul McKiernan went for a record number of runs in T20 cricket worldwide. He went for 82 in 4 overs.
Goodness.
And it was a record score in Somerset's 265 record score in T20 cricket in this country and domestic T20 around the world, and a record margin of victory, 191 runs.
They're not good stats if you're a Derbyshire fan, are they?
They're terrible. Bailey's in and bowls to Lammonby and brings that one back into the left hand, who leaves it on length as much as anything, I think. So, poor old, I didn't see Dave Fletcher, the Derbyshire commentator, at the end. I think he made a fairly rapid exit.
Don't blame him.
It's,
well, Lancashire went to Taunton last year for a quarter-final, and they got
beat.
Stuffed as well, didn't they?
Well, that was a terrific game, because...
It was a good game, actually, yeah.
Because, you know, Lancashire really gave a really good account of themselves, and that was a win against the head for Somerset, really, as Lammonby plays this up the onside of the pitch. So, end of that over from Tom Bailey, and he conceded 2 runs, but picked up the wicket of Stephen Davis in the course of it, and at the end of that 5th over of the innings, Somerset, who won the toss and decided to bat, are 9 for 1.
I think we're welcoming listeners on Sports Extra to Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, with Sports Extra due to take the Yorkshire-Surrey match, but I think there's a few technical issues in Scarborough. It'll be lovely in Scarborough today.
Jonathan Agnew's going up to Scarbados.
Oh, beautiful. Here's Williams in and bowling, and that's defended up towards mid-on for no run. So I think Sports Extra are still with us, and if that is the case, then you're very welcome to Trafalgar Road, almost Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson with you for the first part of the morning. And we've seen the 1 wicket to fall, which is Stephen Davis, caught by Rob Jones at second slip off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Got Matt Renshaw and Tom Lammonby batting for Somerset, who won the toss and fancied a bat first. We've got Will Williams, a New Zealander, bowling for Lancashire. He's around the wicket and into Renshaw, who turns the ball out towards square leg where Jack Morley fields, and there is no run. And by the looks of, and this will not come as a huge surprise, by the looks of the scores across the country, everyone's playing. The weather's great right across the country, so everyone started on time. So Yorkshire is 16 for 1 in their match against Surrey.
I bet there aren't many insertions today either. I think that whoever's won the toss would have wanted to bat. Williams
to Renshaw, goes off the back foot and just steers the ball away towards backward point, down to one of those 2 enormous trees that dominate the far side of the ground, and it's 4 runs down to the ice cream van for Renshaw, and he moves on to 6, and Somerset are up to 30. In fact, he's up to 10 now, and Somerset move on to 13 for 1.
Yeah, when I'm off commentary, I'll go around and have a look at those trees and see if I can work out what they are. They might be poplars. It's quite hard to tell.
You reckon you could just wander over there and you'd be able to judge?
I'll be able to tell. Yeah, I should be able to tell.
All right, well, I wouldn't have a clue. Here is Williams in and bowling, and Renshaw off the back foot and plays the ball away into the offside. There is no run. It's a 10 to Renshaw, 13 for 1. 2 balls left to the 6th over. That's Tony Elwood, who's the chairman of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Just coming across to say hello with his formal gear on. He was a little bit more casually dressed this morning when I turned up. He had his shorts on and T-shirts on, but he put his Southport and Birkdale tie on. As Williams is in to Renshaw again, he's off the back foot and plays it defensively away into the offside for no run.
Well, I bumped into the Somerset's newly elected president, Sir Peter Wanless, in my hotel this morning. He was wearing a sort of Hawaiian shirt number.
Tremendous.
But he said he would change into something more formal.
Oh, that's disappointing.
To come to the cricket.
I'd love if you were rocked up in his Hawaiian shirt. Well, when on the seaside, you know, you're going to dress accordingly. Yeah. We're on the west coast of Lancashire. Here is Williams in, full-length ball, an off stump, and driven by Renshaw to cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no runs. That completes the over. We've had 6 so far in this first 22 minutes of play. Somerset are 13 for 1.
Yep, and these two have been the regular opening batters for Somerset in this season's county championship, and they've done pretty well in the they put on a big opening partnership in the innings victory over Warwickshire back in May, as this is driven back up the pitch by Tom Lammonby, and Renshaw has been a very good influence on Tom Lammonby, who had a terrific season in the COVID year of 2020, got 3 centuries in the Bob Willis. Hasn't really trained on since, as Bailey's in and bowls, and Lammonby lets that go through. But they bat well together, both left-handers, both natural stroke makers. Renshaw especially likes to get on with it. The other interesting thing about Renshaw, Scott, is his pads, which you see are, they don't come as high up his leg as you might expect. There was an interesting piece in the Cricketer about batsmen who wear low-slung pads, as this is defended by Lammonby. Alistair Cook was named as one of them. I think it was Vic Marks who wrote this. The idea being that if you're hit on the knee roll, and the umpire sees you've been hit on the knee roll, then the chances are you will be given not out on height. Whereas if your knee roll is actually at the top of your shin,
it's a cunning plan.
It's a cunning plan, and I think it's a plan to which Matt Renshaw subscribes, judging by the look of his pads, as Bailey's in and bowls and beats Lammonby with a good one. Lammonby coming forward in defence and rehearses the forward defensive shot.
I see. Yeah, so I can, now you've spotted it or told me about it, I can see quite clearly. Yeah, they just about cover his knee, don't they? Really?
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a lot of upper thigh.
There's a lot of thigh above the top of the pad.
There is, yeah. Makes him look even taller.
Yeah, well, he's a tall lad. Born in Yorkshire, Matt Renshaw, and this time Lammonby drives. Is going to be cut off by Bohannon from extra cover, moving across. Yeah, born in Middlesbrough, but went out to Australia quite young, and has played most of his cricket for Queensland. Had a bit of a season with Somerset back in 2018 and scored 200s, including 100 before lunch against Yorkshire. Nice. As Bailey in past the umpire bowls, and Lammonby's still not off the mark. Plays another defensive shot, another over ticks by. 7 have gone. 13 for 1 are Somerset, who won the toss and elected to bat on this hot morning on the northwest Lancashire coast. Yes,
glorious, glorious morning. One of those, it's so hot, your mobile phone says it's too hot to operate. The temperature's too high, it's switched off. But this is better than trying to find some shelter from rain clouds.
Yeah,
I'd take this much more. Plenty watching as well. Looking forward to the return.
This must be the presidential tent immediately to our right.
Yes.
Marquee, not tent. Yeah. Presidential marquee.
We're not allowed in there, I don't think. Williams in to Renshaw, plays a forward defensive, there's no run. The great and the good are in there, aren't they? Suited and booted.
Somerset have got a new chairman as well, Sir Michael Barber.
Okay.
Got 2 Knights of the Realm as chairman and president.
That's the way to
And
do it.
neither of them distinguished former cricketers, which is unusual. Peter Wanless, the president, is chief executive of the NSPCC.
13 for 1. Renshaw waits as Williams is in and bowling. Again, he goes right back and defends to mid-on. Bounces his way up towards Luke Wood, and there is no run. Remains on 10. Renshaw. Somerset 13 for 1. Edging through the first half an hour of the day.
Yep, Roland Butcher will be joining Scott at the end of this over.
Looking forward to having Butch back with us. He was with me at Gloucestershire the other week. Again, Renshaw defends off the back foot. Deflects away to the leg side for no run.
Middlesex batsman back in the 70s and 80s. Still looking very fit and well, I must say.
Yeah. I brought him a hat, you see. So I sent you a text, and I sent Butch a text to say you might want to bring a hat. And he replied back saying, I don't have one with me. Don't worry, I'll bring you a hat. Have you seen the hat I brought him?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
no,
it's a Bobby Dazzler.
I'm sure it's very dapper.
Oh, I just thought, I looked at it, I saw it in the house, I thought this has got Butch written all over it. Williams in to Renshaw, he's off the back foot and cuts the ball through the offside, and Balderson will chase after it. And makes a little bit of a meal of it and has to try again. They've actually run 3. It wasn't perhaps the best piece of fielding from George Balderson, and 3 added to the total, 16 for 1.
Just as well he did that in front of a home crowd.
Yeah. Blame it on the hard bobbly ground. It's difficult to feel the bouncing ball.
It is the sort of outfield where you might get the odd bad bounce or 2, isn't it?
So Renshaw's up to 13 now. 2 balls left of the over. To Williams. He's in it and bowling. Getting a bit of width and carved away into the offside, this time by Lammonby. Bounces in front of Bohannon at cover, and there's no run.
Young Devonian Tom Lammonby.
There's a few Devon connections in the Somerset
team.
team.
Absolutely, yeah, of this team. Lewis Goldsworthy is a Cornishman. Lewis Gregory, of course, from Devon. And Ben Green, who hasn't actually been selected, is another Exeter boy.
There's Williams in bowling and left by Lammonby. Williams going over the wicket for that final delivery of the over. Taken by Dame Velas. That completes the 8th over. The stint done by Anthony in the first half an hour. Myself and Anthony and Roland will rotate throughout the course of the day. Gives us a chance to get into the shade for a little bit. A little burst of shade, always welcome. So 8 overs gone, 16 for 1. Going to be Bailey to continue. That's an edged and taken at second slip. Second wicket to fall. It's another one for Tom Bailey, caught by Rob Jones. And Somerset are 16 for 2 in their first innings. We're through the first half an hour of day 1 here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And the edge low to Jones's left-hand side. And that is the dismissal of Matt Renshaw, gone for 13. The other wicket to fall, Stephen Davis, the man out for 3. Again caught Jones, bowled by Tom Bailey. So a good first half an hour for Lancashire here, with Somerset, who won the toss and elected to bat first. They are 16 for 2. Good morning, Butch.
Great to be here. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous morning weather-wise. Good crowd in, and Lancashire making early inroads.
Yeah, it's a good start, this, isn't it? 16 for 2 through the first half an hour. And Bailey just getting the ball just to move enough and cause a few problems for the batters.
Yeah, I think he's been very fortunate to have had 3 left-handers to bowl at so far. His line has been pretty good.
Yep.
And on 2 occasions he's found the outside edge and both catches taken.
Yeah, both by Rob Jones. 2 good sharp catches too. Both going down pretty low to Jones's left-hand side.
And obviously Renshaw, good wicket to get. Big player, so perfect start for Lancashire.
So George Bartlett is the new batter. Lancashire on a bit of a roll. We've got Tom Bailey bowling for the Red Rose, and he's in to Bartlett, and that's a little flick away off the pads out towards square leg, and gets his first run from his first delivery faced. So 17 for 2, Bartlett 1 and Lammonby on 0. Great to have Roland Butcher with us here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. You and I were together in Bristol a few weeks ago for Gloucestershire, Lancashire, and you've made the journey to the northwest. And look at the weather for you, Butch.
And Tom, I mean, I bought the weather for you.
Yeah, well, okay, fair enough. You brought it with you.
I arrived in Liverpool yesterday, and my friend David Goodall, who's an old Lancashire man, picked me up and said, "You've bought some good weather." Bailey
comes over the wicket, balls, and is left by Lammonby, and taken by Dave Villas, and there is no run. That is for certain. It's a terrific day.
Yeah, we're just following the weather forecast this morning, and it suggests that this is going to persist for the next week.
Okay.
Culminating in a couple of days at about 33.
Oh my word. Goodness. Can't be coping with that. Bailey bowls again, forward goes Lammonby, and force the ball away into the offside. It's picked up at point by Balderson, and there's no run. Goodness. Right, it's going to get hotter and hotter as the week goes on.
And long may it continue.
Could not agree anymore. Perfect cricket weather. There's not much shelter to be had in the ground, though. You've got to, if you want a bit of shade, you probably have to find a seat underneath the trees on the far side of the ground. There's not a great deal to be had. You're in the sun all day. Lammonby defends off the back foot out to cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're not a sun lover, and I'm sure everyone here is a sun lover because they've all come fully prepared, sun hats, and there's a few beers being drunk to our left here, and I'm sure later on the ice cream van on the far side will be very, very busy. But yes, those 2 large trees on the far side, I think, will be the places to be, but that's well populated already. I don't think there's probably only standing room only.
Probably is. Standing room for shade. Bailey bowls again. Lammonby leaning forward and just steering the ball off his pads out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. That completes the 9th over. And a good one from Bailey, which produced a wicket. It may well have been a wicket. No, they got one off it.
Yes, Bartlett got a single.
He did. So 17 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, I think Lancashire will be very, very pleased with the start. I mean, Somerset won the toss. Probably would have thought, you know, this is a good wicket to bat on. I hope that's the reason for batting and not the fact that they've been busy the last couple of days in playing. And so I think Lancashire, having picked up those 2 wickets, they'll be quite pleased with the morning session so far.
It's going to be Will Williams to continue. Balls to Bartlett, who plays a forward defensive, to cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. Well, we see both teams with plenty of spinning options in their sides. Of course, Somerset have signed Amar Verdi on the shortest of possible deals. He's here for 1 match.
I find that quite extraordinary, but I guess in this day and age, nothing is surprising in sport.
Williams over the wicket bowls, and Bartlett defends into the onside for no run.
Yeah, I mean, these days, as you know, I guess they can't get any shorter than this, really. I mean, 1 game is...
Yeah.
It's quite extraordinary to bring in someone from the outside for 1 game. What's wrong with giving one of your young players the opportunity to play?
Yeah. That will be some Somerset fans saying just that. He's barely played this year for Surrey, which is surprising. Bartlett actually advances towards the bowler here. He's at least a step, maybe a step and a half down the pitch, defending away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, and obviously Bartlett's intention is he's not just going to let Williams just get on the spot and keep it nice and tight. He's going to try and break up his line, his length, his rhythm. Took a couple of steps down the pitch and had to defend a straightish delivery. But I don't think Williams will worry too much at this stage. You know, he's had a good start so far.
He's had a good start to his Lancashire career so far. And the ball's left rather theatrically by Bartlett. And taken by the keeper, and there is no run.
I mean, he was also on a short term, wasn't he, Williams?
He was, yeah. And that he was on a 2-game short-term deal. But
yeah.
They've actually changed that now. He's signed a 3.5-year contract now.
Well, well, if you've seen that over, well, we saw him at Bristol.
Yeah.
And if you've decided he's worth 3 years now, that's wonderful.
Yeah. It happened quickly. Over the wicket to Bartlett, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. He's signed as a local player, so he's from New Zealand. He's a lad that's from Christchurch in New Zealand. Did play his first-class cricket for a club called Canterbury, and his mum's English. His mum, I think, was born in Kent, so he holds a British passport.
Right.
So they can sign him as a local player, but obviously he's given up kind of the right to play now in New Zealand. He's bowling to Bartlett again, who's forward in defence, and there is no run, and that completes the over. 10 gone this morning, 17 for 2. So it's a bit of a life-changing move for him, really.
Well, it is, and obviously for him it's a positive move, and the fact that Lancashire must be pretty impressed with what he's done in the short time he's here to want to have him as a player for a 3-year period. So yeah, I mean, he's obviously had to give up what he had in New Zealand, and this is going to be his new career. But getting back to the whole question of things happening in sport that sometimes beggars belief.
There's Bailey for Lancashire around the wicket, balls to Lammonby. He's shoulder arms and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, you see these things happening. I mean, I heard from a friend of mine this morning in Spain. He was the coach, but now he's the technical director at a team in League 2, La Liga in Spain. And he informed me that they have just sold their top striker, who has scored 58 goals in 80 games.
Okay, there's Bailey to Lammonby, plays forward. Little push into the offside. Wants a quick single. Throw comes in by Bohannon, trying to run Bartlett out. Misses, but Bohannon would suggest he wasn't safe had he hit. They've got through for a slightly frantic single, so the score moves on to 18 for 2.
Yeah, pretty tight single there. Obviously it was to Bohannon's right, so it's his stronger side. He made good ground to cover that one, and really, had he hit there, I think we could have had it would have been touch and go.
I think it would.
But it was a good piece of fielding. Just getting back to what I'm saying, he's just informed me that this guy's goals over the last 2 years is what's kept him mid-table in the league. And he only just found out that he's been sold.
Bailey in and bowls to Bartlett, who's again advancing towards the bowler and flicking the ball off his pads behind square on the leg side for a single, and he moves on to 2, and the score moves on to 19 for 2.
Yeah, so he's just been sold to their rivals Malaga. So I guess he's wondering where the goals are going to come from next year. This guy scores 68% of all the team goals.
Oh my word! And he gets sold, and the guy doesn't even know about it.
So,
oh dear. That'd be an awkward conversation to have, wouldn't it, when you've told that news? Bailey around the wicket to Lammonby. It's punched to mid-on, where Luke Wood fields, and there is no run. Well, I suppose you get it now, don't you, in sport? You get these things that happen, the transfers happen quickly, and you've got these weird and wonderful short-term deals, and players going out on loan.
My response to him was, nothing surprises me in sport anymore.
It's true, isn't it? Yeah. Money talks. Bailey to Lammonby, left again. Taken by Dane Villas, Lancashire's wicket-keeper for this fixture. Phil Salt has been keeping wicket this season for Lancashire, but he's away with England in the one-day squad. So unavailable for selection. So Villas again with the gloves, the Lancashire captain. Final ball of the over coming up. Bailey's bowled well for Lancashire this morning, and he's bowling a ball that's straight and played safely back to the bowler by Lammonby for no runs. So that's 6 overs gone for Tom Bailey. 2 for 10. Will Williams 5 overs, 2 maidens for 9.
Yeah, I think Lancashire maintaining the pressure quite well. You can see the boundary. It's not the biggest of boundaries.
No.
But certainly when I played, I did enjoy playing on these outgrounds, Scott, because I just found that the atmosphere was great atmosphere, because the crowd is so much closer to the players than in a huge stadium where you're sitting way back. I did really enjoy this sort of atmosphere.
Here is Williams over the wicket bowling. It's punched off the back foot. It's a good-looking shot by Bartlett. Through the covers, Bohannon's scampering after it. He will catch up with the ball. They've run 2. They think of a third, but decide that just 2. Good work in the deep by Bohannon. Score moves on to 21 for 2. So obviously you'd have played most of your home matches at Lord's for Middlesex, but you did enjoy.
Yeah. Maybe in those days we also played a lot of games at Oxbridge, which was a similar ground to this.
Right.
Small, tight crowd on top of you. Good cricket wicket though. Good for batting, good for bowling as well.
Williams into Bartlett. Again, step down the pitch and then hoists his bat above his shoulder and lets it go through to Dane Villas, and there's no run.
Yeah, Bartlett's been quite busy since he's come to the crease. Quite like his approach. He's not just going to let things happen. As you said, he took 2 steps down the wicket there to that delivery, then allowed it to go through.
Sense that perhaps the bowlers here just getting the ball to move a little bit with the batter advancing. So certainly a bit of movement for Bailey to square up Davis for the first wicket of the match. Remains in the crease this time and flicks it back down the pitch. And there's no run.
Well, what Bartlett's approach will actually do to the bowler is that it will make him change his length, because if he continues to bowl the same length as if the batsman is in his crease, that delivery, once he's taken 2 paces down the wicket, now becomes a drivable delivery. So he'll be cat and mouse between the bowler. He'll try and change his line and his length, and that's what Bartlett wants him to do.
Williams is over the wicket, and it's left by Bartlett. And it's taken by Villas, and there's no run.
So, batting is very much not so much about your ability to play, etc., but how you process things in the mind, how you try to put the opposition bowlers under pressure. Is it in an aggressive way? Is it in a defensive way? Is it by doing what Bartlett is doing? Not prepared to just stay in his crease, but at times advance.
21 for 2. He waits as Bartlett and plays forward this time. Just pushing safely to cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, so the whole aim is really to just try and get an edge somewhere. There are times when bowlers get on top of batsmen and batsmen just sit there and let it happen and continue and continue and continue. But the better players, they find a way to counteract.
So it's not just about kind of absorbing pressure if the bowlers happens to be on top. You've got to try and find a response to it. He's down the pitch again, Bartlett, not offering a shot and taken by the keeper. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 21 for 2. Bartlett 4 and Lammonby on 1.
Yeah, another good over. Just those couple of runs and a good piece of fielding by Bohannon. But yes, it's not a case of just absorbing the deliveries, because all that does is allow the bowler to build pressure on the batsman. He gets into a good rhythm, and then you must remember in cricket also there's something called a good ball, so you might get a good ball in that period and get an edge, and it's all over. So, you know, you've got to weigh up your best way of getting the bowler to change his plans.
Could be over number 7 for Tom Bailey. Actually, something was distracting either the batter or the bowler, and pulled away as he was starting his approach.
Hope it's not Paul walking behind the bowler's arm.
Bailey round the wicket, in bowls, driven straight and driven for 4 as well. Almost went right through Bailey as he tried to stop it off his own bowling, but it was pretty arrow straight down the ground for 4. Nice looking shot by Lammonby.
Yeah, lovely shot, over pitch delivery, and asking to be hit, and beautifully timed down the ground for 4.
25 for 2. And Lammonby moves on to 5. Bailey comes bouncing back in again around the wicket and bowls. Forward press this time from Lammonby. Pushed away into the offside for no run. Remains on 25 for 2. Plenty of sun cream being worn by the players today. Rightly so. Big fan of Tom Bailey's look here, with this sun cream smeared across the bridge of his nose and underneath the eyes. Tall right arm seam bowler into Lammonby. Again, it's a forward defensive. Just ease back down the ground, and there is no run. 27 for 2. Bailey from the Grosvenor Road end. Goes around the wicket this time, it's left. Again taken by Dane Villas, and there's no run. Reminder of the team news if you've just been joining our coverage, whether via the BBC Sport website and app, Lancs TV. It is Somerset batting first. They won the toss, opted to have a bat first. They've lost 2 wickets. Both openers are out. Bailey's in again. A ball that's fullish and just wide of off stump and left by Lammonby. Taken by the keeper, there's no run. We have Matt Renshaw for 13 and Stephen Davis for 3. Both wickets off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Both edges caught by Rob Jones at second slip. So now Lammonby and Bartlett are batting for Somerset. 27 for 2. And Bailey to Bartlett. Plays forward, just steers the ball out towards point. And there is no run.
Yeah, that delivery probably just straightened. Just looking to play it almost straight back on the pitch. The ball squirted up on the offside.
Right there, Frankie.
Yeah, so with 3 slips and the gully and the point. Mid off and mid on, mid wicket and long leg. Bailey into Lammonby and just leans onto that front foot and plays it defensively, just pushing it back down the pitch, and there is no runs. That completes the 13th over. 27 for 2. There was that 4 and there was a no ball in that over, so there was 6 added to the score through the course of it. Lammonby on 5, Bartlett on 4, and you joined us here from outside the tennis pavilion. Both Butch and me wearing our caps. I've got the sunglasses on. You've not gone for the shades, have you? I've got the sunglasses on.
I forgot to bring them from down south.
So you weren't expecting to be so sunny up north?
Not at all. Not at all. Previous visits.
You brought the jumper and the winter coat instead, have you? Williams bowls. It's flicked away to square leg. Actually, just a little behind square leg, actually. And Bartlett gets a single. And he moves on to 5. The score moves on to 28 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for good weather. Didn't think it would be quite this good. So I certainly didn't travel with the hat and sunglasses, but obviously you as the home man know the conditions much better, and so you should.
Well, I was here. I came yesterday because it's 4 years since Lancashire last played it, and I knew that we'll be outside, so where we'll be broadcasting from, and I couldn't quite work out just how much of the sun you get in this position. Because Williams is in, and Lammonby defends, and there's no run. So I got here about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon just to test that the line was working and everything was okay, and the sun was right in front of us. I thought, well, we need to make sure that everyone is well prepared.
Well, I came yesterday afternoon as well, and we were shown over here, and they said, oh, you're inside the tennis court. So I thought, came in and saw everything set up there. I thought, that's perfect. And then I got your message last night.
Lammonby on 5, waiting for Williams, who's in and bowling, and that's driven straight. Stopped by Williams, low down to his right off his own bowling. And there is no run.
So I was a bit confused. So I got your message saying, you know, did you bring a hat? And I was like, hat? We were inside. But I should have known that you would have had much better info than I would have had.
Here the spectators just all chattering away as Williams bowls again. Lammonby off the back foot, plays it away into the onside for no run. It does have that feel to it. I know you've just touched on it before, that it does feel more of an event in a way, doesn't it, when you bring county championship matches to outgrounds?
Yeah, I mean, and the spectators look forward to it as well. I mean, there will be some people who've travelled, but there'll be a lot of local people who would have been looking at this fixture and certainly hoping for this sort of weather as well.
Williams to Lammonby, plays forward. He's pushed up towards mid-on, where Luke Wood, who I suspect will be on soon, bowling. He fields and there's no run.
You just mentioned Luke Wood. You may cast your memory back to the last game where we were somewhat bemused in the second innings of that game.
Yeah.
How he was used and when.
There's Williams to Lammonby. It's a good-looking shot down the ground for 4. Lovely straight drive by Lammonby. Second time he's hit a straight drive past the bowler. 1 off Bailey and now 1 off Williams. And that's the end of the over. 32 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot once more by Lammonby. He's played 2 shots down the ground, 1 on either side of the wicket, and that was equally as good a shot as the previous one. Perfect timing, and just held the position with a very straight bat, and playing right through the line of delivery.
Yeah, that game you're referring to, it was it looked like Wood was bowling on what was a pretty flat-looking pitch, wasn't it, at Gloucester? And he started kind of bowling kind of some short leg side stuff, didn't he? And it didn't quite work, did it, really? And then they produced a rather quirky-looking field.
Yeah. I mean, he actually bowled 2 overs, which was surprises for us.
First change of the day sees Balderson into the attack, and that's a lovely shot, flicked away off the pads by Bartlett through mid-wicket, down towards the boundary below us, and it's 4 runs. Gloriously timed.
Yeah, beautifully played. He deserved exactly what he got, because it was nicely under the legs, and Bartlett just eased it through mid-wicket. Teased in the field all the way to the boundary, and just as he thinks he's got a chance, rolls into the boundary.
Yes, that was full field of tease, that wasn't it? Luke Wood chasing after it, thinking, I can just about get to this. I'm sure I can catch up with it. And the ball rattled across the grass before. Balderson to Bartlett, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. Scooped up at mid-off. Yeah, Lancashire coming into this game on the back of a draw in Bristol a couple of weeks ago. These two, well, these county championship fixtures in July, in between all the T20 stuff, of course. That's defended by Bartlett back down the pitch. And there is no run. And Somerset's last fixture came at Taunton in the Blast, sorry, in the Championship, middle of June, which is a victory for Surrey. They beat Somerset by 3 wickets. With extra pounds for Bolderson as he's played off the toes by Bartlett. He's dropping the ball away into the offside for no run. The table has Lancashire 3rd in Division 1 and Somerset 2nd from bottom. 5 defeats in 7 for Somerset this season. Lancashire 3 wins from 8. Pretty tight at the top. Bolson in, that's Bartlett, just guiding the ball away across the pads. Towards backward square leg. Oh, he wants a second and he's sent back and the throw comes in and they're in danger of a horrible mix-up.
Yeah, better throw there. I think he could have been struggling. Got a late call of no for the second run. And Lammonby having to turn back and dive for the crease. As I said, the throw, if it was a straight throw or first bounce straight, I think he would have been in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, sent back. And he was a fair way down, was Lammonby, when the call came. Bolson comes around the wicket to Lammonby, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. That's the end of the first over, sent down by George Balderson. There's quite a few Georges in this game. There's a George bowling, there's a George currently batting. 5 runs off it, 37 for 2 after 15. And we've had almost exactly an hour's play.
And I think so far the spectators would have been quite pleased with what they've seen so far. Obviously the majority, I would imagine, would be the home team support, so they'll be quite happy that they've picked up 2 wickets.
Number 14, Luke Wood.
Looks as if Wood's going to get an early ball today. And let's see how he goes.
Yeah, so we had that opening spell from Bailey and from Williams, both sending down 7 overs each. Bailey 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16. Williams 7 overs, 2 maidens for 16. And this double change, the Harrod Drive end of the ground, is Luke Wood coming into the attack. 37 for 2. Too surprised if we see a little bit of spin before lunch as well. Here he is, Wood. He's in and bowling. And Bartlett defends up off his toes. Pushed away into the offside for no run. Just going back to the Division 1 table, Surrey are top. They've got a reasonable gap, 143 points for Surrey, 4 wins from 8. Hampshire are second on 127 points, and Lancashire are third on 122 points. So not much between Lancashire and Hampshire are second and third. A little bit of a gap to Surrey, but with 16 points for a win, plus your bonus points, it's not a gap that either Lancashire or Hampshire, for that matter, could overcome. Off the back foot and pulled by Bartlett out towards deep backward square leg. And fielded by, that's Tom Hartley. Must be on as a 12th man.
Yes, Wood just banging that one into the turf, and Bartlett equal to the task, just pulling that one away. But yeah, you're right. At the moment, the lead is not insurmountable, but at the same time, what you must ensure that Surrey doesn't win a game and you not, because then the gap opens up even further, and then you're under real pressure.
Yeah, Lancashire's draw at Gloucestershire wasn't a bad result, for example, because Surrey were held to a draw at home to Kent that week. There's Woody's in to Lammonby. It's forward in defence and there's no run. Surrey are at Yorkshire this week. That game at Scarborough. Have you played at Scarborough?
I have. Enjoyed playing at Scarborough.
Yeah.
Got a few runs up there.
Oh, that always helps, doesn't it?
This does help. Yeah.
Yeah, Scarborough will be a busy fixture for this for that game against Surrey.
And they'll have the weather for it. That'll be great.
Always a popular fixture is the game at Scarborough. There's Lammonby off the back foot defending to Luke Wood, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, Scarborough it's a place I always enjoyed going to. I found that, again, another tight ground in terms of spectators being close to you. Pitch was always pretty good as well. And, you know, you always had a fierce game against Yorkshire.
I'm sure it'll be a pretty fierce game between the two sides again this week. Of course, they met in the T20 quarter-final last week. Yorkshire coming out on top. Wood, left arm over, balls to Lammonby. That's flicked away off the hip to square leg for a single. The score moves on to 39 for 2. Lammonby moves on to 10.
So Wood trying to see if he can extract some life out of the pitch, where both Bailey and Williams look to pitch the ball up and swing it. Wood's approach so far has been to try and hit the ball into the pitch and see if we can get some bounce.
It would be a hard strategy to implement on a hot day like this, but he's back in again and bowling. It's driven by Bartlett to mid-off. And there's no run, so that completes the over. We've had 16 through the first hour, so right on the money. An hour gone. And 16 overs sent down. Might be time for a bit of a drink, actually. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Some cool refreshments have been brought out for the players. Hour gone.
Yes, and they'll need it. It's a nice warm day, so it's not only the spectators who can have a regular drink. I'm sure the players will need it. They're the ones exerting the energy, and so far, fairly even situation in the first hour. I think Lancashire should be quite happy to have picked up 2 wickets. And at the same time, I guess Somerset would also be quite happy that they've lost just the 2.
I think they'll be pretty pleased with that. 39 for 2, 16 overs gone. Lancashire picking up the wickets of the 2 opening batsmen, Matt Renshaw for 13 and Stephen Davis for 3, both off the bowling of Tom Bailey. But Tom Lammonby on 10, George Bartlett on 11. An hour gone. Baking conditions at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club in Somerset are 39 for 2.
Yes, and Somerset would obviously be hoping that they can get through this next hour, get to the luncheon break without any further loss. But it's going to be hard work as Lancashire probe trying to get another break. And yes, it really is a glorious day for cricket, and I think we're in the best possible position. I think inside really would have been a disservice to the quality of the day. It's such a lovely day that you really need to be outside.
Good morning.
And
morning, Roland.
Good morning to you, sir.
Here we've got another over being bowled by
Balderson.
George Balderson from the Grosvenor Road end. Yeah, lovely day, isn't it?
Oh,
what have you made of the cricket so far?
I think it's been fairly attritional. I mean, as you would expect, the home team probing to get wickets. Obviously, the away team trying to consolidate their early position.
Here's Balderson into the left-handed Lammonby, who plays that back up the pitch. It's hard to form any judgment on the pitch from this angle, isn't it? But your immediate thoughts?
I think it looks to me as if it's a pitch that you're going to have to be working for your runs. I don't think it's going to be one where you can just go in and close your eyes and play on the short front. I think it's going to be one where you've got to graft quite hard, and once you get in, then you'll be fine.
Balderson to Lammonby, who drives nicely down the ground, but it's going to be cut off at mid-off by Josh Bohannon, moving around from extra cover. He's played a couple of nice straight drives, Tom Lammonby. Stylish batsman.
Yeah, he's played 2 beautiful shots. I mean, one on the onside of the pitch, away to our left here for 4, and then another drive on the offside. So he's looked pretty good on the front foot so far.
It's Balderson to Lammonby, who's beaten by a good one outside the off stump. He played a forward defensive shot, ball presumably just deviating slightly off the pitch. Now, you played 3 test matches for England back in the 80-81 tour of the West Indies, and would it be fair to say that you took Brian Rose's place, because Brian was going to play, he played in the first test match of that series as Balderson bowls to Lammonby as a defensive shot, and then he had a recurrence of his eye problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where he positionally batted in that first game.
Well, I think he was batting at number 3 probably in the first test match. It was the time when England sort of had the theory that you needed as many opening batsmen as possible against the West Indian fast bowlers.
Well, it wasn't a bad theory to have.
Here's Balderson in a bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside for a handsome 4 by Tom Lammonby. He played that. It wasn't a very good ball, but he played it with a real flourish. 43 for 2 at the end of the over. Yeah,
lovely shot by Lammonby. The first time we've seen him play a square the wicket on the onside, and any good batsman will tell you that he loves the delivery in that area.
But that was the tour when the Guyana test was called off, wasn't it, because of the protest over Robin Jackman.
Yeah, that's correct.
And South Africa.
The first test match was in Trinidad, yeah, and yeah, Brian Rose had a problem with his eyes and had to leave the tour.
And then you came in for the third test.
Yeah, I played the 3rd test, yeah.
Here comes Luke Wood, fast left arm from the Harrod Drive end outside the off stump to Dave Villas is almost knocked over by that. He's quite quick, isn't he, Luke Wood? Skiddy. He's not tall for a quick bowler.
Yeah, he's not as you said, he's not a tall guy. He's a guy that looks to skid the ball on. At times, ball's a little bit too short. I would like to see him perhaps develop into someone who can pitch the ball a bit further up and try and do something with it. He tends to hit the deck hard.
Yeah. Here he comes, bustling in up to the wicket now and bowls, and Bartlett. Did you notice the way George Bartlett has been advancing down the pitch to 1 or 2 of the quicker bowlers? Noticed him doing it to Tom Bailey and Will Williams.
Yeah, I think it's a very good strategy. I mean, he's not prepared to let the bowler just run up and bowl and have everything on his terms. From very early on, he's decided that, you know, the bowler's going to have to mix his line and his length up by advancing down the track.
Here's Wood bowling to Bartlett there and bowls. Bartlett drives, and it's fielded, very well fielded by Stephen Croft at backward point. This is George Bartlett's first appearance in Championship cricket for Somerset this season. He's played 1 T20 game, and that's been the extent of his first team cricket for Somerset. He's got a pretty good record. He scored his maiden first-class century against Lancashire at Old Trafford back in 2017, I think it was. Here comes Wood in and bowls to him, and he'll pick up a run here as he turns that past the square leg umpire, just for a single. 44 for 2.
Yeah, well, this is a good opportunity for him, really. I think he's got himself in. Really, apart from the odd ball that's gone past the bat, really not a lot of worries so far. So, as you said, this is his first game back. How would he like to finish that story with another 100?
Yeah, I think he'll feel he's got a point to prove. having not made the cut for the first team previously, as Luke Wood is in and bowls to Lammerby, who is not sure whether he was beaten by that outside the off stump or whether he just lifted his bat out of the way at the last moment. He's got 14 from 44 deliveries, Bartlett 12 from 27. We're in the 18th over, so Lancashire bowling their overs reasonably quickly.
They did 16 in the first over, so that was spot on.
Here comes Wood again to the left-handed Lammerby. 2 slips and a gully go down. Lammerby gets an edge away through the slip cordon, and that will run away down to the third man boundary, where it is well retrieved down there. And they come back for 2 runs. When he nicked that, I was waiting for one of the wicketkeeper or slips to go up. Fortunately for Tom Lammerby, it went all along the ground through the slips down to just short of the third man boundary. Ended that over 46 for 2. Somerset, who won the toss. What sort of a tour was that back in 80-81 to the West Indies?
Well, it was a very difficult tour, as you can imagine. You know, you were playing against the world's #1 team, and they were in the middle of that fantastic run where they didn't lose a series for about 15 series. So some of the greatest players that ever played the game was in the team, so it was always going to be a difficult assignment.
Which of their quick bowlers did you find the most difficult?
I think Colin Croft for me was the most difficult. I'll tell you why.
Here's Balderson in and bowls, and no shot from.
Yeah, I mean, they had a fantastic bowling lineup in terms of Roberts, Marshall, Garner, Holden, Croft. Marshall was the 5th one who played in the last Test match, but I think Colin Croft, because he was difficult really to get his line. He's someone who bowled from very, very wide of the crease, almost outside the return crease, but still had the ability to get the ball to go away.
Balls and bowls, and this comes off a leading edge as Bartlett looks to turn that into the onside to the square leg umpire of that area, and picked up at mid-on. Yeah,
the difference in bats these days, that's the leading edge, and it almost went down to mid-on at the rate of knots. So very difficult tour. You know, you had great fast bowlers.
Here's Balderson in and bowls, and this is turned down to long leg, fine leg in fact, and it's 4 runs, just a very fine tickle down the leg side, and that I think brings up Somerset 50 for 2. Indeed it does in the 19th over.
Yeah, and lovely shot by Bartlett, just using the pace of the delivery and just gliding it fine. There is a fine leg, but can't get around to pick that one up. But yeah, I mean, apart from having a top-class bowling attack, you know, you only had to look at the West Indies batting line as well.
Certainly, yeah. Yes, here comes Balderson into Bartlett, who drives, and it's well fielded by Stephen Croft again, this time at short extra cover. And just remember, who captained England in that series?
Both of them was captain. You know, and the England team was, you know, it's one of the best in terms of players that England had also. I mean, if you think of Gooch, Gower, Boycott, you know, Gattin.
Here's Balderson in bowls, and this is driven away through the offside on the back foot by George Bartlett. A handsome shot by Bartlett, who picks up another 4, goes on to 24.
Yeah, shot of authority, just picking the length and onto the back foot. It's a lovely shot by Bartlett. But yeah, I mean, listen, when you've got Gooch and Boycott at the top of the order, they don't come any better than those two in any era of the game. And there we go at number 3.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it was a series that was lost, but not. It wasn't a humiliating defeat. It wasn't.
No, you lose 2-0. If you lose 2-0 against that West Indies side,
that's pretty good, isn't it?
That is a good result, because no team was getting close to them during that period, not even competing. And the fact that, you know, we scored about 500s in the series.
Yeah. It's Balderson in a bowls, and this is driven by Bartlett, fielded at mid-on by Luke Wood. End of that over, 54 for 2, 20 to Bartlett, 16 to Lammonby. You're listening to commentary on this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between Lancashire and Somerset at the Trafalgar Road ground, home of Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. For myself, Anthony Gibson, with me is Ronan Butcher, once of Middlesex and of England. I looked you up. 277 first-class games. That was, you know, you did your bit.
A decent career, I would suggest. 277 games, a lot of games.
Luke Wood is going to bowl another over from the Harrod Drive end. Quite a big sight screen behind him. Comes sprinting in. He's bowling to Lammonby, who plays a smooth-looking push drive back up the pitch, which Wood feels off his own bowling. And did you play here during your career?
I think I played here. I'm not sure which year it was, but I think I did actually play here.
Against what would have been a very strong Lancashire side in those days.
In those days, the Lancashire were one of the stronger sides in the county championship.
Here's Wood. Into bowl to Lammonby, who's up on his toes, turning that into the onside, but won't get it past Croft at short mid wicket.
Yeah, just to finish off the West Indian discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, there are not many times where you're going to score 5 centuries in a series and don't win a game. You know, Gooch scored 200s, Boycott scored 1, David Gower scored 1, Peter Willie scored 1. You know, so those were 500s. You know, in one series.
Yeah. Well, some great batsmen against great bowlers. Wood in bowls to Lammonby, who gets more of an edge than a glance on that. I mean, he was looking to play it down to long leg and didn't quite get as much wood onto it as he would have wanted, but it picks him up 4 runs, takes him on to 20, 58 for 2.
Yeah, good pacey delivery by Wood, just the direction not quite right. Lammonby was certainly playing the ball in that area on the leg side. He got it quite fine, but enough on it to pick up the boundary.
Train goes past on the railway line that runs alongside the ground. Wood is in a bowls, and this time a nice shot from Lammonby. That will go for 4 just to our right, in front of the Presidential Pavilion, or the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club Pavilion, which is immediately to our right. 62 for 2, Lammonby on to 24, and again Luke Wood just straying down the leg side.
Yeah, just overcompensating there, Wood. It's gone full. Again, the length's not quite right, and Lammonby's not going to miss out on that one. Lammonby, full on the onside. He's just got to beat the square leg fielder, and having done that, the south field, as you said, is pretty fast, so it's all the way downhill in front of us here.
George Bartlett is signalling for something, to probably just a drink. It is very hot here today. The thermometer on my mobile phone said 24, but that was when I was sitting inside the groundsmen are in the tennis club behind us. That's their headquarters, the headquarters of the live stream operation here as well. And it is blessedly cool in there to retreat after doing our session in the sun. But we're not complaining. Proper English county cricketing scene as Wood bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump. Lammonby just lifts his bat out of the way, and the ball smacks into Dame Villas's gloves. Villas standing quite a long way back to Luke Wood, who would be the quickest of the Lancashire bowlers. Luke Wood?
Yeah, I would say so. I think Bailey and Williams are nothing more than a medium. I think Wood would be the closest to Closest to a fast bowler.
Lunch has arrived as well, as Wood is in and bowls, and Lammonby getting a bit of trouble to that ball that didn't bounce as much as one or two others. Played a defensive shot in a cloud of dust. It goes through to Villas. Nothing done. 62 for 2 after 20 overs. 24 to Lammonby and 20 to George Bartlett.
Yes, and Somerset now really starting to get into the sort of areas that they would want to be. To lose just 2 wickets in the morning session, I think represents a pretty good return for them. 2 batsmen now at the crease involved in a partnership. Both of them look quite set. And things at the moment appearing to be a good toss to me.
Yep, very important, I think, from the Somerset perspective, that these two get through to lunch. Somerset have been inconsistent, let's put it politely, in their batting this season and last. They've played 7, won 2, but lost 5, as this is defended by George Bartlett, and Dame Villas coming up to the stumps for George Balderson. And of course they were beaten by Lancashire in the run into last season's county championship, and then denied Lancashire the championship by collapsing against Warwickshire in the last game. So as Balderson is in and bowls, and there's a mixture of bat and pad, sends the ball out to Keaton Jennings at short mid-wicket. Lancashire were vying with Hampshire for the championship, and Lancashire needed... did I say Hampshire? No, I said Lancashire were vying with Warwickshire for the championship, and Lancashire needed Warwickshire not to beat Somerset at Edgbaston. Balderson in and bowls, and on the back foot Bartlett defends, and then in a game at which one point Somerset would have had high hopes of taking a win, they collapsed on the last afternoon, and joy all round for Warwickshire.
Yeah, and I guess much to your dismay.
It was a very, very depressing end to the season. We lost all four of our last 4 matches, as this is driven without timing by Bartlett. Yes, it was a poor end to last season, a pretty poor start to this season as well, getting beaten down at the Ageas Bowl and then beaten at home by Essex in a game that was nearly saved when Essex needed 85 on the 3rd morning to win. This is Balderson bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Bartlett, but again he won't get a run, and they finished on 85 for 9.
So what are you missing this year? What's the missing link or links?
It's the batting more than the bowling. It's this tendency to have middle order collapses, and if Somerset can put big first innings runs on the board as Balderson bowls to Bartlett, they've got a decent bowling attack, particularly with Peter Siddle.
Yeah.
Reinforcing it when Craig Overton is fit. You know, Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey, Rollo van der Merwe, Jack Leach. You know, it's a good or strong all-round bowling attack. But if they haven't got the runs to play with, then it's very, very difficult. And the standard in Division 1 this season, I reckon, and you've seen a fair bit, is pretty high. You know, I mean, you might say Gloucestershire and Kent would be and maybe Northants would be the weak links. But apart from that, you've got some very, very strong sides. And if you don't perform, you're not going to do well. 62 for 2, another over. Luke Wood is in, bowls. And this is defended by Tom Lammonby out into the offside.
I think what I've seen that is actually missing is the absence of anyone with any real pace, really. Too few of the teams have got this medium fast attacks.
Well, they're all injured, aren't they? That's the trouble. Well, we've got a quick bowler, but he can't get in the side, Marchant de Lange. but we've got Peter Siddle and Matt Renshaw as the two preferred overseas players. Wood is in and bowls. Good quick delivery, that one. That really hit Dane Villas's gloves. High up, just to his, in front of his left shoulder. I think the other thing is that the pitches don't really suit, the early season pitches anyway, don't really suit genuinely fast bowlers. They suit the ones that, you know, do a bit off the seam or swing the new ball. And you know, Marchant de Lange, he did play a couple of games early on as Wood is in and bowls, and this is defended hard into the ground by Lammonby, picked up on the bounce by Luke Wood.
Well, that is true. I still believe that good fast bowlers would get wickets on anything, even on flat pitches, because of that little bit of extra pace they've got. I think there's a tendency for clubs to settle on these medium pace bowlers who are going to hit the seam and be there and thereabouts, than to take a chance on somebody who may go for runs.
The Tim Murters of this world.
Yeah, and Roland Jones and those type of people who are steady.
Yes, it's. But then it's very, you know, it's very difficult to produce hard, fast pitches in the early season. As Luke Wood is in the bowls, and this is defended by Lammonby. The pitch has been an odd mixture this year as well. I mean, there've been some absolute roads on which huge scores have been put together, and one or two others, like the pitch down at Taunton when we played Essex, which it was all over by lunchtime on the third day. And it wasn't an absolute green seam ever. It was just doing enough to make life really difficult for the batsmen, and against bowlers like Sam Cook. Essex, you know, puts it ball after ball in the right area. It's hard work. Wood's in and bowls, and Lammonby back on his stumps, defends that into the offside.
I would like to speak to someone at Lancashire just to get the take on why Wood doesn't open the bowling. I mean, Williams and Bailey are pretty much the same, samey type bowlers. Would it be an advantage to give Wood the new ball, but they seem to use him sparingly?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like Surrey with Jamie Overton. He doesn't get the new ball. He comes on sort of second change. Luke Wood in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside for a single as Stephen Croft comes off the deep square leg boundary to do the fielding. End of that over, 63 for 2, 25 to Lammonby and 20 to George Bartlett. And it's I mean, some bowlers presumably are happier with a slightly older ball and find it a bit difficult gripping the hard, shiny new ball. But Jamie Overton, I know, wanted to take. Well, one of the reasons he left Somerset was that he wasn't given the new ball. So he went to Surrey expecting to be given the new ball and ended up coming on second change. But he's got him in England place, so he shouldn't be complaining. But I agree, it does seem strange that your quickest bowler isn't given the new ball.
I mean, and Lancashire tend to go sort of like 7 overs apiece. So
yeah, here's Balderson into Lammonby, who defends. No run.
So the earliest you would see Wood is probably the 15th over. That's the earliest. But they've also tended not to bowl him first change. I was at the game at Bristol and was totally bemused in the second innings.
Yeah. Balderson bowls, and this just runs off Lammonby's bat down into the slips, where it's picked up at second slip by Rob Jones, and there's no run.
I mean, it may have been about 40-50 overs before Wood was brought into the attack in the second innings, and it's not as if they were bowling a lot of spin. And then he bowled. They gave him 2 overs with horrible field, no slip. Yeah.
Balderson bowls, Lammonby drives, and that will be 4 runs. Handsome shot again. That straight drive, that's the 3rd straight drive he's played, He does play with a nice flourish, does Tom Lamonby. A very elegant stroke maker on his day.
Yeah, again, lovely shot. Doesn't miss out on those half volleys straight down the ground. That's the third time he's deposited it straight along the ground for boundaries. Yeah, but as I was saying, so Wood came in on 40th, 50th over. He bowled 2 overs. He had 5 men on the leg side. No slip. And obviously went for runs.
Strange, isn't it? Balson's in at bowls and it's played back up the pitch. No doubt Dane Villas had some sort of theory in play as to what he was trying to do.
Well, I wasn't sure what it was because they were trying to force the issue, trying to get wickets to see whether there was a chance of chasing something. So he had 2 overs, went for runs. He went for runs and then after 2 overs pulled him out the attack, and that was the end of that.
Balderson round the wicket, bowls. Lamonby lets that go through to Dane Villas. A little bit of late swing after it had passed the bat, judging by the fact that Villas took that going down the leg side, moving to his right.
And then the rain came and put paid to proceedings. But it was...
we haven't had much in the way of rain interruptions, weather interruptions in Somerset's championship cricket so far. Every game has ended in a result, positive result, as that's outside the off stump. And a yellow train goes past the ground on the far side. 5 defeats and 2 wins for Somerset. I think the only game we lost any play was in the very first one, and that was through bad light down at the Aegeus Bowl. Otherwise, it's been
like this.
Not necessarily sunshine all the way, but pretty good weather. Not quite as hot as today, mind you.
Yep, today, perfect day. I think Scott's about to...
Looks Scott is in. Thank you very much indeed, Roland Butcher, and look forward to you coming on again after lunch. That's Roland Butcher. 3 test matches for England, 277 first-class games for Middlesex, 12,021 runs at 31, highest of 197. So Luke Wood is going to bowl another over from the Harrod Drive end. He's bowling to the right-handed George Bartlett. He's there, bowls, and Bartlett pushes this firmly into the offside. It goes between 2 fielders. They'll come back for a second run as the throw comes in from Jack Morley, and 2 runs are indeed taken. 69 for 2. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Good afternoon.
These 2 young Somerset batsmen
doing well, haven't
batting
they?
very nicely.
They have, yeah. Half-century partnership.
Yeah. Roland Butcher was concerned as to why Luke Wood isn't brought on earlier by Lancashire. That's a Dane Villas rehearses an appeal for a catch behind as Bartlett fenced at that one outside his off stump. Another quick delivery from Luke Wood, because he is the quickest Lancashire bowler.
Yeah.
Is he not?
Yeah.
Do they ever give him the new ball?
I mean, I think he would have bowled with the new ball at some stage during the course of his Lancashire career, but Bailey and Williams seem to have got that one tied up at the minute. New partnership, of course. Williams only his 3rd match for Lancashire, but and it was a good start by Bailey and by Williams.
It's Wood, though, in bowls to Bartlett, who's defending. Another good ball from Luke Wood that he had to play out as a grey train. Is that grey or is it pale green?
Going for grey.
Where's that train going from and to?
I knew that was your I just knew that was your follow-up question. For those of you who don't ask me which direction that's going. It's either going from or to Liverpool.
Right. I think it must be coming from Liverpool, isn't it? That must be south. The sun is high overhead, which must be roughly south. Wood's in a bowls and Bartlett plays this solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run. So Liverpool to Southport, basically.
I think so, yeah. We're not far from Liverpool here, are we? I think we're technically in. I think we are technically in Merseyside.
We are.
Yeah.
Southport is in Merseyside.
I think it's one of these quirky ones where some Southport residents might feel as though they're more Lancashire, and some will perhaps feel they're more Merseyside. I think it has previously flirted with the border. Southport. It's been a little bit Lancashire, a little bit Merseyside.
Here's Wood in and bowls, and Bartlett drives back down the ground and not fielded, and it's going to go for 4 runs. That was a well-timed shot from George Bartlett, over pitch from Luke Wood. Bartlett didn't try and hit it too hard, just moved his got his weight into the shot, picks up 4 runs. 73 for 2, but I guess people around here still feel themselves Lancastrians.
Yeah.
Not Merseysiders.
Well, no, it's a good question. I bet some might feel as though they're kind of Merseyside, but I think plenty will feel as though they're Lancastrians. Yeah.
Here's Wood to Bartlett. Bartlett plays that comfortably into the offside, brings that over to an end. That's the 24th over of the morning. 73 for 2, 29 to Lammonby, 26 to Bartlett. These two came together when Matt Renshaw was out, and I can't remember what the score was. Can you remember? I probably won't be able to. Oh, here we go.
16 for 2.
16 for 2, so they have added 57 so far. The 3rd wicket.
And they've played well, haven't they? They've hit the ball straight well. They've driven straight. It's been a feature of this partnership. Both Lammonby, I think Lammonby in particular, has played the straight drive well. So a little bit of that from Bartlett as well. We're going to see Tom Bailey return for Lancashire. So he bowled with the first 7 overs from this end. 7 overs, 2 for 16. Williams 7 overs, 2 maidens for 16. So aside from the wicket column, pretty identical. The opening bowling pair of Williams and Bailey, and they've gone back to a burst of Tom Bailey before lunch. Long left, have we? 20 minutes left of the morning session. 73 for 2 is an excellent recovery from 16 for 2. And make that 74 for 2, just flicked away towards square leg. And they're through for a single, and Lammonby moves on to 30, and the score to 74 for 2.
Well backed up as well there by, I think it was Jack Morley. It's a slightly wild throw.
I did wonder whether we might see a little bit of Jack Morley before lunch.
Yeah, just to see see if he can get anything out of it.
He bowled pretty early on in the match at Gloucestershire a couple of weeks ago. In fact, he bowled quite a lot on the first day. By his own admission, he was into the attack a little sooner than what he was expecting. It's off the back foot by Bartlett, driven out into the offside, but for no run.
Did you see George Bartlett's maiden century at Old Trafford back in 2017
yes,
or 2018?
I did, yep.
That's when did Trescotty get 100 as well, and he hurt his foot.
That's right, yeah. And we had the drama as to whether we're going to come out and bat with a dodgy foot.
I wasn't there, but I was listening.
There's Bailey over the wicket and bowls. Again, down the pitch comes Bartlett. Plays it defensively back past the bowler, and there's no run. Oh, it's a rare game you missed then, Anthony.
Well, I used to share the championship games in those days with Stephen Lamb.
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah.
Stephen's doing the... he's one of the live streamers now at Taunton.
Bartlett 26 not out. 2 slips in position. Bailey comes in and bowls, and that's flicked with a bit of wrist out towards mid-wicket.
Very modern yellow train's just gone past. Very smart.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
Is that going from Liverpool again?
Yeah, from Liverpool. Yeah. It looked a bit like one of the Manchester Metro trains.
Just slightly off track.
Yeah.
It's a busy little train line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back and forth, zipping along, right towards the edge of the ground. Going to step down the pitch by Bartlett, pressing the ball defensively away into the offside, but for no run. 76 for 2.
It's a feature of Lancashire cricket grounds, isn't it? Because of course you've got the trains at Old Trafford, the
Yep.
Road end of the ground. Any trains at Aigburth?
Don't think so, no. Not going to Liverpool, to Aigburth this year. Again, Bartlett defends, and there is no run. They're taking their cricket here to Southport. We've already been to Blackpool for 2 T20 matches, and going to return to Blackpool for a 50-over match. And there's a 50-over game at Sebba School as well, so right towards the north. On the west.
Is it?
It is.
It's in Cumbria.
It
isn't
is
it?
Cumbria, yep. So yeah, they're taking the game to different parts of the northwest. Off the back foot goes Bartlett. Drives the ball away into the offside. It actually just bursts through the hands of Morley at backward point. And there's a single there for Bartlett, and he's kept the strike as well, because that's the final ball of the over. 25 gone. 77 for 2. Bartlett 27. And Lamb beaten on 30.
Yeah, last night as I was walking along the seafront, very handsome seafront here at Southport, looking out across the bay, you can see Blackpool Tower, and then beyond that, the mountains of the Lake District. It's a most beautiful evening. And lots of people around the town as well. You know, it's a real holiday atmosphere.
Yeah. An air show was on yesterday afternoon. I don't know if you were here for that in time.
No, I didn't get here in time for that, but got here about 7 o'clock. It's about a 4-hour drive up from Somerset. Not too bad.
I got the red arrows before I left yesterday, so I came yesterday to make sure everything was working okay. And the red arrows display was on just as I was leaving.
Right.
Bit of spin. I think we have, yeah. Jack Morley.
It is Jack Morley, is it? It is. Just having a few practice deliveries. He's got close catches, a slip, and that looks like Keaton Jennings under the lid at forward short leg. Morley's in and bowls, and this is played just past Jennings out into the onside where Bailey picks up. And there's no run. First time I think I've seen Jack Morley. He's only played 2 first-class games for Lancashire before today, and he's bowled. George Bartlett played a rather indeterminate push at that, and the ball ran back onto his stumps. It's an unlucky way to go, but just seemed to be caught in 2 minds and was slightly late getting his bat down.
He almost kind of yorked himself a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, it was looped up from Morley. It just seemed to be a little bit late on it.
Just watching the replay now. Yeah. I don't know, it's just indeterminate, you know, he just didn't seem to be, he must have been caught in 2 minds. He'd been batting so nicely as well, George Bartlett.
Yes, he had. Batted very nicely. Good partnership with Lammonby.
Lewis Goldsworthy, the pride of Cornwall. Only 5'6" tall or thereabouts, but he's got the heart of a lion. Just watching the replay again from side on this time, and it just comes off the bottom of the bat. And as you say, Scott, he was just slow in getting his bat down, wasn't it?
It's quite a delivery that Morley did toss up. He gave it quite a bit of air, but then say he was quite late onto it. It may have just got the under edge of the bat. The ball ricochets back onto the stumps. The partnership was worth 61 in the end of 105 deliveries.
Well, very promising from George Bartlett in his first class appearance of the season, but ultimately disappointing as Morley bowls to Goldsworthy, who's off the mark straight away, turning that into the onside just for a single. 78 for 3.
It certainly wasn't a vicious spin or anything like that.
No, it was batsman error, really. Just if he jammed his bat down, there'd have been no problem. But I don't know. anyway, he's gone. Forward short leg and a slip for the left-handed Lammonby. We'll have the ball turning into him from the slow left armour, and he's bowled! Or is he? No, he's not.
LBW, I think, big appeal.
Took him on the pad, in fact, as he went for the sweep. He likes the sweep, does Lammonby. I thought he'd missed it.
Way outside the line.
Apologies to Somerset listeners. As Morley's in and bowls, and Lammonby down the pitch this time to defend. He's been looking so calm, Tom Lammonby, and he's suddenly started to look skittish those first two deliveries with the attempted paddle sweep and then down the pitch. Morley in and bowls. Again, he's down the pitch, doesn't time the shot. Hard into the ground, out into the onside, where it's picked up, and successful over for Jack Morley. It's his 10th wicket for Lancashire in 2 games, and an important wicket in the context of this game, because Bartlett and Lammonby must have had high hopes of taking their partnership through to lunch.
Yeah, and had they done, just 2 down, pretty safe to say it would be a solid session for Somerset. So 80 for 3 is a pretty decent session for Somerset with the bat. Just feels a fraction more even with that 3rd wicket, perhaps. Strange how it can happen, can't it? Because you say Lammonby looks so calm, and then the partnership ends, and you got a spinner on, and it just felt a little bit more uncomfortable for Lammonby there. Will be a combination of the Bailey-Morley to continue. So spin from one end and Lancashire's premier bowler from the other. Ball into to Goldsworthy. He's off the back foot and defending to mid-on, and there's no run. It's a 78 for 3. Plenty of pints being consumed in the morning session. Not shy of getting to the bar. Supporters inside Trafalgar Road today. It's a hot day though, so you need a few cool refreshments. Bailey comes right on over the wicket and bowls, and Goldsworthy defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
This is Goldsworthy's 4th county championship match this season. He has scored a modest 118 runs in his 6 innings today, best of 67, averaging just under 20. Still to record his first-class 100.
A little tap of the bat from Goldsworthy, and he's waiting for Bailey. There's 3 slips in position behind him. Goes off the back foot, just nudges the ball away to square leg, where Jack Morley fields, and there's no run. Looking from the outside in, Anthony, Goldsworthy, well, actually both these two batting, would they be good examples of Somerset's younger players trying to forge their way in first-class career?
Yep, very much. Both products of the Somerset pathway.
Bailey to Goldsworthy, nicely in behind, playing it calmly, defensively, and safely up to mid-on for no run.
Well, interestingly, when I asked Jim Troughton, who was Somerset's batting coach last season, concentrating on the on developing younger players, second 11 players, and so on. I had lunch with him back in the winter and asked him which 3 of the younger players he fancied to really make a mark. 2 of them are batting here, Goldsworthy and Lammonby, and the other one will probably come in next, James Rue.
Goldsworthy leaves the ball, good bounce and carry by Bailey through to the keeper at shoulder height, Dane Villas, and there's no run.
And they're all in their early 20s. Goldsworthy is 21. Lammonby, I think, is 22. And James Rue's just done his A-levels. So he's 18. And this is, I think it's the first game that he's been available for, James Rue, because of his school exams.
Bailey to Goldsworthy. Shuffle back into the crease, doesn't offer a shot. Watches the ball travel through to the gloves of Villas. It's the end of the over. 78 for 3. Goldsworthy 1 and Lammonby on 30. And kind of all multi-format players, aren't they? They all play T. Well, I don't know about Rude. Does Rude play T20, or has he played T20 yet? But these two do, don't they?
Oh, has he played T20? Yeah, I think he played in the England under-19s.
Okay, right.
In the under-19s World Cup, when England under-19s were beaten by India in the final back in January, and James Rude got 80 or 90 in that. Here we got Morley bowling to Lammonby, who defends. But I haven't seen enough of James Rude to say whether he will develop into a T20 player as well as a red ball top-class cricketer. But all of his coaches speak very highly of him, as this is turned to Keaton Jennings under the helmet at short leg. We're in the 28th over, so Lancashire bowl their overs reasonably quickly. 32 per session is the ration. Morley bowls, and Lammonby goes for a big hit and makes no contact to a ball going down the leg side. It's the sort of shot he was playing on Saturday evening against Derbyshire.
But he was
making contact then.
Clearing the ground, no doubt.
He was. He was. He does like the sweep. He likes the reverse sweep as well. Morley's in bowls to him. He's down the pitch, whipping this away through the onside. And that's 4 runs. Nothing that Stephen Croft can do about that. Down the pitch, and again, presumably just a little bit leg side, judging by the shot that was played. I've seen a replay that tell us whether or not he was playing that shot off middle stump. But the fact that Lancashire hands didn't really go in the air suggests he wasn't. 82 for 3. Morley bowls to Lammonby. He's forward this time, defending it. Just let it run off the bat, out into the offside. And the merriment in the Southport chairman's marquee to our right. The merriment level is rising. It's not as hot as it was earlier on, I'm glad to say. So, Morley bowls and Lammonby defends. That's the end of another over, the 28th of the innings. 82 for 3 at the end of it. 34 to Lammonby, 1 to Goldsworthy. It's got a nice sort of almost a garden party atmosphere, festival atmosphere to it, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
This ground, it's county cricket at its best.
Indeed.
I do wish we went to more out grounds. If you think of this crowd at Old Trafford, they'd be almost completely lost.
Yes.
Or any of the big stadium grounds.
There's Bailey with the background sound of the crowd. In and bowling, forward in defence goes Goldsworthy, and there is no run. There's a book signing at lunch, isn't there?
Yeah, I must buy one, because Paul Edwards has bought several of my books, so I really feel like I need to. And I'm sure, knowing Paul, it'll be a very, very good read as well.
Yes, he's put together a book of, well, actually, it's all sorts of different stories and reports. As Bailey's in and bowling to Goldsworthy, it's left and through to the keeper. There's no run. I did sat down with Paul for about 25 minutes and interviewed him. In fact, one of the days this week, I promise I will play that interview during the lunch interval, actually. And he's been going through all about what his book is about. And yeah, the book signing about to take place.
Yeah. The chair is in place.
It is.
The table and the pile of books.
It's quite daunting, that, isn't it? I mean, a mastermind. Bailey bowls, back goes Goldsworthy, defends, straight bat, pushed it back along the ground, no run. Picked up by Wood. Yeah, some of his favourite reports of all the across the years of covering county cricket are in there. Stories about grounds, is stories about this very ground. In fact, there's 2 or 3 in feature in the book, including a famous game here, actually, in which Ben Stokes and Durham were playing, and Durham won the match, and it was a brilliant 4 days of cricket. And famously, towards the end, at the end of the 4th day, and Durham had already won the game, and the Durham team coach is ready to depart. And Bailey comes in and bowls again. Goldsworthy's forward in defence, and there's no run. And they decide to stay, the Durham players. They enjoyed their week so much, they said they're going to stay for a few drinks. And I think it was Scott Borthwick and Ben Stokes were playing a little game of cricket on the outfield with some of the local lads from the Southport club. Actually, some of those lads are still here. They're grown up now. They're much bigger lads now. But it was a brilliant image of Ben Stokes and playing cricket with some kids from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, and it was capped off a great 4 days. Bailey to Goldsworthy off the back foot, and that's defended, and there's no run. So stories like that feature in Paul's book.
What's it called?
Sounds of the Summer, I think.
Summer Days?
That could be it. I've got it written down. I really should have known that. Since I spent 25 minutes chatting to Paul about it. Please don't tell Paul.
I'm trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah,
I couldn't quite read the spine of the book. It was about 20 yards away.
Here comes Bailey, bowls. It's pushed away by Goldsworthy for a single. Summer Day's Promise is the title of the book. Summer Day's Promise. 85 for 3, 1 ball left of the 29th over.
We get one more over in before lunch, do you think?
Yeah.
Touch and go, isn't it?
I've got 12:57 on my. I don't know where the clock is here. It's probably on the front of the pavilion building somewhere. But be able to get an over a spin before lunch. Lancashire should be quite keen to get one more in. Lammonby's on strike. He's batted nicely here for 34. Lancashire just changing the field. The second slip has gone to mid-wicket. Bailey comes around the wicket and bowls, and Lammonby plays forward in defence, and the ball bounces back to Tom Bailey, and it might looks like we might get another one in. 85 for 3 as we edge towards the final few deliveries of this morning session. The bowling figures of Bailey: 10 overs, 2 for 23. Williams 7 overs for 16. Balderson 5 overs for 21. Wood 5 overs for 20. Jack Morley 2 overs, 1 for 5, and he'll bowl the final over of the morning session.
Right, last over before lunch. It's Jack Morley with his slow left arm bowling over the wicket to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's forward in defence. Lets the ball run off the face of his bat out to Rob Jones, who's fielding at backward point. Slip and a forward short leg at the close catches, as Morley is in bowls to Goldsworthy, who stretches forward to be in position to play the forward defensive shot, but decides not to bother as the ball's outside the off stump, taken by Dane Villas, who's keeping wicket for Lancashire today, as well as captaining them in the absence of Phil Salt with England. Morley bowls, and this is cut, square cut nicely by Goldsworthy, and that will go for 4 runs. Picked his spot. Bit short and a bit wide from Morley. Gave Goldsworthy the opportunity to play the square cut, and he played it very nicely.
He did.
Picks up 4 runs, 6 he moves on to. 89 for 3 Somerset. Morley in bowls, and again Goldsworthy on the back foot. This time can't beat Rob Jones at backward point, and there's no run. Morley from the Harrod drive end, defensive shot.
It was worth the over of, well, a couple of overs of Morley before lunch. He's obviously got the wicket to break the partnership. Suspect he'll bowl quite a bit as the day progresses.
It's hard to form any sort of opinion as to whether there's anything in the pitch for him, as that's played into the onside by Goldsworthy.
That's lunch. It is.
And that concludes the morning session. 89 for 3 Somerset. They've lost the wickets of Stephen Davis, who was caught at second slip by Rob Jones off Tom Bailey for 3. Matt Renshaw going in very similar fashion for 13. Then a good partnership of 61 between Tom Lallenby and George Bartlett, which ended when George Bartlett was effectively yorked by the slow left arm of Jack Morley, who was late getting his defensive back down, and the ball just crept underneath and onto the stumps, and he'd made 27. Tom Lallenby finishes the morning session on 34, with Lewis Goldsworthy on 6. Lallenby 34 off 74 deliveries with 7 elegant 4s mostly to his name. So that's the situation at lunch. Somerset, who won the toss and elected to bat 89 for 3, will be back with you in around about 40 minutes time.
So the captain, Dave Velas, out there in the middle, surrounded by his troops. The Lancashire players have re-emerged after lunch. Luke Wood, just in the nick of time, joining the team huddle. 89 for 3, the lunchtime score for Somerset in their first innings. So the ground staff are just slowly wheeling off all the equipment used during the course of the lunch break. Nice to see plenty of spectators on the outfield as well during lunch, having a little snoop around, watching some of the Lancashire players who are not featuring this week out there just practicing. So George Jab Latherwick out there, which was nice to see. He's been out injured for a little while. I think he'll probably be playing in the Royal London One-Day Cup in the not too distant future. And I think we're not back here for that. We know we're not. We're at Blackpool and Sedbergh for games in the Royal London next month. But it's the County Championship front and centre for the next few days, live across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. We're live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And the two not-out batters, Lammonby and Goldsworthy. There's Will Williams. He's going to start up, it would look like, after lunch. He signed his new long-term deal with the club just last week. 3.5-year deal. You join for 2 games, and you're still here 3.5 years later. It's good for the wonderfully named William Williams. Lammonby's the man on strike. And here we go, then the first over after lunch. It's Williams in from the Grosvenor Road end. He's swapped ends, and the ball's through to the keeper. And there is no run. Scott Reed. We'll get Anthony Gibson with us a little bit later on. Roland Butcher is alongside me for the first part of the afternoon session. You've removed your hat.
Yes, Scott, because that blazing sun has disappeared under
fair enough.
The cloud for a few minutes, which is great, and give me a chance to expose the head to the elements.
Comes Williams, balls, forward goes Lammonby, and defends away into the offside. There is no run. Don't forget, I've got the factor 30, but the 2 factor 30s. One's a facial cream, always moisturise, and the other is just there waiting for you to use if you need it.
That's what I like about good commentary setup. They don't leave anything to chance.
No, absolutely not. I've not seen Anthony put any on yet. I'm going to make sure he puts some on, like his mother. Here's Williams in and bowling. That's whipped away through the onside by Lammonby, and that's the first boundary of the afternoon session off the back foot. Good looking shot for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. He's been good straight down the ground, and this is a good straight batted shot, really. Quite difficult shot to play with a straight bat on the on side of the pitch to the left of mid-on. But another lovely time shot by Lammonby. He's looked good.
He has.
He's looked very good, very composed. He's put away the bad deliveries, and a good start.
Yeah, moves on to 38 not out. Scott moves on to 93 for 3. There's Williams bowls again. Little flick down to fine leg this time by Lammonby. And he shuffles through for a single. So he's 39 now. And Somerset 94 for 3. What do you reckon? Lunchtime score. Who was, if anybody, who was on top, or was it an evenish session for you?
I think in the circumstances it was fairly even. Going up to lunch, 2 wickets down, I think Somerset were in a very good position, but by picking up that 3rd wicket, it made it a much more even situation, which means that Somerset got to rebuild again. So, you know, there's always a chance during that period that you can lose 1 or 2 more wickets as well.
Goldsworthy waiting for Williams, who's bowling, and he's off the back foot to defend to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, it felt like that 3rd wicket just prior to lunch turning to Morley, the young spinner, and he broke a good partnership between Bartlett and Lammonby, and that just felt it was a little bit more even, maybe. Yeah,
I didn't feel as if the breakthrough would come, actually, because the 2 batsmen, Bartlett and Lammonby, were looking very comfortable at the crease, and I felt that, you know, they would have made it through to the luncheon interval.
94 for 3. There's Williams bowls, and again Goldsworthy just forced to defend off the back foot, playing a ball away to cover, and there's no run. Is that the over done? It is. That's the first over of the afternoon session complete. So 94 for 3, 5 runs off it.
Yeah, and it's looking very obvious that I think Lancashire are going to take every bit of that 3.5 year contract that they give Williams. He's going to earn it, that's for sure. The indications are, even in that one-off game, and this game so far, is that he's going to bowl a lot of overs.
Yes, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. What's he bowled so far? 3 overs, 1 for 9. And he's into the attack straight away after lunch. It's quite a humid day, but as Butch was saying, the cloud cover has kind of drifted in, which is just keeping the sun at bay for a little while, which will be a quite nice respite, I would think, for supporters watching. So here's Morley into Lammonby, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. Slightly more hazy conditions, but it's humid, it's nice and warm. Plenty of short sleeves and shorts around the ground. And it's Morley in and bowls, and Lammonby uses his feet and comes down the pitch to him and plays the ball neatly out through mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, very good use of the feet. Obviously not prepared to play Morley just from the crease. That's the 2nd delivery, just danced down the track and pushed it away for a single. But yes, I mean, this is the sort of weather you know, when you come to cricket, that you want to, you know, you want to enjoy the game, you want to see the sunshine, you want to see good cricket.
Morley in and bowls, and that's played defensively off the back foot by Goldsworthy for no run. Yeah, when you decided that you're going to return to England in the summer and watch a bit of county cricket, is this the type of thing you had in mind?
I knew it would happen.
Well, Morley to Goldsworthy, who's forward and defending into the offside for no run.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Scott. I mean, I was certainly hoping that it would be a great summer weather-wise and good cricket as well, and so far I have not been disappointed.
It might be worth, actually, I don't know if you mentioned you had this conversation with Anthony this morning or not, as Morley's in, and that's off the back foot by Goldsworthy, and there's no run, because you've been working in a school in Barbados, is that right?
Well, I was at university. I was at University of the West Indies. I was director of sport there for 15 years.
So 15 years there?
Yeah, 15 years, yeah.
And how did you find that? It's Morley in bowling to Goldsworthy, and that's defended. Again, there's no run. End of the over as well, 95 for 3.
Well, I mean, it was a real challenge because when I first went into the position as director of sports, I was the first director of sports that the university have had.
Okay.
They didn't have a sports program at all. Sports was run sporadically by the guild of students. So you know how students are. If they feel like doing something today, they do it. If they don't, they don't. So it was that sort of situation. But the principal, Sir Hilary Beckles, had a very clear vision in terms of what he wanted at the university, and he wanted to marry sport and education, and he wanted to bring everything up to a high standard.
There's Williams to start his second over of the session. And he bowls to Lammonby, dabs the ball safely to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, so he wanted to bring everything up to high standard, starting with the facilities. He wanted them up in all sports, because I was director of sports, not cricket, even though I started with cricket. So the facilities, getting in the coaches in all the different sports, building out the other infrastructure as well, building the football field and basketball courts, so the whole. So over the years it was very challenging.
Williams comes over the wicket and bowls, and Goldsworthy plays a forward defensive, solid looking shot, pushed away into the offside, no run.
But I was very lucky that for 10 of my 15 years as director of sport, I had Sir Hilary Beckles as principal. So I had a principal who believed in sport, and he believed in sport and education, and he felt that the two should go together. There should not be any separation. And it was great working with him, because any idea I went with him, I was the one with the ideas, and he made it happen within the university.
Williams moves in, and it's driven to mid-off by Lammonby, but for no run.
Yeah, lovely fluent shot by Lammonby. Didn't go right through with it, but the timing was nice. Yeah, but obviously, he would have had it quite tough as well, because academics are light. But he was the boss, so we got things done. So we got great sporting facilities, lovely oval, indoor school, nets, football stadium, track.
There's Williams, bowls again. Lammonby plays forward and defends away into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah. So Scott, in those 10 years, where he remained as principal of the University of the West Indies, we got all the infrastructure built, and then we started sports scholarships and the whole works. Obviously, the last 5 years I didn't have him because he'd moved on to a higher role as Vice Chancellor.
Williams bowls again. Lammonby from the crease defends, and there's no run.
Yeah, nice defensive shot there by Lammonby, just getting himself into a good position. Full face of the bat. It's just prompted a change in the field. But yeah, I mean, having someone like him, who was also a cricketer, because he was on the staff at Warwickshire while he was studying in England. So
was that the same time you were playing for Middlesex?
I mean, his story is pretty similar to mine, actually. He came to England. His parents brought him here when he was about 13 as well.
Williams in bowls, left by Lammonby and taken by Dame Villas, the keeper. No run, completes the over, 95 for 3. Lammonby on 40 and Goldsworthy on 6.
Yeah, nice delivery to end the over there, and that one went through nicely to the keeper. Yeah, so Hilary came here when he was about 13. His family lived in Birmingham. He was at Warwickshire as a young cricketer and second team player, but he was there at the time of Rohan Kanai, Alvin Kelly-Charan, Derek Murray, I mean, all of those superstars. His father told him, "Man, listen, with all those guys, I think you should concentrate on education." But cricket he loved, and I'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah, Morley's about to start his second over after lunch. Bowls and forward in defence goes Goldsworthy for no run.
Yeah, so he went to Hull University, and they played in the British Universities competition. They got to the final actually at Edgbaston, and he was due to play.
There's Morley again. Goldsworthy waits and goes back and cuts, but I feel they're just backward a point by Rob Jones, and there's no run.
So the final was the same day of his final exams, and he did what any good young student would do. He went and played.
Here's Morley creeping his way back in, slip in place, had a short leg. Checked dry, there's an appeal for LBW with his bat on that. Bat on to pad, I would think.
Yeah, so he got 5 wickets, they won the game. He was man of the match, but missed his exams. But, you know, life goes around in a circle.
Morley in, balls again. And he's back this time, Goldsworthy, and chops the ball away. Another good tumbling stop from Rob Jones, just at point, and there's no run.
Good cricket, nice shot, and good piece of fielding. Yeah, his reward came at the end of the year when the principal of Hull University was giving out his annual award to the top student.
Morley again for Lancashire balls. Goldsworthy defends to mid wicket, and there's no run.
On this occasion, the principal made a speech saying that this year he's departing from that, and he's going to award it to say Hilary Beckles, who put his university before himself. Oh. So that's how he did his PhD.
Morley balls, and Goldsworthy off the front foot defends into the offside. No run. That completes the over as well. 95 for 3 to the afternoon session here at Southport Birkdale Cricket Club. So Scott Reed and Roland Butcher with you for the first part of the day, and then Anthony Gibson will be back a little bit later on.
Yeah, tight over there by Morley, and good start to the afternoon's proceedings. And yeah, but what that did actually was cement in his mind what he wanted to do for the future, that he firmly believed that sport and education should coexist, because the history of Caribbean academics who played cricket, and there were some good ones. I mean, like Keith Mitchell, who is Prime Minister of Grenada, was a very good cricketer, but in those days when those guys went to university, they had to choose.
It's Williams to Lammonby, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
So they had to choose. Once they got to university, the sport had to stop. It was just academics, because West Indians think only academics. But he was convinced that no, this is not right, that people should be able to balance both. And that's what we set out to do at university, with him bringing me in to do that. And that's exactly what happened. Because we then...
Williams past the umpire, in balls. Lammonby just delicately off the front foot, pushing the ball away towards the offside for no run.
Yeah, another tight delivery. So what I had to do was to then go on a recruiting drive all around the Caribbean and outside, looking for talent in all the sports to bring the sports scholarships. And they came. Obviously they had to have the requirements to get into the university, but they had to have the sporting quality as well. And then we ensured that they had to excel at both while at university, both academically and in the sport, and it worked.
And the sports that you offered there as Williams bowls and Lammonby drives back down the pitch and fielded by Williams, and there's no run. You mentioned it wasn't just cricket then, you had other sports there as well. But, I mean, was cricket the most popular one?
Well, cricket is the one I started with, because obviously Barbados and West Indies have got a history in culture cricket, so it's best to start there. The ground we have is called the 3Ws Oval, after a week's Whirling World Cup. And in actual fact, as time has gone by, all 3 of those gentlemen are buried at the university, at the ground. So you got the 3Ws Oval here, and just upon the hill there where the students' accommodation is, are the graves of those 3 great West Indian players, the 3Ws.
It's Williams over the wicket, bowled left by Lammonby, taken by Villas, and there's no run.
Yeah, you probably would have worked out by now that Sir Hilary is a historian, so so obviously that's the direction that he thinks. There was about 14 sports we had, so I had to find the talent around the Caribbean with academic qualifications and sporting skill, find the right coaches. For the first time, employed coaches on a full-time basis in all of those sports, and try to create a real sporting environment.
Williams to Lammonby, another forward defensive. He's a tall man, Lammonby, got right onto the front foot and just smothers the ball away into the offside for no run.
Yeah, and Williams just nagging away, just short of a length. But Lammonby certainly equal to the task. I think he's looked good all day. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but I've liked the way he's played so far today. He's looked very composed, very much at ease at the crease.
Yeah, real sense of calmness to his approach. He's 40. Final ball of the over. Williams to Lammonby. Again, another solid front foot defensive shot. Just dropping it out into the offside for no run. That completes the over. 95 for 3. Lammonby on 40 and Goldsworthy unbeaten on 6. Live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club into the afternoon session. Blue skies above us, bit of cloud cover. It's lovely and warm.
Yeah, I'm sure the players are also enjoying being out in the sunshine. I certainly enjoyed when I played when it was sunny. Some people might complain it's too hot, but I certainly wouldn't do that. I'd much prefer to be out in the middle in the sunshine.
Morley for Lancashire in and bowls, and Goldsworthy turns the ball into the leg side, but for no run. 25 for 3.
Yeah. So I mean, the result of all that was that we built very powerful teams in all sports, and lots of international players came out of that.
Morley bowls again. That's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Are these producing players for the domestic competitions in the Caribbean?
And internationally, we produced, during my time there, we had about 6 or 7 players that played for West Indies, and most of them while they were still at university.
Morley around the wicket. Goldsworthy goes back. Plays a little wristy shot, which is flicked away to backward square leg, and he doesn't come back for 2. They did think about it for a second or 2.
Yeah, good cricket, nice shot, good piece of fielding, good decision to not go for the second run. Yeah, but then our teams then played in the highest level of our cricket team. Obviously played in the highest level because
Morley into Lammonby. That's left. It rocks onto the front foot and leaves the ball. Taken by Villas.
That must have been pretty close.
Yeah.
Because the keeper actually went towards the leg side to collect that ball. He didn't move away from him.
Morley balls again. Little lap paddle by Lammonby for a single down to short fine leg. 97 for 3.
Yeah, obviously the cricket team, we managed to get them into the West Indies first class cricket as a combined university side.
All right, okay.
And
so that's combined across the different islands of the Caribbean.
Well, the university is made up of 3 main campuses.
Okay, right.
We'll explain in a second.
Morley balls to Goldsworthy, 4 in defence again, no run. End of the over, 97 for 3.
Yeah, Morley's still as tight as ever, not giving anything away. Good bit of cat and mouse this session straight after. I mean, Lancashire probing, trying to get a wicket. At the same time, Somerset trying to consolidate. Yeah, the cricket team, as I said, University of West Indies is made up of 3 main campuses: Keirfield in Barbados, Mourne in Jamaica, and St Augustine in Trinidad. Those 2 are much bigger than the ones in Barbados. And then there are open campuses around the Caribbean. And the whole system is funded by 17 governments of the Caribbean plus Bermuda. Bermuda's part of that situation as well.
Will Williams for Lancashire balls, left again by Lammonby. The ball angled across him and taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, Williams will keep going. I mean, he looks the sort of guy that you just sort of wind him up and just let him go, and he'll just keep going. So I think that's the sort of effect that he will have on Lancashire. Yeah, so those players were able to play enough first-class cricket and compete against all the other teams, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, and excel, and then get selected into the West Indies team.
Williams to Lammonby, again another forward defensive. He just holds the pose as well as Lammonby, and right over the top of the ball and playing it with a great deal of assurance, and there's no run.
Nice solid defensive stroke. So you asked me whether there were challenges. Of course there were challenges, but those first 10 years were good challenges because I had a principal that backed what I was doing. Right. So any ideas I went with him, he would support it and find the funding and everything else.
Williams for the latest over for him after lunch, left by Lammonby. Skip onto the back foot and taken by Villas, the keeper, no run.
Yeah, a bit more effort in that delivery. You saw the bunks going through, nice carry to the keeper. But then the principal got called to higher orders then as vice chancellor of the overall university, So my last 5 years was under a different
Okay.
principal, female. I'm not saying females don't like sport, but
Here's Williams in and bowls, and that's wrapped onto the pad. There's an appeal from Williams. There's not a great deal of support from behind the stumps, is there really?
yeah, I think that would have, by the way he played, probably pitched outside the leg stump. I think Williams acknowledging that with the umpire as he's walking back. Yeah, so I had a female principal who, not being a new principal, obviously he has to concentrate on running the university, so sport. Whereas Hillary took a very strong interest in sport.
Williams again over the wicket balls. Forward goes Lammonby in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, very solid, tight. And, yeah, Lammonby's looking the part, and obviously he's built the foundation so far. He's just faced 99 deliveries, so he really should set his stall out now to try and bat through the day. And if he does, there's 100 there for the taking.
He's on 41 so far, but he has been immaculate in defence. Williams bowls. It's getting angled across the left-hander and taken by Villas. He doesn't offer a shot. Through to Lancashire's wicket-keeper. Lammonby and Goldsworthy meet halfway down the pitch. Lammonby 41 runs, Goldsworthy on 7. It's 97 for 3.
Yeah, and another over by Williams. He's just signalled to the pavilion he wants a drink. I think he's going to have to get a few of those, because I suspect he'll bowl a few more overs today.
97 for 3, 37 overs into the first day. Lammonby 41, Goldsworthy on 7. So a patient start after lunch by the two Somerset batters. Lancashire picking up 3 wickets in the morning session. So 97 for 3, we're underway after lunch. And here is Morley to continue. And the ball pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. So 14 years then, you say? You were director
Yeah,
of
15.
Okay. Morley bowls, and Goldsworthy flicks the ball out towards the leg side for no run.
Yeah, until my retirement. Actually end of July 2019. Not that I wanted to retire, but
Here's Morley back into Goldsworthy, punch to mid-off, but for no run.
yeah. But if you're in a position of, even though it's not government, but it's governments are involved.
Okay,
At 65, you have to retire.
with you. Okay, you'd reached the age.
Yeah.
Morley in and bowls. It's a quicker delivery to Goldsworthy. He has to flick it off his toes. It's taken by Villas, the keeper, who then flicks off the bails, and in an attempt to have Goldsworthy stumped. But, he's safely back into his crease, so again no run added. Still a slip and a forward short leg waiting. Morley creeping his way in. Balls to Goldsworthy, flick down towards the fine leg boundary. Hurtle through for 1, he wants 2, and almost made up Lammonby's mind for him. He was a good way down the pitch before Lammonby had left his crease. So
Yeah, positive run in there. The man at deep square leg, he had a lot of ground to cover, so it really allowed the batsman to get through for the second run.
99 for 3. Morley bowls, that's off the back foot and cut by Goldsworthy. Through the offside for 1, so that's going to bring up the 100 for Somerset. Just ticks along on the scoreboard on the far side of the ground. 100 for 3 at the end of the 38th over.
Yeah, I think Somerset be quite pleased with the way the situation has developed so far. They lost those early wickets, those 2 early wickets, but I think since then, really, they have built quite a nice platform now to get themselves in this position. Just at the start, really, of the second session, they've got 100 on the board, so they'll be quite happy with that.
Yep, we're pretty pleased with how the day has progressed so far.
and it looks as
need a new pair of gloves or something.
What we've seen so often this season.
Oh, he said they need a new ball, change of ball. Actually, it's lasted 38 overs, but that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's either improved or they forgot about it.
So out comes a box of balls, and that I think that's Liam Hurt, who's wearing the kind of bright yellow vest. He's carrying out the balls for the umpire. Oh, here we go. This is a big decision. There we go. There's 3 to pick from there. I don't know, that one looks a little bit more appropriate. Hold it up into the light, see if it looks any different when you hold it up. Give it a twirl around in your fingers.
I know you were keeping scores there, Scott. But I thought I heard the Middlesex score. I thought I heard 70 for 6. Was that me hearing things, or
is that what you fear in the worst?
Or was that correct?
Let's have a little look for you. The scores in Division 2 of the County Championship. Middlesex playing Worcestershire this week, and 95 for 7. Blimey.
So I heard it right then.
You did. Playing at Merchant Taylor's School this week.
Yeah, my son went to that school. It's I've noticed certainly recently, Middlesex seem to play more games there now, and they've also now used Merchant Taylor's for their academy. Their academy is based there as well. A nice school in Northwood. Lots of very good facilities.
Nice. I suppose Lords is quite a popular venue. quite a busy venue, isn't it? This is Williams into to Goldsworth. It's left and through to the keeper. There's no run. I don't want to get on my high horse, but I'm going to get on a high horse. So if they, the suggestions are they will reduce the number of games next season in the county championship.
That would be a shame, but
the suggestion is down to 10.
Yeah. No, if they do that, this spectacle that
you know where I was going, don't you?
That you see here, is not going to happen.
Correct.
And that is a shame.
Yeah. It will be 5 home matches. As Williams bowls, it's left. Well, it's left, and maybe it came back in. The reaction of the bowler would suggest it did. It was certainly a theatrical reaction from Williams. Maybe the ball did just dive back in. It certainly Villas taking it, shaping to go down the leg side. So maybe a bit of movement back in with this different ball. 100 for 3. Or maybe a bit of kidology from the bowler.
But the way the keeper took it suggested that there was some inward movement to the right-handed batsman.
Goldsworthy waits, a couple of slips behind him. Goes off the back foot and defends to mid-on, and there's no run. But yes, it would almost certainly see the end of outground cricket, wouldn't it, really, if it was reduced down to 5 home matches?
It certainly would. That can't be good for the game.
No.
Because I'm sure that the majority of these people here can't really get to Old Trafford.
Yeah. We'll see what he's decided at some point. Williams to Goldsworthy. And that's played up towards mid-on where Bailey fields, and there's no run. Gives the ball a bit of a polish, Tom Bailey. Goldsworthy has a wander away towards square leg. 100 on the board for Somerset. 3 wickets have fallen. Goldsworthy 10 not out, faced 45 deliveries. We've got Will Williams, who's a New Zealander from Christchurch, but very much a Lancashire man now. And bowling, edge down towards that wide third man boundary to the left, I think, of Jennings, who's in the gully, and down in amongst the spectators for 4.
Yeah, just inducing the drive there, reaching for it, getting the thick outside edge. Jennings flying away to his left, but I don't think he was anywhere near it. And obviously once the ball had beaten the fielder, never ever going to be pulled back.
No, it's a spectacular diving attempt from Keaton Jennings to get something on it to his left at gully, but that thick edge, as Butch described, taking it down to the boundary. Next ball left by Williams and nestles into the gloves of Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain. See there, Dane Villas, and indeed the Lancashire players with black armbands on their sleeve. We mentioned at the very start of the day, and if you weren't with us for coverage of that, at about 10 to 11 this morning, the players all gathered on the edge of the boundary rope, and the supporters inside the ground paying tribute to John Gwynn, who sadly died over the course of the weekend. The iconic voice amongst not just cricket supporters but football fans, and the big commentator on the darts for Sky Sports was Gwynny. It's nice that tribute was paid to him. That's why the players have got black armbands on for this game today. Send our condolences and thoughts with Gwynny's family. Here's Bailey. He's replacing the spin of Morley, and that's flicked out towards Luke Wood on the leg side for a single, and the score moves on to 105 for 3.
Yeah, I think the change was justified really in Morley coming out of the attack. He didn't really present a lot of difficulty for the batsman, and not surprisingly, because it's the first day pitch. The pitch in good pretty nick.
Bailey bowls left by Goldsworthy, taken by Villas, no run.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't expect him to be turning it hugely at this time of the game. You know, conditions are very good for batting, apart from the early loss. I think the batsmen have been relatively comfortable at the crease, so you know, it's fair enough to get him out the attack and, you know, go back to your line and length bowlers.
Which at the minute is Bailey in and bowling. Goldsworthy turns the ball off his hip towards square leg for no run. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. So I suppose on day one of this fixture, you're wanting your spinner, if you can get a bit of turn, and that's terrific, but really just kind of a containing job, isn't it, really, for a spinner on the first day of a match?
Yeah, I think basically all he'd be doing really is, you know, filling in some time until the seamers get a breather and come back again.
Bailey bowls again. Goldsworthy hopping back into his crease and just dropping the ball away into the offside, but for no run.
Well, he got the lucky break this morning just before lunch. Didn't see it coming, but the luck certainly went with him in terms of the ball going back onto the stumps. But you know, he's done what you would expect him to do today, just to be tight and be consistent, and you know, try and keep a degree of control.
Bailey, 2 wickets for him this morning. Bowls to Goldsworthy, who has a little flirt with the ball, thought for a second maybe about playing, and whips the bat away through to the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, good comeback over, and I don't think should be passing in front of us with those ice creams, Scott. We are sitting in the heat.
Yes.
Just only thinking.
Oh, has he dropped it?
And he's dropped one.
Oh, no.
What a shame.
It looked like he dropped it. I think it was Tom Hartley, who's been on 12-man duty for Lancashire, who's obviously been dispatched to the ice cream van. Bailey comes in and bowls. It's left by Goldsworthy and taken by the keeper. End of the over. 105 for 3. But he had his 3 ice creams, and he had his little raspberry sauce and his flake in there. And I'm concerned that one went overboard.
Yeah, good comeback over there by Bailey, and yeah, I think he probably reluctantly went and got those ice creams. He, you know, the 12th man, you know, you have your duties to do as 12th man, but if you had your preference, you would sooner be out on that field.
Yes. Does it come under the official handbook for 12th man duties? You must go to the ice cream van.
You must go to the ice cream van on warm days. It's possible he may have to go back, having lost one of them.
You might have to. Oh dear. See the ice cream van there in the background on the live stream.
Oh, they should be doing some roaring business today. I mean,
so,
it's,
yeah.
I myself at some point in time will take a stroll over there.
Are you going to be tempted?
Oh yes.
Wow, why not? Williams in and bowls forward defensive from Lammonby. Ball bounces down into the gully region, and there is no run. What would be your ice cream of choice then, Butch? Are you going to go for a little 99 with a flake? Raspberry
I'll
sauce?
have to do that because you don't really have what I like here. I mean,
okay.
My favorite ice cream is rum and raisin.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
It's, but
you never know. You might just have a little bit of rum and raisin in there.
I went to one of those vans the other day, and
Williams in, Lammonby drives. The ball is pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run.
But I think whatever he's selling today will be popular. I don't
Yeah.
think he's got to. He doesn't have to worry about too many choices today. I think the weather will dictate that. The crowd will take whatever he's got.
Doesn't need to give it the big sell, does he, today? Them little sirens they have that make the twinkly noise as to make you aware that the ice cream van. He doesn't need to play that. Everyone's desperately searching for the location of the ice cream van today. Williams in again, squares up. Lammonby comes off a leading edge. There were cries of catch. I think that bounced pretty well in front of Luke Wood at kind of backward point, wide gully.
Yeah, he was looking to push that into the onside, came off a thick outside edge. As I mentioned earlier, back in the day, that would have just trickled out onto the offside. But with today's bats, Wood had to make a good stop at cover point.
105 for 3. That wraps the pad. Big appeal and he's gone. The finger goes up. And Lammonby's innings comes to an end. He's gone for 42. And Williams gets one, perhaps just a straighten. Wrapped him on the pad. Big appeal from the bowler. And the umpire raises his right finger and looking back on the replay. Don't think that would concern the batter too much. It looked pretty straight, did that?
Yeah, I think Lammonby knew that he'd gone there. Just really played around a delivery that just came in slightly. I mean, he'd played that delivery so well up to this point. He'd punched them towards the mid-on area, but he was a little bit more defensive on that occasion. Struck on the pad, and I think he made it quite easy for the umpire to make that decision.
Pretty routine then, didn't it? Nice knock, though, by Lammonby. He'll be, I'm sure, deeply frustrated he has been able to go on and build a bigger innings, but 42.
And a good wicket for Williams for his perseverance. He had a good session this morning. Now he's come back again this afternoon, so he just really provided you with a breakthrough just as you needed it.
She had a good partnership with George Bartlett, the biggest partnership of the match so far, actually. Looking down on my list here, yes, 61 they put on between Lammonby and Bartlett. And it's 28 that Lammonby and Goldsworthy had added. But that comes to an end.
I mean, and just how many left-handers has Somerset got?
Yeah, they've got a few. James Root, new batter, who's out there now, and he bowls. And he's facing his first delivery, and that's pushed defensively away into the offside. And there is no run. He's only 18. Is James Rowe? I think it's Rowe. Apologies if I got that incorrect. It's his first appearance in the county championship. He has played one first-class match previously, which was for a combined county 11 against an Indian side last year at Chesterley Street. He's on strike again. Little forward press. Ball just darts through to the keeper and there's no run. So only 18. Has played for England's under-19s as well. Played one T20 match and a couple of List A games. So we wish him all the best. He's had some runs for the seconds this season, a 47 and a 69, as well as a 95 for England's under-19s against India in that World Cup that Anthony was mentioning just earlier on this morning. And it's the end of the over as well. 105 for 4, 41
yeah,
goals.
That was the World Cup in the West Indies. I think I saw him. Playing in those games. But he's coming at a time now really where the pressure's going to be on.
Yeah.
I think Williams is going to sense the opportunity to pick up the newcomer.
Yeah, they've got a chance here now, haven't they, Lancashire? As Bailey is in a ball and Goldsworthy flicks the ball down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a lovely piece of timing. Didn't appear to go at it with any vigour, but the timing was such. Clipped it off his legs.
By the way, it was a wicket maiden for Will Williams the previous over. The dismissal of Tom Lammonby, wicket maiden for Williams. 109 for 4. Bailey comes over the wicket and balls off the back foot and punched away into the offside. Good looking shot off his feet. Goldsworthy, and good stop at cover by Croft. No run.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just unlike that shot, batsman onto the back foot, just ball bunks in a little, gets on top of it, still playing it with a straight bat. Needed a good stop at extra cover.
Might see a different approach, perhaps. Goldsworthy, he felt like he was a little bit tied down. He was quite happy to allow Lammonby to perhaps play more of the shots. And hopping back and just snapping the ball away into the offside, no run. He's 18 from 55 deliveries, is Goldsworthy, but of course the young lad making his Somerset first-class debut here at the other end might just feel under a little bit more pressure to score quickly, or quicker, to take the weight off the 18-year-old at the other end.
Yeah, he's got to get the youngster in, you know, perhaps take most of the strike to start with. Just to
waits for Bailey, plays forward in defence and bounces out towards point where Williams fields, and there's no run. 109 for 4. He's enjoyed a good start to his, what is now an extended Lancashire career. Will Williams, he's impressed in his first 2 matches. Of course, he'll know some of these players. He played club cricket in Somerset.
Oh, right.
He was at Bridgewater playing club cricket at the start of the year, so he might well have played against some of these players for their club side. That's pushed away into the offside by Goldsworthy, but there's no run. So
how did he attract the interest of Lancashire and not Somerset?
That's a very good question, Roland Butcher, and one I do not have an answer for. But Lancashire tell me that they were aware of him for some time. I think Mark Johnson, the director of cricket, may have said to me, and I may have got this wrong, but I'm pretty sure he said that they thought about trying to bring him in last year. So I think they've been aware of him for a little while, the way he's played in New Zealand. Short pulled out through the onside, swatted actually, plenty of height on that, out towards mid-wicket from Goldsworthy. And there's the end of the over as well, 110 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah, good shot. Didn't quite get hold of it, but intentional, playing the ball in the air on the pull shot. But obviously Somerset were not aware of him at all, which is
no.
You have to wonder, you know, what the scouts were doing, or maybe they feel they're well served in that department.
We'll find out off Anthony if he knows if any of these Somerset players play their club cricket at Bridgewater, which is where Williams has been playing for the first half of the year. Forward goes Goldsworthy in defence, pushed away into the offside for no run. 110 for 4. Yes, a 3.5-year deal now for Will Williams. So he's kind of given up the right to kind of play in New Zealand. He's become a local player, not an overseas, using his British passport to secure that. Big life decision, isn't it, to move away from your homeland, from Christchurch. Balls forward in defence goes Goldsworthy, and there's no run.
I suppose he can go back to New Zealand and play as an overseas player, I guess.
Oh, I never thought of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the club might want him back as an overseas player. So then it's a win-win for him, and it's a win-win for Lancashire, because they get a player who's also playing in the winter period, and You know, he gets to play more high-level cricket.
It's the ideal outcome. In the bowls, forward, and driving away through the offside. Good-looking shot off the front foot, forced away through extra cover by Goldsworthy. And he comes back for 2 more. Moves his total on to 23. The score moves on to 114 for 4.
Yeah, no catching that. I mean, this is the way we love playing at these outgrounds. Generally, the outfield is usually pretty fast. The grounds are not huge. And once you beat the infield, quite often you'll pick up a boundary.
In comes Williams again, bowls, and Goldsworthy's right forward in defence, and that's played back towards the bowler, and there's no run. 114 for 4. Goldsworthy 23 not out. Williams wanders back towards his mark. Grosvenor Road end, so he's got the media tent behind him and the big white sight screen. A couple of tennis courts at that end of the ground as well. Into the balls and the forward defensive from Goldsworthy. Again, fielded by Williams off his own bowling. And there is no run.
Yeah, nice sound of the bat. There's that one hit right in the middle. It's a nice, they say, woody sound.
Yeah, it must feel good if it comes right at the beat of your bat. Interesting, because I mean, you can defend with a great deal of purpose, can't you? It's not just, of course, not just a negative thing at all. It's you do it with a great deal of purpose. Full of ball, which is driven down the ground, but for no run. A couple of guys here carrying a couple of pints of Guinness and a couple of lagers, and enjoy your afternoon, boys. 114 for 4. Goldsworthy 23.
No singles anymore. But they'll say they've got a friend in the crowd. I don't believe it for one minute. But
I think it's more of a case of what's the point in queuing again? We'll just buy 2.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right about defense. You know, sometimes a defensive shot sends more of a message to the bowler than an attacking shot, because quite often when the bowler keeps saying the middle of the bat, and he can really make his name on it, you know, that sometimes sends a message to him that, boy, I've got to do something special to get this guy out.
So even when they're defending your good balls with kind of purpose, that's going to have an effect on the bowler, isn't it? That
absolutely,
especially to make it look easy. Right, we're going to bowler change here. What have we gone? We've gone for Luke Wood, isn't it? Yeah.
Wood.
So Wood coming back into the attack to replace Tom Bailey. He's got 3 slips in position. And Woody's left arm over the wicket bowling. And Root just plays that ball defensively back towards the bowler, but for no run.
Yeah, unless Bailey's going to switch to this end and give Williams a bit of a breather. Maybe that's the plan.
You know, Lancashire's other seam bowling option is George Balderson. But he didn't bowl too much this morning. He was a wee bit expensive, wasn't he? 5 overs, 1 maiden for 21. Wood tearing his way back in. It's left and taken by Dane Villas. And there's no run. 14 for 4. Looking for his first runs to settle down a few butterflies. It bound to be a few nerves there for the 18-year-old. James Root. Debut here for Somerset. Has played a first-class match. It was in that combined county 11 game against India. Big moment for him here, though, on debut. This one's defended. 114 for 4 Somerset in their first innings, with the wicket to fall since lunch of Tom Lammonby, LBW, off the bowling of Will Williams for 42. Williams with 1 wicket today, Morley with 1, and 2 for Tom Bailey as well. It's a lovely warm day at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. The crowd is good, the atmosphere is lovely, and we're into the afternoon session on the first day. And Somerset batting first are 114 for 4.
Yes, and Williams. So, and Woods actually, this delivery, bouncer, and gets a round of applause from his team to see the effort on that delivery.
He's not put that in too many times, has he, Luke Wood, that shorter ball?
I think that's the first bouncer that I can think of today that he's actually well. Yeah. Maybe because it's just a youngster and he's trying to unsettle him. I thought he played it quite well.
Yeah, be pretty quick from Wood. Mentioned before, he's probably the quickest of the Lancashire bowlers. 2 balls left of the over. Rue waits, and he's beaten for the forward press that just shapes away from the batter and towards the keeper's gloves, and there's no run.
Yeah, good delivery to follow up that short ball. Obviously the batsman will be thinking perhaps not to get right out on the front foot, playing half forward, and he was thankful that one missed the outside edge. But Scott, looking forward to tomorrow to catching up with my old mate Jack Simmons. He told me
he's coming, is he?
He's coming tomorrow.
Oh, terrific.
So it'd be good to see him. I haven't seen him for many years.
As Wood comes in to complete the over, balls, it's left and taken by the keeper, and there is no run, end of the over. 114 for 4. Goldsworthy 23, Rue on naught. So that'd be nice to see Jack.
Yeah. I mean, it's been many years since I last sport with Jack, but it'd be great to see him.
Would you like a break for half an hour?
Yeah, I mean, I can call my wife in that period.
Yeah, that's
let her know that I'm still alive,
still fighting fit. Yeah. Okay, Anthony's going to come in. Butch will take a break for half an hour. So a change in the bowling attack and a change in the commentary box. With Roland Butcher leaving us and Anthony to return, and as predicted by Butch, actually, it is Bailey to switch ends. He's going to come in from Grosvenor Road end and bowls, and that's forward defensive by Goldsworthy, and there is no run. Just having a little scout around what is happening elsewhere in the First Division of the County Championship. Games across Divisions 1 and Divisions 2 taking place today, or this week. So we'll look at the games involving Yorkshire and Surrey. That's at Scarborough. Bailey bowls off the back foot. Goldsworthy goes and tries to force the ball away through the offside, but he can't get it past cover, and there's no run. So Yorkshire 143 for 5 in their first innings at Scarborough against Surrey. Northamptonshire 136 for 2. They're taking on Kent this week. Warwickshire are 104 for 7 in their match at Hampshire, and Gloucestershire all out for 136 in the match at Essex. It's flicked out towards the leg side by Goldsworthy, and there is no run. And amongst the wicket takers for Essex on the first day of the match, where Gloucestershire were all out inside 39 overs, was 5 for 44 by Simon Harmer.
What a surprise. At Chelmsford as well.
Indeed. There's Bailey in bowling, and Goldsworthy, well, he gets the ball off the thickish outside edge down into the ground towards third man. Might reach the rope. It does. It's 4 runs for Goldsworthy. And Somerset move on to 118 for 4.
Yeah, disappointing wicket that of Tom Lammonby, wasn't it? He just seemed to become becalmed after lunch. It was allowing the bowlers to bowl at him instead of taking them on and being a bit more assertive. I think Somerset's batting sometimes could take a leaf out of the Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum book.
118 for 4. Bailey bowls. He hops back into his crease this time off the back foot and defends.
And ended up playing the wrong shot, playing around his front pad, trying to hit a straight ball through mid-wicket, missing it. Plumb in front from what I could see.
Yeah, it looked that way on the replay. Yeah. Looked pretty straight, that, didn't it?
It did. It did.
Shame he was batting well Sure, great. I thought he was terrific in defence. I mean, you're talking about the kind of the attacking nature of of what perhaps he could have done, but I thought he's a really calm approach to his batting today. Goldsworthy defends away into the offside for no run.
He's done it so often this season, though. You know, he's looked good. He's got a start, and then he's got out. You know, his season's best is 76. He's averaging 25. He's a much better player than that. And got his chance to come in first wicket down today, rather than opening the innings with Matt Renshaw, and batted really, really nicely this morning, and just seemed to lose his way a little bit after lunch. Now, James Rew in his first-class appearance for Somerset. High hopes held of James Rew, another left-hander. Wood is in and bowls to him, and he turns it into the onside for his first run in first-class cricket. He's off the mark. James Rew will feel a lot better for that, off his 9th delivery. 119 for 4. He's a little bit taller than Lewis Goldsworthy, but I doubt if he's much more than about 5'10". Quite strongly built, 18 years old, just finished his A-levels. Born in London, but he's been in the Somerset age group teams for many years. School at King's College, Taunton, which produced Joss Butler and Tom Banton. Just 1 or 2 field changes. We're getting a forward short. No, Keaton Jennings is going into short mid-wicket to Lewis Goldsworthy, who did play one in the air to that position from the other end. He's up on his toes this time, though, just defending it out into the offside. And of course, Tom Lammonby got 100 against Lancashire last season, if you remember, in the second innings down at Taunton.
I do.
It proved to be a century in vain, as Lancashire went on to win that game. But I was recalling to Roland Butcher the role that Somerset played in Lancashire not winning the county championship last year.
Yes, quite significant in the end, wasn't it?
Collapsing against Warwickshire. Here's Luke Wood in bowls and takes Goldsworthy on the pad. Goldsworthy's been in there for his 74th delivery for his 27 runs. He too is yet to turn promise into serious results, really meaningful results. And somebody on Twitter saying that these 3, Rew, Goldsworthy and George Bartlett, who we saw batting this morning, sort of vying to take up the position that's been occupied by James Hildreth in the Somerset middle order. Wood is in and bowls, and that's over the top as a short ball. Hildreth and possibly Banton. I mean, there have been rumours circulating that Tom Banton, who's out of contract at the end of this season, may be heading north, possibly to Warwickshire. I know absolutely nothing about that. It's a sort of rumour that's been circulating on social media for some time. I'm not sure whether there's any substance to it at all. And Banton certainly batted as well as he has done for, well, since the middle of last season against Derbyshire in the last quarter-final on Saturday. As Wood is in and bowls, and full length delivery, which is dug out by Goldsworthy hard into the ground, bounces over the bowler's attempt to stop it in his follow through. So there could be 2 vacancies in the Somerset middle order for 2 out of 3 young batsmen to fill. And certainly you would think that those 3 that I've just mentioned, Bartlett, Rew and Goldsworthy, would be the main contenders. 119 for 4 are Somerset, and this is nicked. Is it? No, it's not. It came off the pad. It was certainly a noise, and well taken at leg slip by Luke Wood.
No, Rob Jones.
Rob Jones, I beg your pardon. But umpire Middlebrook deciding that no bat was involved.
Didn't sound very batty from where we were, did it? Really, wasn't hugely convincing from Lancashire. It's a great chance, isn't it, then, for these three players that you mentioned? Kind of potentially 2 spots up for grabs and 3 players all eyeing it up. Fantastic opportunity through the rest of the season to try and force your way into the team for next year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Great chance. It seems to me, I was trying to touch on this with you this morning. It feels, again, looking from the outside in, that Somerset have got an awful lot of potential. They've got a lot of young players with a lot of potential, gifted players. It's whether they're all going to come good.
Yeah.
There's Bailey around the wicket, bowls. It's a full ball and off stump and just squirted away into the offside. Tight single, throw comes in. Got through for 1.
Yeah, I think that was a good example of the old adage, never run for a misfield, because it was missed initially in the gully, but backward point was coming around very quickly, and well, they got home safely enough in the end. Yeah, the trouble with the Somerset youngsters is what I mentioned just now. It's turning potential into really meaningful results, which they've, by and large, with the exception of Tom Lammerby back in 2020, haven't managed to do.
Defended by Goldsworthy as Bailey comes in, pushed away into the offside for no run.
So all hopes pinned, or Somerset hopes pinned on, not all of them, but quite a lot of them pinned on James Rue as the successor to James Hildreth.
Blimey, he's only 18.
Well, I know, but he is very, and he played for, if you remember, he played for the County Select 11 against the Indian tourists up at Durham last year at the age of 17, and did not disgrace himself.
Bailey over the wicket and balls, and Goldsworthy defends into the offside, no run.
And as we were saying this morning, England under-19 cricketer as well. So he is thought highly of, not just in Somerset, but more widely.
Well, has his chance here in Southport today to bat. Terrific conditions for it as well.
You'd have thought so. I don't know what you've made of the pitch. Is it nipping around just a little bit?
Difficult to tell from here, isn't it? But it looked like there was a bit of bounce in the pitch this morning, certainly. Bailey balls again. It's left by Goldsworthy, taken by the keeper. There's no run. Be really interesting to get the view of the players at close of play. I mean, there is always an element of uncertainty, isn't there, when you come to an outground as to what you're going to be playing on. And one of the reasons that Southport kind of dropped off the list of outgrounds is because of a below par pitch. There's a second 11 game here a few years ago it was abandoned, but they've resolved that, changed the groundsman. They're really proud of what they've done to provide a really good cricket pitch here. But I suppose there's always an element of uncertainty as to how it will play. Yeah,
there's quite a lot of bowlers' footmark rough, I've noticed on the, we can't see from here, but just looking on the live stream.
120 for 4. 2 slips weight. Bailey in bowls. Left by Goldsworthy. Just shapes away a fraction, maybe taken by Dame Velasquez, and very carefully hands the ball to Rob Jones.
Looks as though there might be plenty in it for the spinners later on in the game. It looks a very dry pitch, doesn't it?
Yep. Well, that would kind of reflect what we've seen traditionally here over the last 4 years since Lancashire played here, but prior to that they played, I think, every year for at least 3 if not 4 years, and that was kind of the nature of how games would progress. Teams would play 2 spinners certainly, and the pitch would turn on the last day. And Bailey bowls. Again, Goldsworthy leaves, but he leaves in a way that he's shaping to play. He's teasing the bowler a bit.
Yeah, that one just moving away a little bit off the seam, a little bit of shape to it, but too wide. And we're going to have drinks or another change of ball. We've already had one change of ball, haven't we?
I think it's drinks. You know,
even the newer batch of Duke balls don't seem to be completely immune from whatever the problem is with the construction.
Well, it's a dodgy cowhide. That's what the makers have said.
Well, quite. And I've advanced a theory as to why.
And this is right in your neck of the woods, isn't it?
It is, because they make them from the hide of Aberdeen Angus cattle, Scottish breed, famous for the quality of its beef. Now, in common with quite a lot of British native breeds, the Angus have been given greater size by the inclusion of a bit of probably American or Canadian Holstein blood. Just a little bit too, because they're about half as big again if you see prize Angus bulls at a show now as they would have been 30 years ago. And I think that just change in the sort of genetic makeup of the cattle may possibly, conceivably, theoretically,
indeed,
have affected the quality of the hide and therefore of the cricket balls. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's merely a theory that I posit.
I knew that this would be right up your street.
But I mean, they're very historic. You know, they're very tough cattle. Aberdeen Angus. They're very hardy, Scottish breed, obviously, and can be kept out all the year round. And whether the importation of American blood has just softened them as a breed, possibly, and therefore in the process softened their hide, who knows?
It's making me reach for the article that was on the BBC Sport website a few months back.
In the meantime, we've got Luke Wood coming in from the Harrod Drive end, racing in, bowling to Rue. He's there and bowls, and Rue is beaten by a good one outside the off stump.
And it's quotes in this article about why the balls have been a bit dodgy this year. It's from the managing director of the company that produces Duke balls. And there's just an array of magnificent quotes in this article, all about the cow. Including my favourite one, which I'll read at the end of this next delivery.
Sun's gone, well, sun's been obscured by a veil of, not thick cloud, thin cloud, for which we're very grateful. As Wood is in and bowls, and this is run off an open face down into the gully by James Rue, and there's no run. So
they've been making these cricket balls. The method to make them has not changed since 1994. In this article that appeared on the BBC Sport website from the managing director of the company that makes Duke balls. He said, if just a few balls go out of shape, then it may be down to one cow hide. However, if it's more than just a few balls going out of shape, it's a bad batch of hides.
Well, could be. Well, I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. Much more than I do. Here's Luke Wood in and bowls to James Rue, who was looking for a single into the onside that's not there as Bailey comes from next to the square leg umpire to do the fielding. 120 for 4. It's been slow going since lunch. What was it? 89 for 3 at lunch. We've had an hour and 10 minutes since then, and only 31 runs have been added.
As you mentioned, Anthony, they use Angus hide because it's the best, according to these quotes. They dip the hides in vats of dye and then are greased to keep the water out. Some stay a lighter colour, depending on the cow. Others a darker red, and some almost black.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think it's not the colour of the hide that's the problem. It's the quality. Here comes Wood again. It's defended by James Rue. What they really ought, the cattle that they really ought to use for the cowhide, Red Devons would be the obvious one, wouldn't it? And they're pretty hardy as well. I suggest that to Dukes.
These poor cows being blamed for all these dodgy cricket balls.
Yeah. Nice buzz of conversation around the ground. Everybody's settling. There's a real sort of seaside cricket festival atmosphere here. It reminds me a bit of Weston-super-Mare in the old days. As Wood is in bowls, and James Rue, who has been there now for, that was his 16th delivery. He's only got 2 runs on the board. He's being very patient, but he's not looking to take the attack to the bowlers just yet, which again suggests that there must be a little bit in this pitch for the quicker bowlers. George Bartlett has looked the most comfortable, I'd have said, of the Somerset batsmen we've seen so far, and he did play some nice shots. Tom Lammonby not far behind, certainly in the morning session. But those two apart, it's been hard work against some good, accurate, persistent, and in the case of Luke Wood, speedy Lancashire bowling, as Roux gets into a defensive shot and just pushes it out into the offside to bring that over. The 48th of the innings to a conclusion. 120 for 4 at the end of it, 27 to Goldsworthy and 2 to James Roux.
Yeah, 120 for 4 after 48 would tells its own story, doesn't it, really, in terms of a combination of perhaps it being quite a difficult pitch to score quickly on, and then the accuracy and consistency of the Lancashire bowlers. It's been hard fought, hasn't it? It's been good cricket. I've enjoyed watching it.
Yeah.
Working hard for a total here, Somerset in their first innings, wanting to bat first. One's expecting spin to come into the game a little later on, so you want a good first innings total on the board for that to really come into play. Bailey's in, and he bowls a bouncer. Banged in short from Bailey. Taken by Lancashire skipper and keeper Dane Villas, no run.
Well, he is a tall lad, isn't he, Tom Bailey? But no more than sort of fast medium. Was he bowled up at 70, late 70s, something like that?
Probably, yeah. Max, the Lancashire analyst, is in the room behind us. I bet he's the man that will know these things. This is steered off the back foot down towards third man. Just for a single for Goldsworthy.
I'm not sure he meant to go quite that fine, Lewis Goldsworthy. He got away with one earlier on this afternoon, didn't he? When he went for a drive outside the off stump, got a thick edge, and it just eluded the diving second slip, or gully, I think it was.
21 for 4. Yeah, the way that Tom Bailey reacted to that in a double teapot almost, wasn't it, from Bailey? May have suggested that was more of a false shot in truth. Roux back on strike. It's handsomely driven away through extra cover, and it's 4 runs. It hits the rope and then finds its way in towards the little white fence that guards the hospitality tent. Good looking shot for 4.
And that's James Roux's first boundary in first class cricket, so it's a shot he'll probably remember for the rest of his cricketing career. They do have remarkable memories, cricketers, don't they? Batsmen especially.
1-2-5 for 4. Let's see, Roux moves up to 6. Here's Bailey around the wicket to Roux. Beats him, and with a little bit of movement away, taken by Dane Villas, who liked that, the keeper, applauding with his white wicket-keeping gloves on.
Yeah, we're talking about the railway line running alongside the ground. I've had a tweet from Tony Hardwick, with some video of the new yellow and grey trains that have been running on it. He says that historically the railway network much decimated by beaching. Come back to this after this delivery.
Here's Bailey to Roux. That's a little leg glance for 4 more down towards the boundary.
He says it was the railway network that enabled club cricket to flourish all over this part of southwest Lancashire, with fixtures on the Wirral and as far as Chester, and of course Ormskirk, from where I am watching. And he's got the video of the new trains, so there we are.
It's a busy line. Bailey bowls again, and Roux,
I think he probably didn't play it.
Yeah. And through to the keeper. There's no run. So end of the over. 2 boundaries off that for Roux. 129 for 4. Somerset 49 overs into their first innings.
What else have we got? Colin the librarian's enjoying the commentary from poolside Fuerteventura.
Very nice.
But he's getting strange looks when he signals a Somerset 4. As I think he would. Yeah, lots of good stuff on Twitter. Tweet me on @AntGive, and yours, Scott?
At BBC Lancs Cricket.
At BBC Lancs Cricket. We've got another over coming up from Luke Wood. Long run up. Comes scurrying up to the crease. He's there now and bowls to Goldsworthy. Just pushes that gently into the Offside. Colin Smith Steve Davis says, I just don't understand why a player who is struggling coming in at 6 is suddenly promoted to open the innings. Well, that's because historically he's been a very successful opening batsman, has Stephen Davis. But he didn't last long this morning. Neither of the two Somerset openers did. Both caught at second slip off Tom Bailey in a good opening spell from the Lancashire seam bowler. Here comes Wood again, bowling to Goldsworthy. He'll pick up a single as he tucks that under his left armpit down to long leg. 130 for 4. Some burst of scoring with those 2 boundaries in the last over from James Ruse into double figures. Goldsworthy on 29. It's Rue in his first innings in first-class cricket for Somerset. Played a couple of List A games for them in the past, and he has played first-class cricket for the County Select 11. So it's his Somerset debut, not his first-class debut. He says quickly before people pile in on Twitter. This is turned away nicely down to deep backward square leg, and fielder is coming across Stephen Croft, and nice bit of footwork. And they will come back for 3. He really had to move there, Stephen Croft. He's not quite as slender as he was a few years ago, but still a very, very good fieldsman. And that was a good piece of work. They took 3, 133 for 4.
He was quick across the ground there, wasn't he?
He was.
Stephen Croft into his 38th year.
I noticed he didn't put in the slide, though. I think
no, that's his experience coming to the fore, isn't it? That's quite bare, that outfield there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Put me size 9 on it instead.
Yeah, leave it to the 19 and 20-year-olds
Exactly.
to do that sort of thing. Boot sufficed perfectly satisfactorily. Field changes. I think it's just a change of personnel. Mid-off changing with mid-on. We've got 2 slips and a gully. Luke Wood at first slip. Rob Jones at second. Keaton Jennings in the gully. Wood bowls, and Goldsworthy solidly forward in defence. We're on the track from the beer shed to the Southport and Birkdale chairman's marquee, and obviously the beer's run out in the marquee because there are a lot of people bringing pints of lager and beer and cider past us, making me feel even more thirsty than we would be in any case on this very warm afternoon. It's not nearly as hot as it was first thing this morning and earlier on this afternoon. Here comes Wood, left arm over the wicket to Goldsworthy. Just plays that calmly into the offside. Everybody enjoying themselves, chatting about goodness knows what else, cricket, etc. What do you think about Somerset signing Amar Verdi, just quite possibly just for this one game? Do you think that's really the sort of thing that should be going on, giving county cricket a good name?
Oh,
I'm not putting you on the spot.
You are mischievous, aren't you? I've got no issue with it, really.
I don't know, it just doesn't seem right to me. Here's Wood, bowls a bouncer to Goldsworthy, and it's taken by Dane Villas. Goldsworthy barely needing even to duck. He's only 5'6" tall, so it sailed well over his head. End of the over, 133 for 4. That was the 50th over. So Somerset going along at about 2.6 runs and over. 2.66, it's just come up on the screen. It's a good piece of mental arithmetic.
It was very good, that, yeah. Was. Oh, he's not played much, has he, this year for... Has he played at all this year for Surrey? Verdi? I don't think...
Who?
Amar Verdi? I don't think...
No, I don't think he has.
He hasn't played a game
no,
yet,
he hasn't had a game.
Which in itself is quite surprising, really. But if he's obviously desperate to play. Somerset,
well, they've got
the
left armour, Daniel Moriarty, who I think has moved above Verdi in the spinners pecking order at the Oval.
There's George Balderson around the wicket and bowling, and that's a 4 defensive by Rue.
And there aren't many grounds in this country now where you would choose to play 2 spinners, are there?
No. Lancashire signed Washington Sundar with a view for him playing in this game, but unavailable, I think, due to slight injury. Balderson in. Rue just flicks it off his pad, just behind square on the leg side. Jogs through for a single.
And the ECB, I don't think, would allow Jack Leach to play for Somerset. It seems a bit curious.
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question. But presumably, Leach is just not being given permission to play. But
yeah.
when's he likely to play again? It's not until the
South African Test, presumably,
which is not till next month, is it?
No, I think he's been asked not to play so that he can recover.
Right. Balderson to Goldsworthy. Little flick off the hip out towards mid-wicket, but for no run.
If that was Jimmy Anderson, you could understand it. But for a spin bowler who loves bowling, seems unnecessarily protective.
Maybe he will feature in a championship match before the Test match.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I hope he'll be available for next week against Yorkshire.
Is that at Taunton?
Yep.
Balderson in. Full ball, which is driven down the ground by Goldsworthy. Picked up at mid-on. And there is no run. It is a lovely day, and the crowd is healthy, and the game is interesting, with Somerset batting first at 134 for 4 in their first innings. Lewis Goldsworthy on 29 and James Rowe on 14 for Somerset, with wickets today for Tom Bailey. He's picked up 2 of them, 1 for Will Williams and 1 for Jack Morley. Plenty of ice creams and a few pints being served. 134 for 4.
I think it's a case of plenty of pints being served and a few ice creams.
It's probably more accurate.
There's a bigger queue at the bar.
That's a fair one. That's a very good point. Balderson over the wicket, in and bowling. That's squatted down towards third man by Goldsworthy, and someone's up on their feet to field it. From the crowd watching on, just steering the ball off an open face of the bat down to third man for 4.
It's rather a good vantage point down there. There's just a little rise, isn't there? Just a little mini hill running up to the scoreboard. It's a very handsome scoreboard as well for what's essentially a club ground. And very easily readable as well, which is always a blessing.
The ice creams. The ice cream van is not as busy, you're right, as the...
No.
Someone's just
you'd
left.
have to, I mean, it's so hot, you'd have to eat them pretty quickly before they've melted.
It's a race against time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I'd be quite anxious. Sort of dribbling down your hand.
Still, it's very pleasant conditions now for watching cricket. It's not too hot, with the sun not fully out at the moment. Yeah, 138 for 4. It is actually at the far side of the ground. Now, I've not been here for 4 years, but previously, and there's some houses on the corner of the ground there by the scoreboard, of which the back garden of one of the houses have created a viewing platform. Oh, lovely. Here's Luke Wood in and bowls, and this is turned away down past square leg, out towards the boundary. Here comes Stephen Croft again. This time he gets down and gets in a terrible tangle, and the ball goes for 4. He'd have done better to have used his boot.
Oh dear.
He doesn't look at all impressed with that little section of outfield. It is a little bit bumpy down there.
He's thinking, why am I still doing it? He must properly still love it.
Yep, 4 runs it was in the end. 142 for 4. Rue on to 18, getting into his stride. 18 from 24.
Yeah, he's up and running now, isn't he, Rue?
Yeah. Wood is in bowls, and there's another bouncer. That's what comes from hitting the previous one for 4. He is quick, Luke. What has he been timed on the speed gun?
I don't know what speeds he would get up to. Presumably he'll have played a couple of 100 matches. Is often a speed gun on the 100 games. Anything televised, there's a speed gun, isn't there? So
yeah, I saw him in the televised game against Essex, wasn't it? And Lancashire booked their place in on finals day, and he was pretty swift that evening, as this is pushed into the offside by James Rue. What sort of side are you going to have for finals day on Saturday?
It's a very good question. Not entirely certain. I don't know who they'll get.
Phil Salt will presumably still be with. Will he still be with England?
He will be. Yeah. Gleeson won't be. He'll be back. He was only named in the T20 squad, so they'll get Gleeson back. I don't know if they'll get anybody else in that team back. It's probably unlikely, isn't it?
I think Somerset similarly. I think they'll be without Craig Overton, but otherwise should have a full team. Woods in a bowls, and Rue plays that out into the onside, where Keaton Jennings attempts some fancy footwork, which doesn't quite come off. And I think Lancashire are favourites according to the bookies, aren't they? Just narrowly. Okay. Somerset second favourites.
Right.
Yorkshire third, and Hampshire. But I think it's sort of the bracket is 9-4 to 100 to 30. So it isn't. There isn't any really hot favourite or any obvious weak link. Wood is in and bowls, and this is just run off the open face by James Rue down to backward point. And you've got a repeat of the game against Yorkshire, haven't you, in the first semi-final?
Two brilliant games this year in the group stages against Yorkshire.
Yeah, I watched both of them, in fact.
That'd be great. First time there's been a Roses match at a finals day.
Yeah. It's slightly a shame, though, that it isn't South versus North. You got North versus North, and then South versus South. But both games just about even money, I would have said. Somerset have played Hampshire twice, won one, lost one so far this season. Is Wood in bowls to Rue, another bouncer, and Rue again. Not tempted to play the hook shot or the pull shot, just squats down underneath it, sails through to Dane Villas. It's the end of the over. Scott Reed is going to take a break, and Roland Butcher, ex-Middlesex and England opening batsman from the 1970s and 80s, will move in alongside. His career spanning 1974 to 1990. Roland Butcher. And we're going to have another over from George Balderson, who's bowled 6 overs for 26. He's been the most expensive or least economical of the Lancashire bowlers, going at 4.3 runs and over. Here he comes in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who's looking to run that down towards third man but can't get it past. And welcome back, Roland.
Yes, and good to be back. Game nicely poised. I don't think any of the two sides in the ascendancy at this moment in time.
Yeah. It's Balderson to Goldsworthy, taken on the pad as he looks to drive. Bit of bat involved as well. And a stifled appeal from behind the stumps from Lancashire skipper Dane Villas. What have you made of these two batsmen so far?
I think both of them starting to settle in.
Is Balderson. Oof. That was nearly the end of Lewis Goldsworthy. That's several times he's gone for that off drive and either missed it or he nicked it just past a diving close catcher earlier on in the afternoon. That time he made no contact.
Yeah, they came together when things could have gone either way. Loss of a couple more wickets, and then obviously Lancashire would have been well into the lower middle order.
Balderson in bowls, and there'll be a single here for Goldsworthy as he runs it out through a gap on the offside. Fielded by Will Williams, out, who's patrolling the cover boundary for the right-handed batsman. Lancashire 12th man stopped in his tracks as he ran out. Got 3 helmets with him, so obviously we're going to see some spin after this over from Balderson. Jack Morley coming back into the attack. Here's Balderson in bowls, and it beats a defensive shot from James Rue. It's drawn into playing that shot. Not sure if we're going to get a replay or not, but there obviously is a little bit of movement off the seam, isn't there?
Well, if the ball's pitched in the right place, I think Rue's got to be careful that he doesn't become ultra defensive. I know it's his first game and he's desperate to succeed, but when the ball is there, you need to put it away.
Balderson, right arm, medium pace, he's there in bowls, and Rue plays this with soft hands down into the gully, where it's fielded by Keaton Jennings. End of that over, the 53rd of the innings. It's 143 for 4, with Goldsworthy on 34 and James Rue in his first-class debut for Somerset on 18.
Yeah, it's a very important partnership, this one now. Obviously they'll be hoping that they can take it a little bit further on and see whether, certainly the first port of call's got to be to get to tee. If they can get to tee just 4 down, I think the young man will grow in confidence. And
yeah, Somerset's initial ambition, it must be a batting point. They haven't got very many batting points so far this season. This tweet from Ben Cook saying, "Stream getting me through this scorcher of a day in the kitchen at work."
Tell him abandon the job and get outside.
Jack Morley, as predicted, coming on to bowl some left-arm spin. Alan Brown says, will the 3 Somerset England Lions players be available for finals day on Saturday? Yes, my understanding is that they will be. That's Tom Abel, Tom Banton and Will Smead. So Jack Morley from the Harrod Drive end. He's bowling to the right-handed Goldsworthy, who turns that into the onside and won't get a run. You going up to finals day?
Not sure at this moment in time. My wife arrives on Sunday, so I've got to do some driving duties.
It's Morley bowls to Goldsworthy. He won't get a run. It's an acquired taste, finals day, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it would have been very enjoyable, but I'm not sure whether she would be too pleased to have come 4,000 miles. I pick her up from the airport and then go off to cricket.
Here's Morley to Goldsworthy, turns that away down to long leg, and will pick up just a single. 144 for 5. It's the 144 for 5 on a steamy afternoon at Birkdale, really more than Southport. This is more Birkdale. As this is bowled and a play and a miss from James Rue. As Paul Edwards has just arrived to take our drinks order. I'll have mine during the tea interval, as this is pushed into the offside by James Rue, who's made 18. He's played and missed a couple of times, but he's looked from this distance very composed. I'm sure he doesn't feel necessarily very composed. Hart will be beating 19 to the dozen. Morley bowls to him, and he lunges forward and he's dropped at slip by, is that Luke Wood or Keaton Jennings?
That's that Jennings. It's a difficult chance.
It was a chance. At least I'm fairly sure it was a chance.
Flew off
it is Keaton Jennings, isn't it?
Yeah, flew off the outside edge. I think it went fairly fine, so Jennings had to react quickly to his right. Not an easy one to take. I would imagine that the keeper...
It was Luke Wells. I do keep Jennings an injustice. Luke Wells it was.
Yeah. But it was still a good effort. I think he would have seen it late. It's a ball that went on with the arm. We probably won't see a replay, but probably the keeper would have obscured his vision.
Yeah, they're always difficult, those, aren't they? When they go between first slip and keeper off a spin bowler. Haven't seen a replay. Balderson to bowl another over. It's 145 for 4. He's bowling to James Roux, who defends into the onside, won't get a run. It's the sort of day on which you feel, on a sort of pitch on which every chance needs to be taken. Balderson is in and bowls, and defensive shot again from James Roux. The standards of fielding are so high these days that you expect almost anything in the air, anywhere near a fielder, to be taken, don't you?
Yes, I think.
To my, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this, but to my mind, it's the biggest change in cricket since your era, back in the 70s and 80s. As Balderson is in and bowls, and no shot from Roux, with even big fast bowlers, you know, taking spectacular catches.
I think you're right. You know, that has been a big change, but I wouldn't say that the fielders are any better than in that time. What I would say is that in a team, there's more good fielders now than there were back then.
Here's Balderson in bowls, and playing a miss from Roux. Yeah, there are very few poor fielders around these days, aren't there? I mean, they're almost all pretty good.
I think the advent of T20 has ensured that even the bowlers have got to be competent in the field. You know, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I mean, you had some fantastic fielders that would have been good in any year.
Yeah. Here's Balderson in and bowls. This is driven nicely, but fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. I mean, I don't know how much you've seen of the Overton twins, but they are superb fielders, either in the slips or in the deep. You know, they'll catch flies in the slips and hair around the boundary and you know, take one-handed catches above their heads and palm it back into the infield and, you know, jump over the rope. It's just remarkable. Balderson in and bowls is turned away nicely down towards deep square leg, but it'll just be a single, as there's a fielder out there, Will Williams. 146 for 4.
Yeah, I think what Roux needs to do when he gets that delivery to get it off him, he needs to be positive. He's a little bit tentative. I know he's nervous, he probably wants to succeed, but at the same time, his best chance will be if he can put away a couple of those balls.
Balderson to Goldsworthy. Field for LBW looked high to me, and possibly a bit leg side as well, although the height we can offer an opinion on from this vantage point, but the direction not. What was your...
Yeah, my initial thoughts were the height. The area the batsman's hands were when he tried to play the shot suggests the ball was quite high, and as you said, the direction, we are not in a position to pass judgment on that.
We haven't seen a replay either. 148 for 4. That's according to the live stream. The scoreboard says 146 for 4, and I wouldn't venture an opinion as to which is the correct.
And also showing that partnership of 40 plus again.
Yep. Morley to bowl another over with his slow left arm. Roux is back on his stumps. And picked up by Keaton Jennings at forward short leg. We've got Luke Wells at slip and Keaton Jennings at forward short leg. Both of them well over 6 foot tall. Morley bowls. Reverse sweep for 4 runs from James Roux. That's very much a a shot of our era, is it not, or of this era? It's not the sort of shot you'd have seen back in 70s and 80s.
Yeah, not on a regular basis. I mean, it was played, but not with that
Who was the first
regularity.
batsman you saw play it?
I think Mike Gatton used to play it quite often
yeah,
for.
that's right. Yeah,
with us.
Yeah, for Middlesex, of course. 4 runs, 150 on the board for Somerset, 152 for 4. This is down the leg side. Not sure if there's any bat involved.
Right.
It's going to be pulled in, well fielded by Rob Jones, just in front of the press tent, away to our left, and they come back for 2. Not sure.
I didn't see a signal, but
runs, we think, which means that Rue moves on to 26. Morley in and bowls to him. He's forward defensively. Ball runs off a thickish edge down to backward point. I think he's more of a backward point than a short third man. Quite difficult to tell from our angle. We're at deep backward square leg with the bowling from the this attempted pull shot from James Rue. You would have heard the call of catch it. I'm not sure. Maybe been bat onto pad. Yeah, deep backward square leg to with the bowling to a left-hander from the far end, the Harrod drive end. And James Rue is a left-hander. Morley bowls to him. He's back on his stumps. And again, just lets that run off the face. Picked up by Dane Villas. 154 for 4 at the end of the 56th over. Goldsworthy on 35 and James Rue on 26. And the partnership now 49.
Yeah, and a very good one too. I mean, that piece of fielding there is something synonymous with the game these days. You almost expect it every time the ball's going out to the boundary. I think back in the good old days, you would only expect certain fielders to affect that type of save, but now it's much more common.
Joel Garner didn't throw himself around in the field too much. Here comes Balderson in and bowls, and Goldsworthy turns it into the onside. Well,
I think Joel Garner didn't. He didn't have to field for a great deal of time, actually. Yeah.
It's the famous occasion at Taunton. I can't remember who Somerset were playing, but Joel Garner was fielding at sort of deep, straight mid-wicket with the bowling from the old pavilion end. I'll get to that in a moment. As this is played back up the pitch, and there's no run. And the ball was played to where Joel was fielding, and there was no sign of Joel. He ran over the boundary for 4 because Joel had caught short and taken advantage of the proximity of the gents' lavatory.
I think also Joel worked on the basis that if you bowled the opposition out cheaply, you didn't have to field much.
Here comes Balderson, bowls, driven, not timed. Pick up a single, will Goldsworthy, as it goes to the left of the fielder at extra cover. 155 for 4.
I think the only disappointment for Somerset so far would be the fact that a number of their batsmen have got starts. Nobody really has pressed on that advantage. They've all looked very solid, in control, and then they have lost those wickets. So they'll be hoping that one of this pair can actually do that now.
Balderson to Rue, who drives. Doesn't time it again. Picked up by Stephen Croft, who's had plenty of work to do. It's not the smoothest outfield this in the world, is it? It's not the sort of outfield you'd like to be throwing yourself around on too much.
Well, the only good thing about it is that the actual surfaces are not really that hard now. There's a nice spring to it, so fielders can actually slide in.
It's Balderson in and bowls and defensive shot. Yeah, I should imagine it's pretty sandy soil, because you've got Royal Birkdale just across the golf club just across the road. Yeah, Links golf course, of course.
And modern outfields are very heavily sanded. I mean, if not all, are very much sand-based now, so much more amenable for the slide and the dive. And
yeah. Balderson there, bowls. Rue defends. Picked up by the bowler himself, tosses it to Tom Bailey, end of another over, which is the 57th of the innings, so they will take tea after 64 overs, when 32 remain in the day's play, so we've got another 7 overs to go before the tea interval, and the run rate just 2.72, but Somerset won't be too worried about that. The important thing is that they've built a partnership here of 50 between these two young batsmen. Lewis Goldsworthy 21 and James Roon 18, so not a combined age of 40.
But absolutely, I mean, they came together when really there was a possibility of the game going either way. Because another wicket and suddenly you're in a bit of a problem, but they've certainly halted that situation.
Morley to bowl another over. He's bowling to Goldsworthy, who's forward defensively. Somerset have got some batting to come. Lewis Gregory to come in next, and then Roelof van der Merwe, who's a more than capable batsman, if slightly eccentric, as Morley bowls and Goldsworthy drives. But there's a sweeper waiting for it. Stephen Croft in front of the pavilion here, which is at square cover point, deep cover point, with the bowling to a right-hander from the far end. 156 for 4. Yes, and Lewis Gregory, Roelof van der Merwe, Peter Siddle and Amar Verdi, the batsman to come. 156 for 4. The sun has disappeared temporarily. Morley in bowls, reverse sweep, and again it's 4 runs for James Roux. He does play that shot well, kept it down. There was a short third man in position for it, but he couldn't quite get across to it. It was middled by James Roux. 160, he moves into the 30s. He's on 30, Goldsworthy on 37. Crucial partnership, you feel. Lancashire will be desperate to break it before the tea interval. Morley bowls, and this is pulled, and that will be cut off by Stephen Croft, and they'll pick up just a single again. He didn't quite get hold of that, James Roux, but gave him the opportunity by a ball that was just a little bit too short from Jack Morley, who's another youngster, just 21, born in Rochdale, playing his third first-class game for Lancashire. He's there, bowls, and Goldsworthy drives, and it's fielded at deepish mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 161 for 4, with Goldsworthy on 37 and Roux on 31.
Yes, and the partnership flowing nicely between these two. Now Roux starting to get a little bit more adventurous. A couple of reverse sweeps shows his versatility. And Goldsworthy has been very, very solid. 105 balls he's faced today, but that won't matter if he's still there at lunch, at tea time.
Yeah, the reverse sweep comes second nature to young batsmen these days. Here comes Balderson. Nicely turned away by James Roux. Seemed to have plenty of time to play that shot.
Yeah, confidence will be growing now. He's into the 30s, and that nervy period would have disappeared now. He'd just be looking forward to batting. Getting back to your discussion about the reverse sweep, it's always a good shot until you get out, and then your teammates want to know where you've played it. They forget the 2 fours you've hit before that.
162 for 4. Balderson in bowls, and this is turned away into the onside. There should be 2 runs here for Lewis Goldsworthy. No, there are good piece of fielding by Luke Wood. The left arm throw arrowing back. He's got strong arms, as Luke Wood is. He's a sort of pocket dynamo. Less than 6 foot tall, but strong and well proportioned. This down the leg side, and James Rue misses out there because there's no one down at fine leg. There is a long leg I can see away in the distance.
And there is a fine leg, but he's fairly square.
Hmm?
He's fairly square in front of
Yeah, I see him just to the right of the scoreboard as we look across the ground from our position. This is driven but not timed. Fielded by Stephen Croft. We're sitting on the terrace in front of the Birkdale Lawn Tennis Club.
Yes, I guess we're very lucky to be here. But
yeah,
the intent was there. The actual flow of the shot, even though he didn't time it, at least he was trying to get the ball off him. So that's a good
he's not
change.
allowing the bowlers to dictate terms, is he? Good solid-looking defensive shot this time from James Rue to a good ball from George Balderson. His first-class career, Balderson, he did spend some time... No, he hasn't spent any time anywhere else. His 18 games have all been for Lancashire. He averages 24 with the bat and has taken 35 wickets at an average of 36, as this is driven back past him, but won't elude Stephen Croft. That's the end of another over, the 59th, 163 for 4. And this season, Balderson has taken 14 wickets at a cost of 38.7 apiece, which is not hugely impressive, but he's a good, solid county seam bowler, isn't he?
Yes, I mean, I guess he's a player handy with bat and ball. Would always find a place for someone like that. Not considered an out-and-out bowler or an out-and-out batsman. Just very much perhaps a little bit more than the bits and pieces.
Well, you're listening to commentary on this LV Insurance Division 1 County Championship match between Lancashire, who are third in Division 1, 3 wins in 8 games, and Somerset 9th with only 2 wins and 5 defeats in their 7 games. Jack Morley is bowling from the Harrod drive end to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 38. That's turned into the onside. I'm at Anthony Gibson. With me is Roland Butcher, who played 3 tests for England back in 1981 against the West Indies, and 277 first-class games for Middlesex, as Goldsworthy plays that into the offside. Career spanning 1974 to 1990, which many would say was the golden age of cricket in England.
I mean, I did actually start in 72, but I didn't debut until 74.
Morley's in a bowls, and this is played into the offside for a single, 164 for 4. Would you agree that that was the sort of golden age when overseas players came and stayed for the whole season?
It certainly was. It was a situation where literally every team had 2 top overseas players, some fantastic fast bowlers and some quality batsmen, so it was a good era to have played in.
Morley then to the left-handed Rue. Rue's back on his stumps and it's fended off one-handed by Keaton Jennings, picked up by the bowler. Yes, we still have the overseas players, but they don't, very few of them stay with the county for the entire season, or indeed play all forms, as Rue is stretching forward in defence, picks it up, leaves it in fact to Keaton Jennings, because there's so much more cricket being played around the world, particularly, you know, franchise T20 cricket, where there is big money to be made and lots of test series and A-team test series, as Rue gets a good ball that time from Morley, plays the defensive shot to it. The 60th over has slipped by, 164 for 4, 39 to Goldsworthy and 32 to James Rue. I see that Sri Lanka have thumped Australia.
Yeah, wonderful performance. Get it over 500. Chandimal got 200 not out. Then
quite a strong Australian side as well. It isn't as if they're, you know, putting out their
And
their
then,
A team against Sri Lanka.
and then bowl them out for 151. I mean, it was also impressive to see that the Sri Lankan spinners obviously did the damage.
Yeah.
But when you look at the Australian spinners, you had Lyon went for, I think, 190 and Swepson for 140. One ball, 60 odd overs. Yeah. And they got, I think they got 2 wickets between them.
Yeah. Yes, it is interesting, isn't it? Right, we've got a new bowler, Luke Wells. He's in and bowls, and this is driven by Goldsworthy just for a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Who's Will Williams. Luke Wells bowling is, well, I'm not sure quite what he is bowling. What is he, off breaks or leg breaks? He can bowl both, can't he? I didn't study his action properly that last delivery. Let's have a look this time.
Big spin.
Looks like a leg break, doesn't it?
That delivery for sure.
I don't know whether it mixes them up and during the course of an over, or whether he sets himself to bowl leg breaks one over and off breaks the next. But it must be quite disconcerting for the batsman. This is tossed right up above the batsman's eye line, but James Roux not tempted to go for the drive. Tall man is Luke Wells, 6'4", I should think, something like that. He's got a slip and a short leg, bowling over the wicket to Roux, comes very watchfully forward in defence. We're in the 61st over, so 3 overs after this before the tea interval, which will be much on Roux and Holdsworthy's minds, and that comes off the outside edge, and maybe a little bit of turn there, which could have been, I wasn't watching the action, it could have been a googly or it could have been an off break.
I think it's still a leg break, kept a little bit low. Yeah. Batsman went onto the back foot.
Here he comes again. And bowling well is Luke Wells, tossing it up, tempting the batsman, drawing him forward. End of a maiden over, I fancy. 165 for 4 at the end of it, with 40 to Goldsworthy and 32 to James Roux.
Yeah, tidy over. Roux not taking any chances whatsoever. Just going back to what you were discussing about overseas players, I put the blame squarely on the shoulders of the counties and the ECB, because they have allowed the situation to develop where counties can bring players in for 1 game, 2 games, half a game, 6 games, and that really is not going to help your game at all.
No, it's not. I agree with you. Here's Morley in bowls, and defensive shot from Goldsworthy, and of course, a classic example of it in this game with Somerset signing Amaverdi just for the 1 game. Which can understand why they do it with Jack Leach not able to play, not allowed to play by the ECB, but it doesn't seem right. This is whipped away down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, badly lined delivery, but nicely put away. I mean, I have some thoughts in relation to how that can be remedied. The fact that the way the game has gone is not going to change. That's going to continue.
Come back to that after this ball from Jack Morley. Defensive shot, no run, 169 for 4.
That's not going to change. But what I would do is I would increase the number of overseas players to 4, with the stipulation that 2 must be players that stay this entire season.
Here's Morley. Oh, and there's an edge off. It was a sort of leading edge with Goldsworthy looking to turn that into the onside, and the ball flying off the almost the back of the bat down to third man for a single. 174. Isn't there a danger then, though, that the 2 who are going to be there for the whole season would be sort of second-rate overseas players, you know, has-been ex-test players, that sort of thing?
Not necessarily. I'll expand that in a minute.
Morley in a bowls. Roux hits this away. Backward a square on the offside. It's being pursued to the boundary by George Balderson. He gets to it, and they come back for the second run. 172 for 4. Roux on to 34.
Yeah, why I think that is possible is because in world cricket you've got a distinction.
Morley in bowls. Roux defends.
Yeah, there's a clear distinction between white ball and red ball cricketers. This short-termism has really come about because of the white ball form of the game. People trying to win tournaments, etc., etc. So I still think there are enough overseas batsmen and bowlers out there that could fill those spots in the county game, and that would help the young players in the team. People like Roux will be playing with somebody for the whole season, and the players under him, and I think there will be benefit, and obviously they'll raise the standard as well.
Wells is bowling another over, and this again comes off not entirely the part of the bat that Goldsworthy was aiming for, but he's run away for 4 runs down to the fine leg boundary. 100, and we're going to see a replay of this. Yes, we are. Yes, again, what did you make of that?
Not the worst delivery, but
no, it wasn't.
The speed of the outfield.
It's a little bit of a slope.
Ensuring that one deep square leg had no chance of getting around.
176 for 4. Goldsworthy, 1 run short of a 50. He's on strike to Luke Wells. This is a full toss, which he takes full toll of. Poor old Stephen Croft is going to dive again. And again, he fails to keep it from the boundary. He slid with the ball attached to his person almost. Well batted, Lewis Goldsworthy. There you are, 116 balls, 139 minutes and 9 fours. Well batted, nice juicy full toss as well, offered up. Wells bowls, and Goldsworthy this time back on his stumps, playing it away through the offside, picked up by Williams. That is Lewis Goldsworthy's second 50 of the season. He made 67, and I'm racking my brains to try to remember against whom he made his 67, but that's his only other score of more than 50. 181 for 4, as James Roux this time pulls that away through the onside. Williams is after it but can't stop it. That's 4 more. Productive over this for Somerset, with 185 for 4 on the board now.
Yes, and Roux being very positive with that short delivery. He's not just going to play for tea. Gets himself a boundary.
He moves on to 38 from 68 deliveries. 2 more balls in this over, and then 1 further over before the tea interval. Wells is in and bowls, and this is driven nicely away, and it's going to be cut off just inside the boundary by Luke Wood, and they come back for 2 runs. So Roux onto 40. On debut for Somerset in first-class cricket. Wells bowls, and this is edged just wide of slip and fielded, and there was no run. 187 for 4 with 1 over to go before the tea interval.
Yes, I think Roux will be quite happy to get to tea now, take the pads off, put his feet up, take a breather. Just try to think about what actually happened before tea, and then...
He's only just finished his A-levels.
Yeah, a nice distraction to get a half century and then go on to look for a century. That would be a nice distraction.
So Tom Bailey's going to bowl the last over before tea. He's going to bowl it from the Harrod Drive end, rather. And he's going to be bowling off breaks. I don't think I've ever seen him bowl off breaks. Got the keeper up to suggests again that the pitch is taking a bit of spin, doesn't it? This is driven away through the offside. It's going to be cut off this time by Stephen Croft. He manages it this time. Good piece of fielding, in fact, in the end. He's had a lot of work to do, has Stephen Croft. And the batsman complete 2 runs, 189 for 4. Goldsworthy on to 56.
Yeah, a lot of ground to cover there. He's sort of squared the wicket, and that went up towards extra cover.
It's Bailey in and bowls, and this runs off the thick edge down towards the third man boundary with Luke Wells in hot pursuit, and again they pick up 2 runs. 191 for 4. I was saying earlier on, this scene, this ground, this setting reminds me a bit of Weston-super-Mare, where you must have played in your playing career.
Yeah, there are many grounds around the country that has this look and feel about it.
Yeah. Bailey's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy this time just stretches forward and defends into the offside. But it's a really nice atmosphere here today for the cricket. And Goldsworthy back on his stumps. It's such a contrast to the sort of bare pitch that you get for T20 cricket as well, isn't it? Yeah, people just sitting, making gentle conversation in the sunshine, enjoying some high-quality cricket. But 6 is not raining down from on high. Bailey bowls and Goldsworthy stretches forward. Have you seen Bailey bowling off breaks before?
Yeah, I think he bowled a few at Bristol, you know.
He's there and bowls, and Goldsworthy digs one out, middle and leg stump, and that is the tea interval, and that is 191 for 4 Somerset. So they've had a pretty good afternoon. They lost the wicket of Tom Lammonby for 41. They went into the afternoon session on 89 for 3, so they've added 102 for 1 during the afternoon session. And Roland Busher, does that make it Somerset session?
Most definitely. Very good session that for Somerset. Really built on the partnerships of the early part of the innings, and these two I think have played particularly well and have really put Somerset in a nice position at tea time, just 4 down, and that certainly was their session.
Well, there we are, 191 for 4. It's tea, and we'll go and have a refreshing draught of something and be back with you in around about 20 minutes' time.
Not at all. My pleasure.
Again, if you like. I know there was a guy on Dale Street. He disappeared one day. He disappeared, honestly. Someone must have got yeah, I know. Taking the money from Dale Street, that one side of 20 years. where they leave hanging legs. Oh, okay. Lovely. Yeah.
I'm just going to go and wash my hands.
Apparently now I'm the stag day organiser, the wedding organiser, the DJ. I'm the DJ. Hang on. No, nothing's too late. Nothing's too late. Hang on. Just say, here's what you have to say. I need time to practice the word that I do. And it'll take you a year. It'll take you a year. Or I give you part of the yeah. Yeah, but don't forget.
Just sending pics back to his own ground and saying this is how it should be done at our ground to the camera.
I'm telling you,
Because all we got where I come from is just so that follows the ball, doesn't it?
And he practiced
I'll see you at the cricket soon, no doubt.
No doubt.
Are you going to England?
Yeah, we are one of the today.
Yeah, and August. I'm going to that. I'm going to the Saturday. I'm going next week as well. Went to Netherlands.
Oh, did you go watch that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the world supporting those developments. I watched the first one quite a bit of it.
I've got a mate who lives quite close now.
So,
Yeah, well, we
Well, welcome back to Trafalgar Road at Birkdale, near Southport, for the evening session of this first day of the LV County Championship Division 1 game between Lancashire and Somerset. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire, who is hosting this commentary. And the match situation, 191 for 4 Somerset after winning the toss. Partnership unbroken of 86 between Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 58, and young James Rue making his championship debut for Somerset, only 18 years of age. He is on 40. The sun has been obscured by a layer of high cloud, which is a bit of a relief, because first thing this morning and again early in the afternoon it was murderously hot here at Trafalgar Road. We have got Luke Wood bowling from the Grosvenor Road end. He's in and bowls fast left arm to James Rue, who defends. First time that Luke Wood has bowled since bowled from this end. He's bowled all of his overs from the Harrod Drive end, which is the far side of the ground from our commentary position, which is on the terrace of the Birkdale Lawn Tennis Club. So we are at deep extra cover with the bowling from the Grosvenor Road end, which is where it's from as we speak, to a left-handed batsman who is James Rue, and it's Wood in bowls. Bouncer. He's bowled several bouncers at James Rue, who hasn't looked in the least bit phased by it. Have you been impressed, Scott, with James Roof, what you've seen so far?
Been impressed with these two, yeah. They batted really well, didn't they, in that afternoon session? That was a session that was dominated, really, wasn't it, by Somerset. They kind of measured the whole thing perfectly well. I mean, it would look, and speaking to our colleagues from the written media, they would say the same thing. It looks actually quite a tricky pitch at times to bat on. There's been a bit of movement, a bit of bounce in particular. The bowlers have worked hard. Just stood in the middle.
Standing right in the middle of the side screen.
Oh dear. And those two batted really well this afternoon.
Here comes Wood again, speeding in. He's in and bowls down the leg side and helped on his way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs by James Rue. Thank you very much. Bonus 4 runs, 44. He moves on to 195 for 4. Yeah, I went out and had a look at the pitch during the tea interval. And there's quite a lot of grass on it. And it's dry, and the bowlers' footmarks are not so pronounced up close as they appear to be on the live stream. But you know, the fact that Tom Bailey was bowling off breaks just before tea does suggest that there is a bit in it for the spinners. Luke Wood, athletic, fast approach. He's up now and bowls, and another bouncer. He does. Bowls a skiddy sort of bouncer. He's not tall. What is he, about 5'10", Luke Wood, something like that?
He's got a touch of the kind of Neil Wagner's about his approach, hasn't he, when it comes to bowling this type of short pitch bowling. He really does bang it in quite hard. And he is pretty quick.
Yes, he hasn't got his length quite right though with the short ball, has he? He's just a bit too short. He just needs to get it up a yard, like Wagner does. And particularly against the right-handers, bowl on the sort of line of leg stump, get it coming up into their chest and head. This is played into the onside by James Rue, who's on 44 on debut in first-class cricket.
Yeah, terrific achievement, terrific day for him, for his friends and family, who I'm sure if they're not here, they'll be watching and listening.
Well, he was dropped by Luke Wells, wasn't he, off Jack Morley.
It's quite a tough chance, wasn't it? But it went pretty quickly. But it's one of those, as a slip fielder, you probably be backing yourself to take more often than not.
It's quite low, and Luke Wells has got a long way to go down, hasn't he? This is a defensive shot from Rue, and that concludes the first over after tea. 195 for 4, 58 to Goldsworthy, 44 to Rue, and these two have now added 90 for the 5th wicket for Somerset.
Yeah, he's a tall man, Luke Wells, and it was low to his right, wasn't it? I think it slipped pretty quickly off the edge of the bat. But, maybe a touch of good fortune going in the way of the teenager, but looking to try and make the most of it. A really good partnership. I've been really impressed with Goldsworthy as well, the way he's built this innings together. He started slowly, took some time to get off the mark, and then when he was batting with Lammonby, it felt like he was quite happy for Lammonby to take kind of the senior role, and he just kind of supported and played very much second kind of fiddle to Lammonby. But since Rue came out, he stepped it up a little bit, Goldsworthy. He's batted well. It's a good partnership.
Yes, he's had a bit of luck outside the off stump. But, yeah, he's batted well.
There's Morley then. He's going to bowl the first over after tea from that far end, and that's punched into the offside, but there is no run. 195 for 4. So starting the final session of the first day. It's Morley in and bowling forward again goes Goldsworthy in defence, and there's no run. Gathered by Josh Bohannon at cover. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg, the two fielders around the batter. Jennings up to the right of screen there at short leg, and the slip is Luke Wells. That's defended away by Goldsworthy, back down the pitch. Gathered by Morley off his own bowling. There's no run. Lancashire's two fielders around the batter, the two of the tallest. There's Wells and Jennings, both towering over 6 foot tall. There's off the front foot and pushed away through the offside for a single. And the score ticks along to 196 for 4.
Yeah, Goldsworthy. I was just looking at his highest score. It was against Surrey, at Taunton. He made 67 in Somerset's first innings of 394. He hasn't done much this season apart from that.
The non-strikers in at the minute with Rue on strike, and he plays forward, and that's bouncing away into the offside, and Villas, the keeper, comes from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run.
118 runs in 6 innings prior to this one. Lewis Goldsworthy averaging just under 20.
Morley left arm over the wicket bowls, and Rue off the back foot defends. And there's no run. That completes the over. Threw it quite quickly, just a single off it. So Goldsworthy 59, Rue on 44, so 196 for 4 at the end of the over. The first one of spin from Jack Morley.
Did Roland Butcher explain his plan for overseas players in county championship cricket to you?
Now, I think he mentioned this in the game in Bristol, not last week, the week before. Is it one that involves 4 players?
It does, yeah. 4 counties would be allowed to sign 4 overseas players, of whom 2 would have to stay with the county for the whole season.
Okay.
Which is an interesting take on. I just worried that the 2 who would stay for the whole season might not be top class overseas players, you know, those on the verge of retirement, the best of whose career is behind them. Wood is in and bowls another bouncer, and that was a better one, in fact, and Goldsworthy this time had to look lively to duck underneath that.
Well, that would be the biggest challenge with the plan, wouldn't it? If you're going to try and get someone to stay for a full season, then I think you're quite limited in the pool of players you will be picking from.
Exactly, and you'd have to pay them quite a lot of money.
Yes, you would, yeah. I mean, the principle behind it that he was saying last week to us in Bristol was, you know, the idea that you get the benefits of the player both on and off the pitch for an extended period of time. That makes absolute sense.
Here comes Luke Wood, this long, high-speed run. He's in and bowls, and outside the off-stump goes through to Dane Villas. Just the one slip now as Lancashire go a bit, well, not a bit on the defensive, rather definitely on the defensive. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 boundary riders at deep square leg, at long leg, at third man, and at deep cover. So Lancashire in plugging away mode at the moment, hoping that something will turn up mode. As Wood is in and bowls, and this is run down to third man off an edge, I think. Went rather too fine for that to have been a deliberate back cut, late cut, but that, I think, brings up the Somerset 100. It does indeed. Barely a ripple. Yeah, there is some applause. Oh, they applauded very generously when Somerset reached 100. There are some Somerset followers here, expats, and some as well who have made the journey up from the West Country. And why wouldn't you? This must be one of the most attractive away fixtures for Somerset the whole season. I'd much rather be in Southport than Chelmsford, which is my next my next trip away.
It's a backhanded compliment.
I hope Don Topley isn't listening. No, I think this is great. I mean, Southport's a lovely town, beautiful seafront. What do you call the bit behind the seafront? The sort of lake area. Here comes Luke Wood. He's bowling to Goldsworthy, who fences at a short ball outside the off stump, which isn't taken cleanly by Dane Villas. Scott doesn't know what you call the...
Absolutely no idea. I mean, I know what you mean, but... well, according to Google Maps, it's just called Marine Lake.
Oh, Marine Lake. Well, it's quite a, it's quite an attractive feature, and a very handsome recent bridge, which carries Marine Drive over Marine Lake. But it's it's a nice town, and first time I've really seen it daylight. I've stayed here in the past in the winter to play golf, and it's been dark most of the time. As this is pushed into the offside by Lewis Goldsworthy. Obviously, it wasn't dark when I was playing golf, but you get up fairly early in the morning and then play 36 holes Southport and Ainsdale or Hillside or Royal Birkdale. And by the time you get back to the hotel in the evening, it's dark again.
Well, Royal... You're not sitting in the light, yeah. Royal Birkdale's just
across the way,
just
isn't
across
it?
the road, yeah. Have a round, Anthony, if you're up here long enough.
I'm rather hoping that the game will finish, you know, say lunchtime on the 3rd or 4th day. It would be ideal, wouldn't it? As Wood is in and bowls, and that's driven nicely, but well fielded by Wood in his follow-through. End of that over, 200 for 4. That was the 67th over, so Somerset have pushed the run rate up to just shy of 3 runs. And over, 63 to Goldsworthy, 44 to James Rue.
I was asking at tea actually about the number of people inside the ground. It is a full house. It sold out. There were tickets pre-bought in advance, and then you could turn up on the day and buy a ticket. But it got to the stage at one point this afternoon when they'd reached their capacity,
which is what,
2,200 in that region.
That's really good. Yeah, I mean there is a lovely atmosphere as well, isn't there? You know, it's proper cricket, proper festival cricket.
Here's Morley bowling. That comes off an edge down through the 3rd man region down towards the boundary for 4. Well, look at the reaction of the Lancashire players. And body language might suggest it was a little edgy.
Yeah, it was certainly an edge, but it went all along the ground.
It did, yeah. Edging his way up towards a half century here. 48 now, not out. Impressive Somerset first-class debut. A ball that's a little fuller from Morley, and he plays a forward defensive, and there's no run.
He gets in a good stride in defence, doesn't he? He moves his feet well.
204 for 4. There's Morley in, bowls again, forward goes Rue. Just drops the ball away into the offside, there's no run. In previous seasons, they've had temporary seating here. But they built a couple of temporary stands on the far side. And Rue is playing forward. The ball just goes past the edge and through to the keeper. There's no run. They've not done that this year. Just a case of kind of folded plastic chairs, which are all dotted around. Or of course, you can bring your own chair as well. Plenty of people have. But yeah, in and around that 2,200 mark is a full house. Rue defends once more, and there's no run. 48 not out. 204 for 4. Short leg and slip in position around the batter. It's Morley bouncing his way in and bowling. On the reverse, looking to sweep it.
That's his 50.
It is. He's got it away. Terrific shot. Bit of creative cricket from Rue. Gets himself a 50 on his Somerset first-class debut. It's a terrific achievement. Reverse sweeping for 4, and he moves to 52 not out. It will be a day he'll remember for a long time.
A very confident young man's way of reaching 50 to go for the reverse sweep. I think that's the 3rd time he's played the reverse sweep, and he's nailed each one of them. And well batted, James Rue. He had a bit of luck. He was put down, as we were saying, by Luke Wells at that slip off Jack Morley, but he's ridden his luck, and he's batted with common sense, good judgment, and great promise. As Wood is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who drives. It's fielded not entirely comfortably by Tom Bailey. Got a bad bounce there. It's not the smoothest outfield in the world, this one.
Yeah.
Although Ronan Butcher was saying that it's not particularly abrasive as a surface. It's quite sandy soil. I should imagine it drains pretty well.
Thankfully, I don't think I've been here when it's rained, which is quite lucky. Great weather for games here.
Here's Wood racing in, bowls, bouncer, and Goldsworthy takes understated evasive action, just does enough to get himself out of the way. Yes, ground surrounded by I suppose they're Victorian villas, probably. probably dating from not long after when the ground was established back in the 1860s, something like that. 2 big trees on the far side, which I haven't been able to establish the variety of just yet. As wood is in and bowls, and comes off a mixture of bat and thigh pad, picked up on the onside. 208 for 4 Somerset after winning the toss. And we didn't get the I wouldn't say expected middle order collapse, but they have tended to collapse in the middle order. But the quite possible middle order collapse, where Somerset are concerned, thanks to these 2 young batsmen. As Wood is in and bowls, and Goldsworthy runs this off an open face down to 3rd man for a single. So they had a partnership of 86 at tea time. What was the score then? 191. So we've had 18. So they must have put on 100 now.
They have now, yeah, 104.
Yeah. Apologies for missing that. And it's a good partnership, and not just because they're 2 young cricketers. Goldsworthy 21, James Rew 18. Combined age about 7 years below that of Darren Stevens. There's another bouncer, and that was a better one. Where's the ball gone? It's given as a leg by, and it has gone for 4 runs. 213 for 4. Just have a look at that on replay. This must have flicked the pad, gone down very fine on the leg side for 4 leg byes. Luke Wood and his skipper having a long chat out there. 213 then for 4, 52 to James Rew, 64 to Lewis Goldsworthy.
I wonder if it actually just flicked the helmet, Anthony, because he was crouching down.
Could be.
And the kind of a check is taking place, isn't it? Looking at the helmet. Just deflected off the helmet. Details of that partnership being relayed to the supporters, but it's 104 runs so far. For this partnership. Been good from these 2. First century partnership of the innings. There was one that was building up nicely a little earlier in the day between Lammonby and Bartlett. 61 runs that those 2 put on before Bartlett was dismissed in a slightly quirky way. He was yorked by the left-arm spinner, Jack Morley. The ball, I think, coming off the bottom edge of his bat and ricocheting back onto the stumps. And that ended a promising-looking partnership between those 2. Well, since then, Goldsworthy and Rew have been terrific.
Yeah, just you're not missing any cricket. There's a head injury. What do they call them? Head injury
kind of assessment.
Assessment. Yeah. That's what I was going to say inspection, but it's assessment. And that is a batting point for Somerset, and they've only had 12 batting points previously, and only one side in the Division 1 have had fewer, and that's Essex. They've only got 9, which I think is probably a tribute to the qualities or lack of them of the Chelmsford wicket as much as anything.
Well, they dismissed Gloucestershire pretty cheaply today, 136 all out with 5 wickets for Harmer, and they're 40 for 1 in reply with Alistair Cook 22 not out.
Yep.
I feel like they're on a little bit of a roll, Essex.
Still, you knocked them out of the Vitality Blast pretty comprehensively.
Yeah, go.
Well done, Lancashire.
Yeah.
Here we have got Luke Wood resuming to James Rew, and end of that over. Obviously no harm done. to James Rue. He just takes off his helmet and has a good look at it. 213 for 4 at the end of that over. 64 to Goldsworthy and 52 to Rue, who's having a long chat with his batting partner.
A couple of games have reached, only just reached tea, actually. Blimey, it's quite late, isn't it? There's Yorkshire and Surrey. They're at tea with Yorkshire 260 for 5 in their first innings.
Surrey are always slow burning their overs, though. Well, they are. Even Mark Church would admit that.
And Warwickshire have got to tea at Hampshire. If Morley comes in and bowls, and that's defended, there's no run. And then 198 for 8 against Hampshire. That is a recovery. They were struggling a little bit earlier on. Yeah, the 90 for 6. Morley is in and bowling. And that's off the back foot and played away into the offside for no run. 213 for 4. There's a chap positioned himself just in a perfect location for me not to be able to see the bowler come in. He's in and bowling now, forward. It goes Goldsworthy and pushes it away into the offside for no run.
The chairman's marquee has rather come to life again after tea, hasn't it? It's quite quiet this afternoon. They had a good lunch.
Could get a bit spiky later on, you know. Morley in bowls. Goldsworthy flicks it up towards mid-on. There's no run.
1 or 2 drooping eyelids this afternoon, I think.
213 for 4. Enjoyed a good day in the marquee. Forward defensive by Goldsworthy. 213 for 4, Somerset in their first innings, with Lewis Goldsworthy unbeaten on 64 and James Rue on 52. So a century partnership here, frustrating Lancashire. These two are battered nicely. Somerset won the toss earlier today and elected to have a bowl first. We've seen 2 wickets for Tom Bailey, 1 for Will Williams and 1 for Jack Morley. But Lancashire looking to try and break this century partnership between Goldsworthy and Rue in front of a full house here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Every ticket sold for today. 213 for 4, Somerset.
And we're going to have another over from Luke Wood, who's being given a good workout.
Yeah, what's this now? 14 overs for Wood. Bailey's bowled 16 overs, 2 for 47. Williams 14 overs, 1 for 29. And Wood 13 overs for 38.
Yeah, and he's a fit, strong young man. Here he comes, sprinting in from the Grosvenor Road end. He's there and bowls, and this is on leg stump, turned down to Will Williams, who's patrolling the deep backward square leg boundary. And James Rue picks up a single, moves on to 53, 214 for 4. Just looking up Lewis Goldsworthy's highest career score as we go through this over. From he's made 67 he made against Surrey in the first innings at Taunton back in June. I have a feeling that might be his highest first-class score, but I'm not absolutely certain. He made 99 in List A cricket against Surrey. As he turns into the onside.
I've got it here.
What is it?
67.
It is 67, yeah, I thought it might be. He's on 64 at the moment. Obviously yet to score a first-class century. This is James Rue's second first-class game. He played for the county's Select 11 against the Indian touring team in a warm-up game that was deemed first-class prior to last summer's Test series. Here comes Wood in, bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays that nicely. Backward a square, but there's a fielder, Will Williams, down there to stop the boundary. It's just a single, 65 to Goldsworthy, 215 for 4. I wonder if Rue is going to keep wicket or whether they'll leave the gloves with Stephen Davis. I think they'll probably leave them with Stephen Davis, if only because James Rue, I suspect, is a much better outfielder than Stephen Davis. The only thing that prompted the thought, or the two things that prompted the thought, first of all, that James Rue is a wicket-keeper, and secondly, that Stephen Davis opened the innings. Because opening the innings and keeping wicket is a lot to expect of any cricketer, as this is defended by James Rue. He's got no obvious quirks as a batsman, James Rue, has he?
No.
Just, you know, he just seems well organised. His footwork is good. He's got all the shots. Mostly, he's mostly played conventional shots, but he's produced those 3 reverse sweeps, all of which he played to perfection, one of which brought up his 50 and with it the 100 partnership. As Wood is in and bowls, and again moves into line, James Rue, and just drops the ball in front of him with almost a dead bat.
It was the way, as you say, the way he got to 50. The third time he'd reverse sweep is quite a modern, shorter format way that players have transferred skills to the red ball game. But actually, the patience he's shown, his defence, has been terrific.
Well, it sort of comes second nature now to young cricketers, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if you go and watch young cricketers in the nets, they're either practicing power hitting or scooping or reverse sweeping or goodness knows what else. Is Wood in a bowls, and again defended stoutly by James Rue. End of the over, 215 for 4, 53 to Rue, 65 to Goldsworthy.
Do you want a break, Anthony?
Do I want a break? Yeah, bring Roland Butcher in
for half an hour or so. We're through to the first kind of half an hour of this afternoon session, or the final session of the day, isn't it? The wickets to fall: Renshaw for 13, Davis for 3, Lammonby for 42, and Bartlett for 27. I'm going to see the spin of Jack Morley continuing over number 16 for Morley. Here he comes, twirling his way in and bowling. A little flick away towards square leg for probably 2. He only wanted to come back for 2, and he was sent back actually. So it's just a single added to the score. So 216 for 4. Roland Butcher's back alongside me. Good afternoon.
Yes, and good afternoon to you, Scott. And I think a good decision not to go for the second run. Had the fielder pick the ball up cleanly. Somebody could have been in a bit of bother, but
yeah, it could have been a bit tight, that, couldn't it? The second run.
I think Rue had decided that he certainly wasn't going for the second.
Goldsworthy moves on to 66 not out. There's Morley bowling. And Rue just leans forward, offers the pad. The ball passes through into the gloves of Dane Villas. And there is no run. 216 for 4. In comes Morley again and bowls forward in defence. James Rue. And there's no run. Gathered by the keeper, Dane Villas. Crouches down behind the stumps, waiting for his young left arm spinner. Morley, who's in and bowling and left once more. Kind of bounces off the pads, I think, of Villas and just drops into the offside, so he has to come up and remove his right wicket-keeping glove to scoop up the ball, hands it back to the bowler. There's Morley in and bowling, and Rue plays forward in defence. And again, there is no run. Anthony and I have just been talking about James Rue and the occasional sign of of what he is, which of course is a young batsman playing kind of young batsman type shots, that reverse sweep that got him to 50, for example. But really composed innings this on his Somerset first-class debut. Again, he's forward in defence and there's no run, and that completes the over. 216 for 4. You've been impressed with him?
Yeah, he's batted well. It's coming at the time when really it could have been an interesting situation. Team didn't want to lose another wicket. Lancashire would have been in the ascendancy, and with Goldsworthy, he's fashioned a very good partnership that has got Somerset now in an excellent position. So I think overall, you know, he must be very, and his team must be very happy with his performance and the fact that they picked him for this game, and he's got his first half century, first game, played 3 reverse sweeps for 4. The essence of youth.
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah. Cheeky young approach to it all. Been a really impressive.
Well, I mean, I guess the youth has this thing about them as, what is all the fuss about?
Yes. Yeah. 216 for 4. Changing the bowling, it's George Balderson who comes into the attack to replace Tom Bailey. In the first ball he sends down, he's defended by Lewis Goldsworthy, and there's no run. Yes, what was all the fuss about? I'll just come out and crack on with it.
Yeah, what's the fuss about? I mean, we just go out and bat, and there's no pressure. Reverse sweep here and there.
Easy as you like. No problems. Balderson to Goldsworthy. Does get a single this time off the front foot, just dropped into extra cover. Dart through for 1.
I think what it's done now is forced Lancashire to go a bit on the defensive. You know, if you look at the field placing, scouts out on both sides, trying to ensure that those boundaries are cut off.
Balderson right arm around the wicket, bowls. It's an appeal for LBW from Balderson. He's running backwards with his arms outstretched, but wasn't a great deal of support from his teammates.
Yeah, probably just did a little bit too much. I hope there's a replay that can confirm what we're thinking. Obviously, Balderson having a little chuckle there, so not too aggrieved by the decision.
I think it's umpire Hartley, isn't it, at this end? The back foot and played safely into the offside by Rue, and there's no run. James Middlebrook and Peter Hartley, our umpires for this fixture. It's been quite a nice.
Both former players.
Indeed, yeah. Middlebrook, more recent of those two to have played. Balderson to Rue. Doesn't offer a shot. The ball travels into the gloves of Dame Villas, and there is no run. 217 for 4.
I think the spectators here can safely say when they go home tonight that they've had a good day's cricket. They've seen some good batting.
Balderson to Rue. Just perhaps plays inside the line of that delivery. Allows that one to go past and into the gloves of the keeper. And that does complete the over. 73 gone. So we'll be too far away from Lancashire having a second new ball becoming available to them to use. We'll be there after we'll reach the 80 over mark, so 7 away from that.
Yeah, and we still got another 23 overs to go, so maybe a bit of overtime.
So that's popular with the chairman, is that Butch, because he keeps the bar open.
I'm sure he locked the gates.
Keeps that bar open. That's okay. We can run on a little bit extra, bit of overtime. But yes, supplies is Morley to Goldsworthy, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. To 17. for 4. Flick away towards long leg for a single. 218 for 4 now. Brings Roux on strike. 53 not out. First half century. It'll be a special feeling for him. He's only 18. It's his Somerset first class debut. And he's 53 not out from 99 deliveries. He's on strike. Oh, yeah, there's 2 slips in place now. It's tossed outside the off stump. He goes off the back foot and drives handsomely away through the offside. Out towards the little pocket of supporters, just with the train line behind them. And that's 4 runs. Nice shot for 4. 2-2-2 for 4.
Yeah, loose delivery there by Morley. Normally he would have the cover point saving that. Obviously very worried about the reverse sweep. So he's got the point very, very fine, almost like a third man position, so he had no chance.
Morley's bowling. He goes back and flicks it down towards fine leg for 4 more. Very thin little inside edge. But 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, both sides of the wicket now, that delivery. Back-to-back boundaries for Roux. He'll take them. And we spoke earlier this morning about what a way to celebrate being out of school and finishing your exams. I don't think he thought this morning it would have finished like this.
61 not out now. As Morley is in and bowling. Looking to try and force the ball away, but through into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. Still Lancashire keeping 2 slips in place for when Roux is on strike. Morley bowls, and that's driven to backward point. And George Balderson is at a wide third man position. The ball does make its way around to him, and that completes the over as well. So 227 for 4. And according to the scoreboard on the far side of the ground, with Roux on 62 and Goldsworthy on 68.
Yeah, and this partnership continued to flourish. I think both of these batsmen now have set, very well set, and really they'll be looking now to increase the scoring rate between now and close of play and make sure that Somerset finishes the day on a real high. And they're in a position to do that right now. 68 and 63 respectively.
Yeah, got a great opportunity now, haven't they, Somerset, to try and build a really good first innings total as Balderson is into Roux. Goes back and plays the ball away into the offside, but for no run. Want to make this, or allow this opportunity to be squandered. There's still a couple of pretty experienced guys to come with Lewis Gregory and Rollo van der Merwe, Peter Siddle, Brooks and Verdi make up the rest of the team. The back foot and driven into the offside. Good stop by Keaton Jennings, low down to his left. He's got the pads on because he's fielding close in when the spinner's on, so he's having to get across to the ground there with those shin guards on. He did stop the ball though. Mentioned the pace of the outfield without that. Roux's probably eyeing up another 4. Instead it's a dot ball. 2-7 for 4. Balderson to Roux, that's defended up towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Don't see a reason why Lancashire Butch wouldn't take the new ball when it becomes available to them.
Yeah, I think Williams has had a good break. I think Bailey as well, so a chance of getting them into the attack at the end.
Balderson to Roux. Just goes back and flicks it with a roll of the wrist away to square leg for 1 run.
I think if any new ball comes, there's still 4 wickets down. I would have a throw of the dice really and give Wood the new ball.
Okay.
Let's try to see if we could do something different.
You would expect it to be Bailey and Williams, but maybe it could be a slight curveball. And that's dabbed away to the onside by Goldsworthy. And there is no run. And these two being well set as they are, we'll be hoping that if Lancashire do take the second new ball, that they're still there to try and negotiate it. 123 run partnership now. Here's Balderson for Lancashire. Past the umpire, in and bowling. A ball that's short and just pulls out the shot as Goldsworthy. Almost looking to try and pivot onto the back foot and maybe trying to hook it. Just drops his bat down and allows that one to travel through to the keeper. And that does complete the over. 228 for 4. Goldsworthy on 68 and Rue on 63.
Yeah, just shape into as if he's going to play the pull shot, but then realizing the ball was outside the off stump. Also the 2 men back. Seeing the ball well enough at this stage to pull out of it.
Oh, we're going to see some more leg spin. Actually, he's been bowling both leg spin and off spin this season as Luke Wells. So it might depend who's on strike as to what he sends down.
First one with that practice was the off spin for the first one. Let's see what he does.
Well, he's got the left-hander on strike. Yeah, just bowl the off spin to begin with. Taken by the keeper. It's worth a little go, this, isn't it, before a new ball becomes available? Turn to. He's probably a little better than part-time spin, but doesn't bowl an awful lot. He's not got that one right. It's down the leg side. Attempt to sweep it there by Root.
Got away with that delivery there.
Yep.
I think Root will be pretty annoyed that he missed out there.
It's at least a single for him.
Just look at the grip and you can see whether the off spinner's grip.
Here's bowls again, but again a little leg sidey. Just watched this time by Root. Taken by the keeper, Dave Villas, and there's no run. 228 for 4. And James Root 63 not out. Just the one slip in place. That's the only fielder around the bat. It's a straighter delivery from Wells, and he plays 4 in defence, and there's no run. Gets through the over pretty quickly, does Luke Wells. And balls, and that's glanced off the hip down to fine leg. Morley will try and catch up with it. He can't. Hits the advertising board in towards the media tent. And there's 4 more runs.
Yeah, and I think Rue will feel as if he's missed out on a couple more boundaries in that area. Precisely that area. Just there's a square leg here. Just get it fine.
Yeah, he's attempted a couple of sweeps, hasn't he, that quite got right. Takes one this time. Just flicked around the corner to backward square leg, and he's through for 1. Score moves on to 233 for 4. Both players exactly on 68 not out. And the partnership is worth 128 between them as well. So Lancashire is searching for wickets, for a breakthrough, try and find an answer to the puzzle of how to break this partnership.
Yeah, and I think Rose, some 49 deliveries less to get to 68. The Goldsworthy, obviously 2 contrasting innings. Goldsworthy had to bill. He was a bit there. He was in a bit earlier.
Here comes Balderson for Lancashire around the wicket. Bowls and off the back foot and just steered out towards point by Rue, but for no run.
Yeah, it's the moment. Not a lot of pace in the wicket right now. I think it's definitely a good period for batting. I think Lancashire really, they need a bit of luck at this stage because the game is slipping Certainly slipping away from them. Lots of encouragement from the players.
Balderson in left by Roux, taken by Dame Velas. If you've not got that kind of genuine express pace, they do have the option of the left arm seamers. That's different for it being just right arm medium pace all the time. Left arm seam of Luke Wood. They're relying on Balderson at the minute. One slip ready. And then balls to Roux. Goes back and pulls it out through the onside to backward square leg. Go through for one. I may have just spotted on the live stream the image of someone carrying 4 ice creams. Well, that chap has made his way all the way around to where we are. He's just walked past us.
And he hasn't lost any of them.
No, I think one was melting.
I think one's on the way, though.
Yeah, it was definitely on the slide.
But he's reached his destination safely.
He's done well. Balderson to Goldsworthy. Nudged out towards square leg for a single. 69 now to Lewis Goldsworthy. 235 for 4. Brings Roux on strike. Can already see some of the... Well, the two men you'd expect to take a new ball are both been limbering up through the course of this over. Will Williams and Tom Bailey. So there'll be 3 overs to go after this one. It looks like Lancashire are going to turn to those two. This is a full-length delivery by Balderson, which is driven by James Roux to mid-off, and there's no run. Lancashire are going to need a new ball to work for them.
Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office. 2 early wickets. Since then, some pretty good batting.
235 for 4. Roux waits and allows that one to pass through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over. 77 overs gone in Lancashire's first innings. Sorry, Somerset's first innings. 235 for 4. Goldsworthy 69 and Roux on 69. It has been a perfectly balanced partnership this. After those 2 early wickets that Butch mentioned, Renshaw and Davis both out pretty early, 13 and 3 respectively, both to Bailey. There's been a couple of partnerships. A Lammonby-Bartlett partnership, 61. It was promising, but it's this one, the Goldsworthy-Roux partnership of 130, which really has wrestled the game and the day so far in Somerset's favour.
Yeah, it certainly has been an innings saving partnership, because it was delicately poised when they came together, but they've seen it out.
Both on exactly 69. Just waiting for a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm again. Someone just wandering across in front of the side screen. Here's Luke Wells to continue bowling, and it's left by Goldsworthy. Taken by the keeper, Dame Velas, who's wanting his long on to be a little wider. There's a long on, there's a mid-off, there's a deep extra cover. As he hops back into the crease and defends into the offside for no run. And there's a deep backward square leg. So actually, it's more deep point and deep backward square legs. The two fielders in position to save some runs in the deep square of the wicket. 2 dot balls to start the over. Wells back in. And there is a bit of width now. He's cut. And that brings Croft, who's in play on the deep point boundary, into the game. Gets across the ground pretty well. And they come back for 2. 237 for 4. Goldsworthy to 71 not out. He's the man on strike. Luke Wells. He's in and bowling and tosses one up, and that's driven. And this time Croft having to go away to his right-hand side, keeping a watchful eye on the ball as it bounces and bobbles over a pretty firm, dry outfield.
Yeah, more work for Croft. Left first to the left, then to the right.
He's got a bit of ground to cover, hasn't he, Croft?
I think he'd be hoping for the next one to come straight to him.
Yes. Running 30 yards to either side. Well, he's off again, he's Stephen Croft. Once more, he's quickly across the ground, throws the ball in towards the keeper's end. They have come back for 2. Putting in the miles is Stephen Croft.
Well, that's been left, right, left. Should be right, though.
Should be, yeah. Edge a little nearer to your right.
And then Stephen Croft will ask the captain to change positions.
2:41 for 4. Wells to Goldsworthy, and he leaves that ball and taken by the keeper, and that is the end of the over. 241 for 4 between Goldsworthy and Roux. The partnership which has frustrated Lancashire through the course of the afternoon session is still going nice and strong for Somerset post tea.
Yeah, terrific partnership. 136 in 145 balls. That's excellent going. Particularly when you've had to spend a period of rebuilding the innings. So that is really good going. I think what has helped Goldsworthy is that while he was the main man when Roux came in, that he was able to settle in, and now both of them are scoring.
Here comes Balderson into Roux. That's left. Taken by the keeper, there's no run. Yeah, you felt that when these two first came together to bat, it was Goldsworthy that was the... I mean, he's not particularly older, a couple of years older than Roux, but the sense of being slightly more experienced.
Yeah, I mean, things would have been on his shoulder. He would have had to shepherd the youngster through, which he's done. Balderson to Roux. Again, that's defended into the offside, no run. But as time has gone by, obviously Roux has, he's built in confidence to the point now where Goldsworthy doesn't have to worry about him, just concentrate on his own game. And both of them are now scoring effectively, so the partnership is ripe. Yeah, beautifully balanced partnership between these two. Maybe Lancashire try and break it. Balderson's in. It's driven away into the offside. Slightly awkward bounce in front of Keaton Jennings. One of the used pitches here. But there is no run. 2:41 for 4. Yeah, Bailey's at mid-on, doing a few stretches, so he's imminent with a new ball due. Bailey bowls, and again that's defended, bouncing its way out towards the offside for no run. Scott, I'm sure at some time you'll give me details of the Middlesex revival. Well, we're hoping, well, you are in particular hoping for a Middlesex revival. Balls and around the wicket bowls, and that's just nudged away into the onside, and there is no run. Of course, Middlesex and Nottinghamshire, the two standout teams so far in Division 2. It's a very noisy train goes past. Middlesex are 188 all out. Oh, recovery. Balderson to Roux, off the back foot again, trying to force the ball away into the offside, but there's no run. And Worcestershire have started their reply. They're 39 for 2. In reply to a Middlesex total of 188. With Tom Helm scoring 50. Luke Holman making 62. So those two managed to put on a few runs for Middlesex in their game against Worcestershire. Yeah, I guess 90 odd for 7. That's a bit of a... You'll settle for that. .241 for 4. And the workload has been pretty evenly shared between the bowlers today. There's Wells to send down the 80th over of the Somerset first innings. Just dabbed away into the offside, and there is no run.
241 for 4. It's hit down the ground, but there is no run. Gathered by Wells off his own bowling. Wells in and bowls forward again, goes Goldsworthy, and there's no run. So elsewhere in Division 2 then, Sussex 331 for 3. Plenty of runs for Sussex on the south coast against Leicestershire. These are Division 2 scores. Wells bowls, forward goes Goldsworthy in defence, and there is no run. Tom Alsop, 122. Not out for Sussex. Glamorgan are 261 for 8 in their match against Nottinghamshire. And Wells to Goldsworthy, and that's pushed forward. There's no run. And Derbyshire are playing Durham. Derbyshire 214 for 5 at Chester Street. All these are games of day 1 of 4. And Goldsworthy able to defend back along the ground. There's no run, so that's the end of the over. That's 80 gone. We've had an hour of the post-tea session, so that some drinks are being carried out. And there is a new ball that Lancashire can take straight away after this drinks break if they want to. And with a little mini drinks break, so a chance for Lancashire to have a little regroup as well. They might be tempted to take the new ball straight away because, of course, the batsmen's minds will be broken a little bit, the concentration, because of the drinks break, and maybe they'll restart with Bailey and with Williams after this break. We'll soon find out, but to talk you through the second new ball, it will be Roland Butcher and Anthony Gibson.
Yes, and as it stands, Somerset 241 for 4, 80 overs. They'll feel that it's been a good day for them. And I think they got it right to start with. Won the toss, elected to bat. If they've read the pitch as being good for batting, I think they've certainly done that well. Or was it because they were in action recently and wanted a bit more time off the field? Whatever reason it was, I think it was a good decision. And then obviously lost a couple of early wickets, but since then I think it's been very much all Somerset. Lancashire have toiled really hard today, but I think Somerset very much, as the day goes into this third, well into this third session, I think the happier the two sides will be Somerset.
What have you made of James Rew then on his debut for Somerset?
I think he's done well. He's come in, he's absorbed the pressure, and since then, you know, I think he's grown in confidence and become a little bit more adventurous. I think he's been fortunate to have had Goldsworthy at the other end, who'd been in a while before him and sort of steadied the ship for a while, and now Goldsworthy has allowed him to play his normal game.
Any technical issues, that good or bad, that you spotted?
It's very difficult to pass judgment at this stage because I don't think it's a particularly threatening attack or threatening wicket, so you would have to say that, you know, he's done everything right so far. You know, he's looked to play straight, be patient, and he's got the reward.
Well, he's on strike now to Tom Bailey with the new ball, and just turned round slightly there by that first delivery from Bailey.
There is some predictability about Lancashire's cricket, actually. There's, you know, you could have predicted this an hour ago, that come the new ball.
Well, they were pretty quick to go on the defensive, I thought, this afternoon, and we had five fielders out on the boundary. When you got two young batsmen at the crease, Bailey's in and bowls, and playing slightly around his front pad. James Rew defends, back up the pitch. I think they were pinning their hopes on the new ball.
Well, I think there were a lot of overs to go in between before the new ball, so it would have been more important to have tried to get the new batsman out, which was Rew on his debut. That would have been, you know, to get him out early, that would have put a little bit more pressure on the team.
It would. He's on 69 is James Rew, and Bailey bowls, and this is turned down to long leg just for a single. He moves on to 70. 242 for 4 Somerset. These two came together when Tom Lamley was at LBW, the score on 105. So they've added 137 together. Very important partnership in the middle order, and it's been in the middle order where Somerset's problems have mostly been with the bat this season, and we rather feared the worst with Tom Abel being recruited to captain the England Lions this week, so not available. He and Matt Renshaw have been the mainstays of the batting. This is driven nicely by Goldsworthy, and a good half stop which prevents any run from George Balderson in the covers.
Yeah, he certainly saved 4 runs there. Lovely shot. Goldsworthy out on the front foot. Timed it superbly, but the fielder did exceptionally well diving to his right.
Goldsworthy with his highest score in first-class cricket, surpassing the 67 not out that he made against Surrey back in June. He's on 75 as Bailey bowls to him and comes off the inside half of the bat, but all along the ground out into the onside where Jack Morley does the fielding. It's cloudy here at Trafalgar Road at the moment, but there's blue sky away to the west of us. At least I think the sort of southwest of us is where that blue sky is. But the cloud cover providing blessed relief from the heat of the sun. It's not often you hear that said at an English county cricket game. Bailey bowls, and Goldsworthy on the back foot defending into the offside end of the over. 242 for 4 with Roux on 70 and Roux off 70 from 127 and Goldsworthy 75 off 168. So Roux the quicker scorer of these two middle order batsmen for Somerset.
Yeah, the first over the new ball negotiated quite easily there by the Somerset batsman. Now we'll see what happens with Williams at the other end. But as I said, there is a predictability about Lancashire's cricket that
I heard one of the groundsmen who were in the tennis pavilion behind us saying that Lancashire think the ball's gone very soft, or the old ball had gone very soft. So maybe that's part of the explanation for the rather defensive approach that they.
But don't forget that they got a ball changed as well. So
they did.
So that's 2 gone soft.
Yeah. Here comes Williams in from the Harrod Drive end with the ball outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump to James Roux, who doesn't have anything to do with it. Will Williams, a New Zealander who's got a British passport, so doesn't count as an overseas player. He's got quite a long run in, nice rhythmical approach. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and James Roux gets in behind a defensive shot. We've got 3 close catches. That's Jones and the 2 tall slippers, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. With Dane Villas keeping wicket in the absence of Phil Salt. Here comes Williams in bowls, and that's again a long way outside off stump. Rather wasting the new ball. Got to make the batsman play. It's got a rather pronounced walk, as Will Williams walks with a sense of purpose, you feel. Anxious to, he's 29, born in Christchurch, New Zealand, has played almost all of his first-class cricket for Canterbury in New Zealand. Here he comes, in and bowls, and takes Roux on the pad as he looks to work that into the onside. I haven't seen a replay.
Yes, and Williams just turned away very quickly after the initial shout.
Well, the shot would suggest it was going down the leg side, wouldn't it?
I think he'd be lucky. He's actually lucky he didn't concede the boundary there.
Here he comes again, this long striding run up. He's there, bowls to Rue again plays slightly around his front pad, but gets it safely out to Tom Bailey at mid-wicket. 242 for 4. So Somerset closing in on a second batting point. And the only 2 games in which they put big runs on the board in this county championship season were against Warwickshire and Gloucestershire, and they went on to win both of them. And this time it's hit hard into the ground and bounces out into the offside, and there won't be a run in of what I fancy was a maiden over. So not the perfect maiden over, it got better as it went on. A couple wide outside the off stump at the start, and then he just adjusted his radar with the last 4 deliveries. 242 for 4 at the end of the over.
I think Williams would be quite pleased to get through that over. He's had a long spell in the outfield. Been asked to come and bowl the new ball straight away, no warm-up deliveries, so didn't say, you know, they didn't take a couple of overs with the old ball just to get a bit of rhythm going. Threw the new ball straight to them. Sometimes it can work, sometimes it can't.
Bailey bowls. Goldsworthy on his back foot and cracks that away through the offside. Short and wide from Tom Bailey, and a very, very well executed cut shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. I think if he has got a signature shot, that's probably it. Takes him on to 79 and the score on to 246.
Yeah, and lovely shot to play, but nice height, and really with not a lot of bunks in the pitch. The batsman set in the 70s, really, he's not going to miss out on that delivery, and that can happen sometimes, you know, when you do go to that new ball, really hoping that something will happen.
Here's Bailey again to Goldsworthy, and again he cracks it away through the offside for 4 runs. That wasn't quite so decisive as the previous shot, but not far short of it, and it wasn't a very good delivery again, I'm afraid, from Tom Bailey.
Not at all. I think this is probably a better shot, actually, because the ball was a little bit closer to him and didn't have the room to play it, but the timing was perfection. I don't think Bailey thought the first shot was perhaps a bit of a fluke. Let's see if he can play it again.
250, 2 batting points for Somerset. Bailey bowls, and Goldsworthy puts in a stride towards the pitch of the ball, but then lifts his bat out of the line of the ball, lets it go through to Dane Venas. The blue sky is getting ever closer, but I think we'll be all right, because by the time the blue sky gets here, the sun will have disappeared away to our right, and so we won't be in direct sunlight. So we'll be all right.
I think we're good for the rest of the day.
All right.
We're good for the rest of the day.
Here's Bailey to Goldsworthy, bowls. Goldsworthy again, carbon copy of the previous delivery, and again not a particularly good over this from Tom Bailey with the new ball. 2 short and wide, which were cracked away for 4, and a couple of deliveries that Goldsworthy didn't have to bother with. And they'll want to make the breakthrough with this new ball, will Lancashire. It's their big chance to make worthwhile inroads into the Somerset lower middle order. Bailey bowls and Goldsworthy defends, and one of those new yellow trains goes past the ground on its way to Liverpool, we imagine, from Southport, just up the road. We're really in Birkdale here rather than Southport. We're a couple of miles south of Southport, but the 2 settlements sort of merge into each other. Bailey is in and bowls, and Goldsworthy cuts, but straight to backward point. Doesn't get a run this time. End of the over. 250 for 4, 83 to Goldsworthy, 70 to James Rue, and these 2 have now added 145 for the 5th wicket for Somerset.
I think Goldsworthy will feel that he also missed out on that final delivery. It certainly was there to be hit short and wide, but on the occasion obviously picked the man out at cover point.
What was your favourite shot?
My favourite shot really was I like the pull shot. That was one of my shots, and also really clip off the pads was
Here comes Williams to James Rew, who plays that up the onside. And who was the bowler you least liked batting against?
I would say Underwood on the turning wicket, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it's. I was expecting you all to say Sylvester Clarke, but there's a lot of batsmen say Sylvester Clarke from that era. But yes, Derek Underwood, deadly Derek. This is whipped away, and he's caught, and that's the end of James Rew. He whipped that straight to mid-wicket to Tom Bailey, who took a good catch above his head. And that, sadly, is the end of James Rew, who has caught Bailey, bowled Williams for 70. But what a splendid debut for James Rew. He's just 18. He's come into the Somerset side for this game up here at Southport, and he's given a wonderful account of himself. 70 runs for James Rew in 135 deliveries, and a most impressive, most promising debut.
Yeah, he's batted well. He'd be disappointed the way he's got out and the delivery got out, because it was in the slot. Perhaps a little bit of overconfidence, trying to hit the ball through mid-wicket. You know, early in the innings, he probably would have glanced it down to fine leg, but
yeah.
You know, as you become more confident, you figured obviously he's really in, he's set. But Lancashire wanted that breakthrough, they needed it, and they've got it now. All they need now is really to get rid of Goldsworthy at the other end and get 2 new batsmen at the crease. Then it will be justifiable in taking the new ball.
Well, as I said, hugely promising debut for James Rew. I think he's booked his place in the Red Bull side, certainly for the next couple of games, with Yorkshire coming up at Taunton next week, and then Essex at Chelmsford the week after that. Somerset are going to have a little bit of a problem on their hands in terms of selection, because Tom Banton will come back into the reckoning after this South Africa A mini-series with the England Lions. Lewis Gregory is the new batsman, and he turns this into the onside and goes straight away through for a well-judged single off the mark, 251 for 5, because I think James Hildreth is out of the equation now, but Tom Abel will be back in it. So presumably Somerset will bat something like Renshaw, Lammonby, Abel, Goldsworthy, Rew, and then Davis, which means that, or you know, where does Banton fit in, or doesn't he? Williams bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Goldsworthy. It's a good problem for Jason Kerr, the head coach, to have. But it'd be a shame that any of those 3, Goldsworthy, Rew and Banton, if they can't find a place in the championship side.
Yeah, it'd be quite unfortunate, but it's a nice problem to have, where you're not looking for players.
Williams is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy, but he won't get a run as it goes straight to square leg. It's Banton has been working. I guess he would be the most likely of the 3 to miss out, because although he's been working very hard on his red ball game, he hasn't. He's just got the 150 so far. No, sorry, 250 so far as Williams bowls, and this is turned into the onside, and there will be a run here, possibly. No, it'll just be the 1. 252 for 5. Goldsworthy moves on to 84. So the spotlight shifts from James Rew to Lewis Goldsworthy. James Rew had the potential to score a century on debut. It'll be the first time that a homegrown Somerset player has scored a century on debut for a long time. But now Lewis Goldsworthy has the opportunity to score his first-class 100.
Yeah, and if he does, I think it will be in a fitting cause, really. Coming to the crease with the team, a couple of wickets down. And if you see them through to the end of the day and you can get a century as well, then, and it's your first one, then he would have done well.
And I'm not tempting Providence. All of those Somerset listeners who say, shut up, it's the commentator's curse outside the off stump. You can't ignore the facts of the game in front of you. And I don't believe in the commentator's curse. Although I'm always very, the sort of part of me that does believe in it is very wary about tempting Providence. Still, whatever happens, he's batted very well. He's on strike now to Tom Bailey, tall, angular. He's in, bowls, and Goldsworthy's up on his toes, but playing that into the offside where Stephen Croft does the fielding. 252 for 5. Everybody here, you feel that everyone here is having a good time, aren't they? You know,
yeah, I mean,
really enjoying themselves.
What else can they ask for? They've got cricket, they've got a lovely day, probably got some friends with them.
Glass or two.
Beer,
yeah,
wine, ice cream.
Perfect. Bailey's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy goes to whip this away through the onside, makes no contact through to Dane Villas. He rehearses the shot. We've still got 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket and a long leg. There's no offside sweeper. 2, or is there? We've got 3rd man, have we?
Cover point.
Cover, no deep cover, is there?
Yeah.
Here's Bailey in and bowls. And, oh yes, there he is. He just emerges from behind one of the other fielders. And that was played into the offside, and there was no run.
Bring him in now, so he's...
Yes, he's coming in now. And mid-wicket is coming in as well, presumably to try and keep Goldsworthy on strike so that they can have a new bowl, have a bowl at the new batsman, who's Lewis Gregory. Gregory, who made 100 and... How did he get against Surrey? He got 100. I know that. Fancy it was 150. No, 110 not out. 110 not out. It was Tom Abel who got 150 against Surrey at the Oval. As Gregory defends, so Lancashire have succeeded in their ambition of being able to bowl at the new batsman Gregory. It's the end of that over, which was a maiden from Tom Bailey. 252 for 5, and we have had 85 overs.
Yes, and fairly absorbing there so far. A couple of early wickets, then some consolidation, and at the end of the day, we're seeing Lancashire trying to get back into the game after Somerset through some very solid batting. Got themselves in a good position.
Williams again there in bowls, and Gregory lifts his bat out of the way. He's not been in great form in T20 cricket, Lewis Gregory. He made 60 against Gloucestershire, which turned out to be a match-winning innings, but he's hardly scored a run in his other innings in the blast. But then this a very different form of cricket, very different challenge. And with that 110 not out against Surrey behind him, he ought to have plenty of confidence. As Williams bowls to him, and mixture of bat and pad, hence the exclamation from Dane Villas behind the stumps. Thought that ball was just going to evade the inside edge, but it didn't. Plenty of bat involved. Lewis Gregory had back problems throughout his career. Well, not throughout his career, but for at least the last 10 years he's had back problems, with a cracked vertebrae as he defends into the onside. He had an operation 2 or 3 years ago which we thought had cured it, but then the end of last season, it reoccurred when he was captaining the Trent Rockets in the 100. And for the last 4 games of Somerset's County Championship season, he could bat, but he couldn't bowl. And that was a major handicap. 252 for 5, as Williams is in and bowls. And Gregory will pick up a single into the onside as Balderson is onto the ball, but not quickly enough to prevent what was a well-judged signal. 253 for 5.
Yeah, good response from the non-striker. Obviously, Goldsworthy was trying to get on strike, but the fielder really couldn't prevent the single.
He's a more than accomplished batsman, is Lewis Gregory. Williams in and bowls, and Goldsworthy plays that firmly into the offside, but won't get a run. Lewis Goldsworthy's career average is not as good as it should be. He's played 101 first-class games and averages around about 24, which for a cricketer who started as a batsman and developed as an all-rounder, it's not as good a return as it should be. Here's Williams in and bowls, and that's a nice shot by Goldsworthy, but well cut off, and hits the stumps with the throw. Good piece of fielding in the covers by, must be a substitute fielder.
Excellent piece of fielding.
It was.
It moved very swiftly, and the return was a good one.
It was. 254 for 5 at the end of the over. 2 to Gregory and 85 to Lewis Goldsworthy.
And that's really the next milestone, really, would be Goldsworthy getting to his 100. Certainly has enough time to do that.
Tom Bailey to bowl another over. He's bowling to Goldsworthy, who's up on his toes defending up the onside of the pitch. And it's Josh Bohannon who does the fielding. He hasn't had a huge amount to do, Josh Bohannon. He's a very good fielder, very quick across the ground. Good arm. Bailey. He's up now and bowls. And there's runs here for Goldsworthy. It'll just be a single as the fielder at long leg, Will Williams, moves to his left to do the fielding. Blue sky getting ever closer. Temperature will rise. It was a bit steamy overnight, wasn't it? I don't know. Did you stay up here last night, or?
Yeah, I'm staying in Southport.
I was just dropping off when a car alarm went off outside my window. That's Bailey's in and bowls, and this is it was in the air for a long time, but not quite long enough for it to become a catch. Yeah, the car alarm went off, and then it went off at 20-minute intervals for the next hour. I went down to reception in my pyjamas to protest, and the two receptionists, to their credit, were leafing through all of the car numbers of all of the guests to try and find the guilty party. And eventually they must have succeeded. But it was quite a racket while it lasted. As another yellow train goes past the ground. You're not missing any cricket. Not quite sure what happened to the ball then. It's 255 for 5. Gregory's on strike. He's on 2. Bailey bowls, and Gregory has... didn't quite... He almost was tempted into playing a shot at that outside the off stump. At the very last moment, pulled his bat out of the way.
Yeah, the sun's up now in all its glory, and what a nice way to finish the day.
It is. 1 or 2 people have drifted away. There aren't quite so many here now as there were, but capacity crowd this afternoon of 2,200. Bailey bowls. Gregory defends. It's picked up at extra cover, and there's no run. 255 for 5. James Roux scoring 70 on his first-class debut for Somerset. I will have a dilemma at close of play as to who to interview, especially if Lewis Goldsworthy goes on to complete a century. I shall have to talk to both of them, I think. It's the only solution. As Gregory again defends back up the pitch, and Bohannon comes from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Yeah, I think both would have been, I think, worthy of a discussion.
Yeah, it was good partnership, wasn't it? What did they put on in the end? What was the last wicket? 145, wasn't it? For the fifth wicket. Tom Bailey from the Grosvenor Road end is there and bowls, and Gregory solidly forward in defence, plays it out into the offside. 257 for 5 at the end of that over. We've had 87 overs, so 9 remain in the day's play.
Yes, and as we approach the end of this day's play, I think Somerset now will be trying to ensure that they get to close without any further loss.
Indeed, I'm sure that will be their priority. But equally, I can't imagine that Lewis Goldsworthy will particularly want to go in overnight with 80-something or 90-something to his name.
Well, I'm going to make my long expected pilgrimages to the
Here comes Williams in and bowls, and this attempted shot down the leg side, which is well taken down the leg side by Dane Villas, saving his side buys. As Roland Butcher makes his departure. Thank you, Roland. It's been a great pleasure working with you today. Look forward to it tomorrow. 257 for 5. Williams is bowling away in the distance on the far side of the ground from the Harrod Drive end, in and bowls, and that's played solidly by Goldsworthy into the offside. The runs have just dried up since the wicket of James Roux, who clipped a leg stump half volley straight to Tom Bailey at mid-wicket. It was a disappointing end to a very promising innings, which is going to leave, as I was saying just now, Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, with a selection headache. Williams is in the bowls. This is turned away down to long leg. There'll just be a single in it as the throw comes in. And 258 for 5. Welcome back, Scott Reed.
Hi, Anthony. He did bat ever so well, didn't he?
He did. I was impressed as much as anything with his composure. He looked as if he'd been doing it all his life.
I agree. Yeah.
He's only 18 years old.
Yeah, certainly didn't play like an 18-year-old making his first-class Somerset debut.
Here's Williams. Bowls to Gregory. He's playing that defensively into the offside. He's been playing for Somerset age group side since the under-10s, says James Roux. So he's a proper homegrown cricketer.
Yes. Well, that's great, isn't it?
As indeed is Lewis Goldsworthy, who has also been playing for Somerset age group since his early teens, even though he's a Cornishman.
Good catchment area, though, I guess. That, you know,
yeah, we don't get so many from Cornwall. Devon is the main source of young cricketers, and from Somerset as well. As this is turned by Gregory down towards long leg again, they're going to come back for the second run, and there's a misfield down there, and they even think about coming back for the third, but quite wisely decide against it as Jack Morley made a bit of a meal of making that stop. And that was a good example of what the coaches say about putting the fielder under pressure by, at the very least, threatening to come back for the second run.
Yeah, you kind of run hard, don't you? That type of phrase it's used, isn't it? Run hard, put the pressure on the fielder, force a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, Surrey are very good at doing that. 260 for 5 as Williams is in and bowls. This is good stop in the covers.
Tom Bailey.
By Tom Bailey, who spread his 6'5" away to his right to stop that. Otherwise, it would have run away for 4 runs. 260 for 5 at the end of the over.
So does Somerset, do they play Devon in the one-day warm-up match? Because every county plays a national.
Yep. I think they're playing Devon and Cornwall.
Oh, excellent.
I think.
Right.
I think I'm stand to be corrected. Okay. But yeah, in the warm-up to the Royal London One Day Cup.
Yeah, Lancashire have got Cumbria in their fixture, which is at Sedbergh School, which kind of makes sense. But that's the kind of neighbouring national county side. Lancashire are quite keen to try and. One of the reasons behind playing more games at Sedbergh is to try and strengthen the ties between Cumbria and Lancashire. Bailey bowls, that's flicked off the hip down towards long leg, and he gets 4 runs as well. Nicely played. Flick away off the hip for 4.
Well, you let one of your Cumbrian products go, didn't you, in Jordan Clark?
Yes, indeed. Yeah,
who is a very considerable cricketer.
There's a couple of lads that play that were at Sedbergh School playing for Yorkshire in Brook and Duke, I think, is the other one.
Yeah, Harry Duke. Yeah, the 2 Harrys. Yeah.
So I think they're quite keen to muscle themselves into there if they can. But Bailey in and bowling. Goldsworthy off the back foot to defend away into the offside for no run.
The other asset that Somerset have in terms of bringing on young players, of course, they've got two of the best cricket developing schools in the country in Millfield,
right,
and King's College Taunton, who are huge rivals, but they do produce some top class cricketers between them.
Is Tom Abel from one of those two?
No, Tom Abel was at Taunton School.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Bailey in, bowling to Goldsworthy. Just dropped out into the offside. They get through for 1, so Goldsworthy now moves on to 92 not out. Potentially a significant moment for Lewis Goldsworthy. Just 8 runs away at 265 for 5.
I bet his heart's going.
But it is
19 to the dozen inside his chest. He's waited a long time for his maiden first-class century, if he goes on to secure it.
He's batted ever so well today. Gregory will turn this next delivery out towards square leg for no run. Very contrasting innings, really. It was very sedate and quiet at the start. I think he felt like he was quite happy to allow Lamberby to take centre stage. And I think he maybe even relished the prospect of playing with the young lad at the other end to take a little bit more responsibility, perhaps. It seemed to kind of get him going a bit. He's now up to 92. Watching Lewis Gregory, waiting for Bailey. 2 slips in place. And it's left by Gregory, taken by Dane Villas. And there is no run. 267 for 5.
Yeah, this is Goldsworthy's 14th first-class game.
Well, he's got time tonight to find 8 more runs. 7 overs to go at the end of this one from Bailey. In a bowling to Gregory. It's played up to Bohannon at mid-on. There's no run. Kind of jabs the ball towards mid-on and rehearses that almost that same shot. Yeah, much more experienced Lewis Gregory. The contrast between the two is pretty clear, with Gregory and Goldsworthy batting together.
Yeah, Gregory's getting to the stage of being a senior pro now.
I'm going to use the word veteran at one point there.
No. He's only 30.
Indeed. Bailey in. It's a little short. He takes it on, swats the ball away, but without any timing, and looks
didn't
right
time
at
that at all, did he?
Didn't, no. And he looks at the toe end of his bat. Gives it a rather filthy look.
Yeah.
End of the over, 267 for 5.
Yes, Lewis Gregory's problem has always been shot selection. He's got a almost a flawless, faultless technique when you watch him as a batsman. I often say his bat looks to be just that little bit broader than everyone else's because he does play so straight. But From time to time, when he's going along quite nicely, he'll suddenly go for a big shot against the wrong ball and get himself out.
Right.
But he's inherently a very talented batsman. 267 for 5 then. Another over is coming up from the New Zealander, stroke Lancastrian Will Williams as their bowls. Goldsworthy defends. How did they come across Will Williams?
I was going to ask you about this because he's been playing cricket down Somerset's way.
Oh, has he? Oh, has he been playing for Bridgewater?
He has.
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
So I don't know whether there's anybody in the Somerset side that would play their club cricket at Bridgewater, because they may well have played together at some stage.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just trying to think who. I think, well, no, Will Smead plays for Bridgewater, but of course he's not in the red ball side. This is turned away down towards long leg by Goldsworthy. They'll come back for second run. There was a mixture of bat and pad, judging by the expostulations from the close fielders. 269 moves on to 94, does Goldsworthy.
So yeah, he's been playing Bridgewater, but I think Lancashire have been aware of him for a little longer than just this year. I think they were kind of keeping tabs on his progress in New Zealand.
Max Waller, I think, has been playing for Bridgewater as well, but he doesn't get in. He's only got a white ball contract these days. Williams bowls, and Goldsworthy plays into the onside. I'm sure the followers on Twitter will let us know. There's quite a lot of Twitter activity today, most of it friendly. Not all of it. Malcolm Elliott says, what a great innings from James Rew and a very important partnership with Lewis Goldsworthy. Joined the commentary in a blisteringly hot Cyprus.
Oh, nice.
What a lovely ground to watch a cricket match. Hopefully we can bat ourselves into a good position as Williams bowls. Oh, and beats Goldsworthy. Oh, dear. That, we haven't seen a replay yet. I wonder if we will see, but that must have just done a bit off the surface, judging by the reaction of the close fielders. Chris Payne says about the selection dilemma. Surely Steve Davis, with his average of 17.5, has to be the batter most in danger if this innings has inked Rew in. Good point. Here comes Williams there in bowls, and on the back foot, Lewis Goldsworthy defends. Stephen from Berkhamsted says, I don't believe in the commentator's curse either. Of course, there can be unfortunate juxtapositions. Well, they can, and they've happened to me more often than they should be. Bartlett, of course, yes. George Bartlett and Ned Leonard, again, who's not in the side for this game, but George Bartlett certainly is, as Goldsworthy defends. So he would have played in the Bridgewater club side.
Oh, okay, got you.
With Will Williams. So he is not an unknown quantity to the Somerset camp.
No, exactly. I think, I mean, Warwickshire and Gloucestershire. Well, but Gloucestershire may have had a little bit of knowledge with his work in club cricket in Somerset, but I think Warwickshire were a little, obviously, unsure of what they were facing when he made his debut for Lancashire at Edgbaston. Pretty short-term deal has turned into a 3.5-year contract.
Yeah, yeah. Grumpy Git says 2 batting points and a stand of over 100. Someone asked our coach why he didn't pick Lewis Goldsworthy sooner, please. Well, he's not been pulling up trees in terms of his batting average, which is under 20 so far this season. He has played in 3 games, 6 innings, so he's had his chances. But and the competition is strong.
Change of bowling with George Bolton into the attack to Lewis Gregory, who plays forward in defence. And there is no run. He's cementing his place in the team at the minute. Goldsworthy and James Rew done his case no harm as well. 145 run partnership between those two this afternoon. An enjoyable one for Somerset supporters. Balderson to Gregory, who's forward and hammering the ball away through the offside for 4 runs.
Oh, lovely shot. Proper off drive, wasn't it?
Yep. Looked good, held the pose, and it absolutely rattled its way to the rope. It's timed to perfection from Gregory.
AC McLaren would have enjoyed that shot. AC McLaren, who scored 425 for Lancashire against Somerset down at Taunton back in the 1890s.
273 for 5. Balderson in and balls to Gregory. Well, that's weaved down towards backward point. He'll probably get 4 more. The ball bouncing and bobbling its way along that hard, dry surface and down towards the boundary for 4 more.
It was the highest score in first-class cricket in this country before Brian Lara's 501.
With plenty of shots like that, I'm sure, in the innings.
Yeah. Well, the Victorian amateurs didn't believe in playing into the leg side. They didn't, seriously, they didn't. It wasn't the shot of a gentleman. You had to drive the ball straight or through the offside.
277 for 5. This is cut down to deep point where Croft fields and there is no run. It sounds utterly absurd, doesn't it, really, when you put it like that. 278 for 5.
It was K.S. Ranjit Singh who sort of first made it respectable amongst the amateurs, because he had his famous leg glance, which he introduced. And others soon followed.
It's Balderson to Goldsworthy. It's dropped behind square on the offside, just off the back foot. Takes the single, moves to 95. And the score moves on to 279 for 5. It looks like we're going to have some running repairs at the end of this over. The ground staff are bringing out all sorts of different equipment in front of us here. So there must be maybe a slight problem at one of the...
With the footholds, you think?
Yeah. Some brutal-looking wooden thing in front of me that's going to get used. This wraps him on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Lancashire pleading with the umpire. As Gregory shaped to play it to leg side, not out, says umpire Hartley.
It was one of those, with his right back on his stumps, wasn't he? Maybe just, well, we can't tell from here. It's no good speculating. They're going to show us a replay.
Well, that would be a big shot, wasn't it? It was a sustained appeal, but it's the fact he went back, isn't it, that really got Lancashire interested in this.
No replay.
Like
and the umpire's signalling the ground staff to...
Yeah. I mean, look at that device there. What's that? Blimey.
It's a heavyweight tamper.
Giving something a bit of a bashing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's jogging on with his big basher.
I'm surprised he hasn't taken out some filler to bash in there. Williams is just pointing out to umpire Middlebrook just what the problem is. I had a look at, I was telling you, I had a look at the pitch during the tea interval. And the bowler's foot, I didn't actually look at the far end, which is where the problem seems to be, but certainly at the Grosvenor Road end, there it goes, bang, bang, bang. You can be sure if one of the Overton twins was bowling on this, they'd be scraping away at the bowling crease. Never satisfied, but, you know, there's a lot of weight comes down on those Overton twins' left feet.
Giving that a fair old banging. What have we got left? 5? Yeah, 5 overs to go. Looks like that's work to treat. And the ground staff have done their bit. 279 for 5.
Well, it's been a lovely day's cricket, hasn't it?
Terrific. Really enjoyed it, yeah.
Yeah. It's a proper festival atmosphere. Some good batting, some decent bowling from Lancashire as well. Here comes Williams in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who plays that into the offside. And again, good stop from Tom Bailey at extra cover. We've got Stephen Croft at, not sure whether he's cover point or backward point from our angle, but he's more or less square of the wicket. And then Tom Bailey at extra cover, and then mid off, and a gully, I suppose you'd call Keaton Jennings' position, as that's turned into the onside by Goldsworthy. He thought for a moment there was a single there, but there wasn't, as it was fielded at mid-wicket. 279 for 5. Goldsworthy on 95. He's got another 4 overs after this to pick up the runs that he needs for his maiden first-class century. Williams bowls, Goldsworthy back on his stumps. Good bowling from Williams, making the batsman play, keeping good line and length, not offering him any free gifts. He's batted for over 200 deliveries now, Lewis Goldsworthy, so it's been a real effort of concentration as well as skill from the young Cornishman. The pride of Camborne. I shall have to break into a rendition of Going Up Camborne Hill, Coming Down, if he, and that's played away through the offside. It's cut off though, again by Tom Bailey. Just yes, Going Up Camborne Hill, Coming Down. That's the song. But we mustn't be premature. He's still got 5 runs to score. And the Lancashire bowlers will be straining every sinew to prevent him getting there. 279 for 5. As Williams bowls, and Goldsworthy playing that from the crease in defence out into the onside. Still plenty of people congregating in the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club chairman's marquee to our right, where they've had a lovely day, as has, I think, I should imagine, just about everyone here. Plenty for supporters of both sides to cheer. And this is edged and over the top of Gully for 4 runs. And that takes Goldsworthy on to 99. But he's had a bit of good fortune outside the off stump before this in his innings. It was one of very similar, it was more of a cover drive this morning when he went for a big drive. Yep. and just nicked it just wide of a diving Gully, and ditto on that occasion. But he survives. He's on 99, but he's not on strike. 283 for 5.
His heart may have skipped a beat for a moment there as that was flashed over the top of Jennings, a tall man, Jennings at Gurley. So Gregory will be on strike for the first part of this over, and that's flicked down towards fine leg, and he'll get 4. Beautifully played by Gregory. Little leg side from Balderson, but eased away along the ground. Nice looking shot for 4. 287 now for 5.
It's a good example of how to play a ball going down the leg side. You know, rather than just sort of waving the bat at it and hoping to get a nick. He played that very deliberately. It was a proper leg glance down to fine leg, knowing that long leg was quite square.
Takes Gregory on to 17 now. Gets forward to this next delivery from Balderson, pushed out into the offside, no run. Yeah, there is a fine leg in place. Well, Williams, and it went probably 20 yards to his right, but it was timed beautifully. Final throws of the opening day of this fixture. Forward goes Gregory in defence, and there's no run. As Anthony said, a picture-perfect day really for the for this game. I came here about a week and a half ago to speak to the club chairman. just to look ahead to the match, and the first thing he was saying was, "Oh my goodness, I hope the weather's good."
Well, it couldn't be much better.
Balderson in to Gregory. That's dropped into the onside. He gets through for 1. He moves on to 18, and it gets Goldsworthy back on strike at 288 for 5.
Thank you, Scott. Well, 99 to Lewis Goldsworthy. He's been out there, well, since quite early this morning. He came in at the fall of Matt Renshaw's wicket when the score from memory was 49, I think. He's on 99, Lewis Goldsworthy. Balderson bowls, he drives, and that's his century! A century for Lewis Goldsworthy, and my goodness me, isn't he pleased? Takes off his helmet, lifts his bat. 207 ball, maiden first-class century for the pride of Camborne, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Indeed, well battered, super knot. Lovely way to get there as well. What a gorgeous shot for 4. Lovely way to reach 3 figures. Special moment for him, and a really good reception as well from supporters inside the ground. A little fist, yeah, a little fist clench, wasn't it? As soon as he hit it, he knew he got it.
Yeah, great moment. Back to you, Scott.
It's a 292 for 5. And this is the final ball of the over. Actually, it's speared him full of length from Balderson and kept out by Lewis Goldsworthy, and that is the end of the over. So I make it 103 from 208. Actually, got to it off after 207 deliveries with 15 fours in that innings. Well battered.
Very well batted, and well concentrated as well. He's been out there for a long time, and the Lancashire bowlers haven't made it easy for him either. He's not been offered anything too loose. Couple of short. No, that was Lewis Gregory, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was Lewis Goldsworthy who got a couple of short and wide ones from Tom Bailey with the new ball. But apart from that,
yep,
he's had to work hard for his runs.
As indeed Somerset have all day. 292 for 5 from 93 overs. Probably is a reflection of how well they've worked for their runs. Lancashire have stuck at it. Be interesting to get the view from both sides here about the pitch and how they think it might play through the next few days.
Here comes Luke Wood in for his first over with the new ball. Not his first over of the day. Obviously, he's had a good bowl. He's bowled 13 overs prior to this, none for 38. Or is it? It's my thing. No, he may have bowled more
14 overs.
14 overs, yeah. None for 40. My BBC cricket score just needed a refreshing, which it's now done. And there it is, 103 for Lewis Goldsworthy. Wood is in and bowls to Gregory, who's back then forward and then plays it into the onside and won't get a run. The priority for Somerset now is not to lose a wicket before the close of play.
Be a pretty cracking day for Somerset if that's the case.
I think they'll be particularly pleased because there has been this tendency towards deliquescence in the middle order, which is basically turning to jelly or turning to liquid. And hopefully they've found some solidity with Goldsworthy and Roux, and this is driven nicely by Gregory. It'll be cut off though by Josh Bohannon.
I mean, sorry, Anthony.
Go on, yeah.
I was going to say, and it could easily have unravelled pretty quickly again, couldn't it?
It could. I must say, I thought when Lammonby was LBW, I thought, oh, here we go again.
I mean, 105 for 4 when that wicket fell.
Yeah. But Goldsworthy and Roux really turned the situation around with that partnership of 145 for the 5th wicket. Gregory on 18 weights as Wood is in and bowls, and Gregory defends. Do Lancashire fancy their chances in the Championship this season. I mean, they've been named as one of the favourites right from the start.
I think they definitely do. Yeah, I didn't really speak to a player before the season started that didn't say we will be disappointed if we're not in and around it in September.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they do. Be wary of Surrey though. There's just a little gap opening up.
Yeah. Here comes Wood. Bowls to Gregory, who swats that away into the onside, and it's fielded just inside the deep backward square leg boundary by Jack Morley, and they take just a single in the end. Didn't really get hold of that, Lewis Gregory. 293 for 5. He moves on to 19. That's the sort of shot he gets himself out to. It's a lack of due care and attention.
I thought you said that's the type of shot he would normally smack for 4.
Well, yeah, I mean, he could do, but he didn't actually play it very well. He didn't keep it down. As Wood bowls to Goldsworthy, who's on the back foot defending. Last ball of that over, so 2 overs remain in the day's play. 293 for 5 Somerset, 103 to Lewis Goldsworthy and 19 to Lewis Gregory. The 2 Lewises out there. Somerset have got a surfeit of Lewises and Toms. And with Tom Kohler-Cadmore joining them next season. Got Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby, Tom Banton, we hope will still be with Somerset next season, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. And Tom is the most popular Christian name for cricketers in the county championship. I'm reliably informed by Steve Pittard.
I was about to say, where on earth have you dug that one up from?
Retired landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, which happily has reopened just last week. And been absolutely rammed ever since it reopened.
Would that be your local?
That's my local pub, yeah.
Penultimate over of the day then, Balderson to start it. And defended out towards mid-wicket by Gregory. And there is no run. 293 for 5. Just have a little scout around some of the other games as we're edging towards the close. With looking at Yorkshire Surrey. Game at Scarborough, this one, with Yorkshire 324 for 5 as Gregory defends again, and there is no run. Adam Lyth, 131 not out for Yorkshire.
He's been in good form, hasn't he?
And Johnny Tattersall, 89 not out. So Yorkshire 324 for 5 against Surrey in Scarborough. Comes Balderson, and Gregory off the back foot cuts it down towards backward point just for a single. 294 for 5. Northamptonshire 297 for 8 in their game against Kent at Canterbury. A couple of matches are into the second innings of the games, including Hampshire-Warwickshire, where Warwickshire were 217 all out. And have started their reply, Hampshire now. It's a defender back down the pitch, and there is no run at 294 for 5. Kyle Abbott picking up 5 wickets for Hampshire in the Warwickshire innings of 217 all out, and Hampshire in reply have lost an early wicket. They're 24 for 1. And Essex have enjoyed some day. Blimey, they bowled Gloucestershire out for 136. Balderson's in, it's left by Goldsworthy and taken by the keeper, and there's no run. 5 wickets for Simon Harmer in that 136 all out for Gloucestershire. In reply, Essex are 127 for 1.
Oh dear, the writing's on the wall already, isn't it? Harmer would be operating in the second innings on that Chelmsford pitch.
Yep.
Gloucestershire finding it hard work in Division 1.
Final ball of Balderson's over, and he's having Goldsworthy kind of prodding and probing a little there outside his off stump. Ball through to the keeper, Dane Villas, and there is no run. 294 for 5. Sir Alistair Cook is 61 not out, and Tom Wesley unbeaten on 50, so Essex at 127 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 136 all out. They're the scores in Division 1, and I need to update to the one-day game between England and South Africa. There are 3 Lancashire players in the England team: Emma Lamb, Sophie Eccleston and Kate Cross all playing for England. South Africa 218 all out, with a wicket for Eccleston, and England are 43 for 1 in reply.
Here comes the final over, being bowled by Luke Wood. He's in and bowls to Gregory, lets that run off the face of his bat down towards us at wide third man, and they'll trot through for 2 runs, 296 for 5. Gregory on to 22, following on from his 110 not out in the second innings in the game against Surrey, which wasn't quite enough to set a defendable total, and Surrey knocked off the runs that they needed, around about 250 from memory, with the loss of 7 wickets. Somerset was still in it right up until the end, but Surrey got there.
It's a good game, that, wasn't it?
It was a very good game. Here's Wood in and bowls, and Gregory will pick up another single down just slightly squarer this time. Tom Bailey sends in the return. Quite large numbers of the crowd have drifted away, but they've had a lovely day in the sunshine here, not far from the sea, south of Southport, at the ground of the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, who've done a great job, I must say, Scott, in staging this game. It's all been very nicely done, very efficiently done, and credit to the club.
Could be busy in Southport tonight then. People heading back to their B&Bs.
Yes, absolutely.
A few restaurants being booked up, I'm sure.
Yeah. Here comes Wood. He's bowling to Goldsworthy, who turns that into the onside and won't get a run. 3 balls remain in the day's play.
I've not checked into the B&B yet. That's a job for later on tonight. I've had a text message off them because I was due to arrive last night and didn't in the end. Plans changed. So, are you still coming?
That's good. That's good.
It is, isn't it? Quite nice.
It shows they care.
It absolutely does. I love it.
Yeah.
Text message. Are you still coming? I am. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a nice town, Southport. From my limited knowledge of it, a couple of golfing trips up here in the middle of the winter. So as I was saying earlier, I've never really seen Southport in daylight until last evening. Here comes Wood in and bowls, and that's a bouncer. And Gregory quite happy to duck underneath that, let it fly through to Dane Villas.
There's 2 short mid-wickets in here for this. There's a deep backward square leg and a long leg.
Well, they've obviously spotted that he does hit the ball in the air in that area occasionally. It's been a top-class day of County Championship cricket. The highlights: Tom Lammonby's 42, George Bartlett batted nicely for his 27, James Rue, hugely promising debut of 70, as that's defended by Lewis Goldsworthy. At pride of place has to go to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's completed his maiden first-class century. He's 103 not out, and he's done a great job for his side. And Lewis Gregory has batted nicely as well for his 22. So Somerset have put useful runs on the board, not decisive runs yet by any means, on what's a pretty good pitch that looks as if it might help the spin bowlers later on in the game. Here comes Wood to Goldsworthy outside the off stump. Goldsworthy only too happy to let it go through outside the off stump and finish the day's play unbeaten on 103. Lewis Gregory at the other end, 23 not out. Somerset close on 297 for 5, and they'll be very pleased with their day's work.
They absolutely will, yeah, and a richly deserved round of applause, I'm sure, for Lewis Goldsworthy to regime on 103 not out. Yeah, 1 or 2, quite a lot of the Lancashire players are going up to him and shaking his hand, and a pat on the back. to say well battered. He'll have the honour of leading the players off the field. And an honour which he richly deserves. It's a proper good innings, is that? Really impressive. From the way he started, in particular with Lammonby, to then the way he kind of took control with Roux. And now he's able to take the players off, and they hold back and applaud as he makes his way off. It's a really special day for him, Anthony.
He's a lovely lad as well. He's modest, understated. He's only about 5'6" tall, and he looks about 17. But he's got real guts as a cricketer, as he showed today. Guts and concentration, as well as a lot of skill. Tremendous innings from Lewis Goldsworthy.
That's the match summary then. Somerset's first innings, 297 for 5. Goldsworthy unbeaten on 103. Roux on 70. Lammonby 42 and Bartlett on 27. As for Lancashire's bowlers, well, they've plugged away all day, with Williams 2 for 42, Bailey 2 for 66. Morley sent down 17 overs on the first day. Not sure how much assistance off the pitch he was getting, but he kept going, 1 for 57. And the scorecard has Renshaw on 13, Davis on 3, Lammonby 42, Bartlett 27, and James Roux, a mention for him, first-class debut for Somerset, making 70. And the 2 batsmen there will resume tomorrow morning with Lancashire with some work to do. The bowlers have toiled away. They've kept plugging away as best they could to try and pick up wickets on the first day here at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, with Somerset closing day 1 on 297 for 5 on a beautiful first day. The weather's been terrific. We've had a full house as well to watch this opening day, and we'll all be back tomorrow morning for day 2 from 10 to 11. Enjoy the rest of your evening.